Hello and welcome to this stop on the Flesh and Blood World Tour in Minneapolis, Minnesota, where we have a Battle Hardened. Actually, a bit of an interesting thing. The first standalone Battle Hardened to officially be covered by LSS. All previous streamed Battle Hardened have been attached to a Tier 3 or 4 event. I'm Elly Bird, and this is the incredible Rhea Adams. How you feeling?
I'm feeling fantastic this morning. I'm so excited to see this event play out today.
Me too. I'm pretty excited. There's some pretty interesting stuff in the field out there, which is like, I'm pretty interested. And there's quite a bit on the line today. I believe these players are playing for a pretty hefty sum of their share of $2,000. You know, this is in the middle of a ProQuest season, so at least two people in this room have kind of chosen to take their PQ to the next level.
Absolutely. Those coveted PTIs for first and second place, always obviously much more desirable than just the invite to the next Pro Tour.
Yeah.
Of course, quite a bit of money on the line as well.
Yeah, not as much as maybe a calling, but there is $500 to both first and second place, as well as $250 to third and fourth, and $125 USD to the rest of top 8. Everyone gets one of those very cool Battle Hardened series weapon play mats, and never forget the illustrious, amazing gold foil legendary sealed envelope.
The best
to first
part.
place. The absolute best part of it all.
Of course, also 4 World Tour points going to first place. Kind of a scrapping for third and second place. Of course, some notable names at the top of that list currently, but we're still early in the year, only about a third of the way through. Who knows how the rest of this year plays out for the North American World Tour champion.
That's right. And World Tour Player of the Year. And I believe the person in first is in the room with us right now.
Brody Spurlock, of course, a renowned player on Aurora today that I hear. Kind of Aurora's last time to compete this weekend, probably, based on her current LL trajectory. So we're very excited to see how she tracks through this tournament. Maybe she ends up taking home the gold foil today in one of our players' hands.
Speaking of her last weekend, let's take a look at the oh. Okay. And speaking of this stop on the Flesh and Blood World Tour, the World Tour takes place at over 120 events in 120 different places with a prize pool of 1.5 million USD given out through the course of the year.
Ellie, that's almost one event every 3 days on average. There's so much flesh and blood to be had on this World Tour.
That was some very fast math. We have Worlds in Philadelphia in the United States coming up this year. We have past Pro Tour London, but there is a Pro Tour in Singapore in just about a month and a half. This is one of 60 planned Battle Hardens this year, and we have quite a few more callings and national championships coming up in just a month, as well as, speaking of coming up, we have quite a bit on the schedule this, the rest of this year. In just a couple weeks, we have Battle Hardened Hartford, another stop on the World Tour, the weekend of May 16th through 18th, as well as Tokyo and Milan there. Just about a month or half a month before the USA National Championship in Las Vegas, which is also the release weekend of the next set, High Seas.
What here are you looking forward to most in High Seas?
Puffin.
It's gotta be Gravy Bones.
No, I want to learn to love Mechanologist yet again. And speaking of learning to love Mechanologist yet again, just a week after that in Bologna, we have the weekend of June 13th through 15th, the first classic constructed calling of High Seas with a High Seas sealed Battle Hardened attached to it as well. On the second half of our slide here, we also have a Battle Hardened in Houston, another stop on the World Tour that is classic constructed, followed the next week by a double header with a Battle Hardened in both Kuala Lumpur and Bucharest, next month after that, we have quite a big kind of heading of events in the heart of where Flesh and Blood is from in Auckland. Some pretty exciting notes that we'll get to later today about that event, but I hear buying a Fabled package for that event ahead of time enters you into the drawing for a tour of the place where, you know, the sausage is made, Legend Story Studios itself, and rounding out the next chunk of events, we have a calling in Kansas City with an attached classic constructed Battle Hardened. Quite exciting, quite a bit of Flesh and Blood to be played over the next few coming months. And now, let's take a look at the Living Legend leaderboard. Dash sitting at 943, a whole 3 points higher than the last time we checked in on her a couple months ago. So congratulations to Dash for finally picking up some points. And speaking of picking up some points, Aurora, the shooting star at 914 Living Legend points, almost guaranteed. No, let's just say it. Guaranteed.
She's gone this weekend.
To go this weekend. This is her last ride, followed shortly by Azalea, who the ace in the hole may not have that much time left in the hourglass with a Ranger set just around the corner, followed by the one surviving hero from Mysteria, from the Part the Mist Veil set, New Alluring Desire at 816. Some names on this leaderboard that have been sitting here quite some time as well, like Bravo, KO, Katsu, and Dorinthia. All of these kind of original 8 heroes are slowly but surely making their way towards that very exciting, very special 1,000-point mark, where the game will be forever changed by their passing.
Yeah, Dash especially, I feel, has kind of had a resurgence recently. Slab Dash, or that more control-y style Dash, kind of making a comeback now that Enigma is kind of leaving the meta and opening a space for more control decks in the format.
Yeah, very exciting stuff. And speaking of more control decks in the format, I believe the game we have going on today is an Assassin, but not the one many people are acquainted with. It is not Slippy, and it is not the Alluring Desire. We have Arachne Marionette facing off against the Drakai of Blades, Fang himself, piloted by Ames Olson against the Marionette, puppeted by Hendrix.
Yeah, very exciting game. I know that there's 2 kind of dominant builds for Arachne Marionette floating around right now, so very interested to see which kind Hendrix is piloting today. There's both the more stealth-oriented ones, and there's the more recently, the dagger-oriented build that was proposed by Tao Tao at the recent Battle Hardened champion.
The recent Battle Hardened champion and Pro Quest Plus champion on the same day. Yeah, very excited to see what Hendrix's deck looks like. But before we see what Hendrix's deck looks like, I believe we're going to see what Ames's deck looks like, as Ames is starting the game off. No surprises there with 2 Obsidian Fire Veins. I will say, if we're talking about a dagger-focused Arachne Marionette build, there may be some, murky water in store for him, given that we see Kabuto of Imperial Authority on Ames's side of the board.
Certainly very good at shutting down those very large second dagger swings of the turn. The dagger focus builds of Marionette like to really rely on large Graphing Kelicera after marking with the clave.
Looks like the first dagger swing of a many dagger game here. Obsidian Fire Vein coming in for 1. Hunt's End straight into the pitch zone. Blocked for 3 by a blue Mark of the Black Widow. Let's see what Warrior's favorite step holds. A Provoke!
Pitching a second Provoke. Definitely beneficial to filter all these blues out of Ames' hand on turn 0.
Or +1.
For sure. Provoke is a pretty interesting card. It is not quite Siren's Call, but it is a blue block 3.
I mean, it's better than Siren's Call, isn't it? Always takes a card.
Whoa. I guess that's true. That's pretty fair. Provoke forces your opponent to block with an action card of their choice from their hand, and if the card they choose is not an action card, they are forced to discard it.
And of course, Hendrix giving up a Kiss of Death, one of the most important cards in either version of Arachne Marionette. Kind of not ideal to lose that on turn 0. And is that a blue Orb Weaver Spinneret? Okay, so we are definitely very dagger focused in this list.
You're locking in. You're walking in dagger deck. Shipping it.
I'm pretty confident.
See, under the trapdoor hits the pitch zone, not hitches the pitch zone, to swing a Hunter's Clave for 1. And I think you just might be right. Looks like Hendrix's hand also contains Cut from the Same Cloth. Pretty interesting stuff.
Cut from the Same Cloth quickly becoming one of my favorite Flesh and Blood cards in general. Of course, 0 for 4 Go Again, very good. But also having information about your opponent's hand in such a controlling, manipulative deck as Assassin is super valuable to know how you want to block on your next turn. Oh, it looks like flicking the Clave already. That Orbweaver Spinneret might be hitting the arena soon.
Going to mark Ames with this thrown dagger. Also, interestingly, we saw Armor committed to blocking this Hunter's Clave. Ames really didn't want to be marked right now.
Either didn't want to be marked or wanted to force Hendrix to go down to 1 dagger early in the game. Once the first Clave is cleared, it's kind of difficult to justify flicking that second Clave. Arachne Marionette is so reliant on having the opponent marked to operate at full power that forcing an early flick can often be useful to convert some of their hands suboptimally.
Cut from the Same Cloth, kind of a 0 for 4 in many matchups, but against Fang, you know, this is almost certainly going to create a mark.
In fact, it's an all-reaction hand.
That is true. Not all attack reactions, but it is all reactions. We're seeing a firm loyalty to the point, which is not something I've seen in a constructed Fang deck before, which is quite exciting, as well as the third Provoke and a Sink Below. Here comes a Graphene Calicera for 6 with Go Again.
And of course, we know that Go Again is very important here because we saw Leave No Witnesses as the last card in Hendrix's hand. Ames, of course, does have an arsenal to be threatened by that follow-up.
The classic Assassin play pattern of, here's a whole bunch of damage. Now that you've taken all of this damage, I would still like some cards from you.
And it has Go Again?
Kind of very convenient. I know historically Assassins struggle with Go Again, but these 4 cards off the top, Hendrix has converted into 11 damage and threatening to destroy an arsenal here. Very efficient offensive use of cards.
I quite enjoy teasing my Assassin player friends about Cut from the Same Cloth and Saber Bloodshed and tell them that is a Surging Strike. That is a 2-cost 5 Go Again. But when you don't have access to that much Go Again, Surging Strike is a pretty attractive Flesh and Blood card. Dynamos blocking for 1 just to get that value, and the Sink Below blocking 5 on 6, maybe hoping to clear this mark.
I have a feeling that we're going to say Dynamos blocking for 1 many, many times this game.
I'll take 1.
That's probably true.
It's probably true.
That's probably true.
Of course, the question here is how quickly can Fang find these 3 loyalty, these 3 fealty even, to turn online and make all of these blues be able to not be pitched and instead be played, converted for offensive value.
Definitely feeling a bit of pain over blocking with that Sink Below on the dagger, as this Leave No Witnesses comes in threatening Ames' arsenal. An attack for 4. Actually, a surprising amount of armor already used up on Ames' side of the board. You know, we've seen a Brave Forge Bracers block already, and even though Dynamos can refresh itself, it has already been used for the turn, so covering that breakpoint is pretty painful. Ames instead opting to just take the damage, taking 4 down to 34 and losing a card off the top of the deck and a card out of his arsenal. And because Fang is such a red-heavy deck, Hendrix is just out of the gate with 2 silver here.
Yeah, 2 silver actually surprisingly huge in Marionette. There's no buyback equipment, it looks like. I believe that's a Mask of Deceit.
That is a Mask of Deceit.
Equipped for Hendrix. But, you know, Arachne Marionette, a relatively blue medium deck, we'll say.
Blue medium, bleedium.
Bleedium even. Around 18 blues in most of these lists, but a very aggressive deck that hates to flood out on blues. And so these silver are very valuable pitch outlets to try to find more offense when you need it.
I'll play Affirm Loyalty. This will bring it
Going straight to reactions as this Fire Vein comes in for 1 and then becomes 4. 4 Go Again is the ask from Ames.
We see a Command and Conquer in Hendrix's hand again, as well as a Lair of the Spider. Very easy mark here.
I will pay into grains to create a vigor token.
Opting instead not to play the Lair of the Spider, maybe waiting for a more meaningful on-hit, or he wants to navigate that card into his arsenal.
Again.
Second Fire Vein coming in here after creating a Vigor with Grains of Blood Spill's triggered ability. One. It'll stay that way. Trust me.
It'll definitely just be one.
It's always just one.
Arsenal can be whatever.
Blocking with a red or Weaver Spinneret.
Okay.
Fucking 3 on
So
1.
I think
3 is a bit more than 1, I think.
Yeah. Ames opting instead to just Arsenal the card in his hand. If he ships it here, I do believe it is a 0-cost Draconic attack reaction. If he ships it here, he only gets 1 value over.
You can untap your,
But he kind of just gets 2 extra value, right, out of his opponent blocking for 3.
Yeah, and also you have very valuable, deck fatigue damage by just offering that weapon attack and taking a whole card out of your opponent's deck.
I had a -1 on this, but I
Ames clarifying that
Okay, cool.
he needs to remove a counter from his Valiant Dynamos as he has attacked twice with weapons that turn. Command and Conquer coming in for 6 from Hendrix's side of the table.
It looks like that Lair of the Spider is destined for Arsenal, perhaps seeing a mark next turn for Hendrix. Very valuable to find these marking traps now, after the second clave has been flicked already, so that there's a reliable source of marking
If I'm
without
marked,
needing
that will
to
get buffed by
swing
one
that
card
Hunter's
for the
clave
rest of
every
yourself.
turn.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and kind of interestingly, there's no need to mark Ames on that turn. It was all vanilla damage. There wasn't anything to cover up. And
Past reactions.
it gives, sending this Command and Conquer, something that doesn't care about a mark, gives Ames the opportunity to take some amount of damage and clear the mark before Hendrix wants to cash it in. So it makes a lot of sense to kind of put that in the arsenal. Ames blocking for 6, using a fair bit of armor yet again, cashing in that armor quite aggressively in this game. Dynamo's finding its way to the combat chain, as well as Grains of Blood Spill's first block and a Savor Bloodshed. Vigor trigger at the start of the turn, floating 1, and paying for an Obsidian Fire Vein, cracking in for, yet again, just 1. It's
Just
always just 1. Let's see what it really is. Ames is holding on to 2 Long Whisker loyalties and a Relentless Pursuit.
It's a pretty spicy blue to see in Fang.
Is that a spicy blue?
Well, generic blue block 3, rare, kind of like alleged to be draft fodder, but I feel like can play a pretty important role in this list to start getting this fealty online. Stains of the Redback being the block for Hendrix. Of course, there is a card that can mark in the arsenal, so that Stains could be free for this turn, but maybe just not the right time in the game.
Long Whisker loyalty hitting the table.
So not buffing the power, it'll just go up.
I believe.
Go again.
Oh, this is a really interesting line. This is something I really like that Fang can do. Ames has targeted his other dagger with the 3rd mode on Long Whisker loyalty, so now this dagger will
Is for
mark
3?
on hit.
Oh, it's mark on hit.
Yeah.
Mark of the Black Widow going down for Hendrix. It's a pretty powerful hand that he drew between Stains, red Mark of the Black Widow, playing very patiently here, trying to conserve life totals at this stage in the game.
Yeah, Long Whisker loyalty getting 2 modes now, as Ames controls 2 Draconic Chainlinks, choosing to buff power and I believe an additional dagger attack. This dagger already marks on hit from the previous Long Whisker loyalty, so this is actually kind of getting all 3 modes here.
So only one instance of marking there. And it'll just be this time too. So next time,
Hendrix
if you block
has
this one, and
one of
next
the
time
most
it will
powerful
mark.
cards in his deck in hand, a Codex of Frailty. But of course, you need an empty arsenal for Codex, so that trap needs to be cleared. It's going to mark
Yep, that makes
Fang,
sense.
as this attack does have go again. Of course, the Long Whisker loyalty
good.
was played on the chain link.
Yep, I like that. So I will just attack again.
Next dagger coming in here
This dagger,
for 1.
using a resource, and it's going to be 4/1 again.
I'll take no blocks.
I will
Hendrix saying
react
no blocks.
with
A firm loyalty from Arsenal coming in, making this dagger 4 and generating a fealty, no questions asked.
and it'll go up to 4 with go again, but sounds good. I will pay to Grains to create a Vigor.
Hendrix down to 32. Ames paying into
Pass to-
Grains of Bloodspill trigger to generate a Vigor.
Yeah,
a
that,
second turn in a row.
that hit really important on that final chain link. Otherwise, that third resource from that blue is wasted, quote unquote. But now getting to convert it into the next turn cycle just makes these blue light decks like Fang much more efficient turn over turn.
2-card hand from Hendrix on the other side of the table. Orb, Weaver, Spinneret heading the pitch zone. Hunter's Clave for 1 with Go again, promising a mark if it connects. No more 2-block pieces of armor outside of Kabuto to put in front of this.
Yeah, but we know the last card in Hendrix's hand. There's one floating. It's Codex Frailty, and importantly, Tunic resource is available. So this is, I think, the classic rock in a hard place, right? If the Clave hits, you're marked. Command and Conquer from the graveyard, potentially, to threaten Arsenal. Of course, well, but Ames hasn't really played any attack actions this game.
But there is actually an attack action in Ames is... Oh, no, it was banished. It was banished from Leave No Witnesses. It is not in Ames's graveyard. That's very interesting. This Codex not actually promising all that much disruption. Bit of just a value play here. And even though I don't think it's going to force a card into Ames's arsenal, it is, however, going to generate a Frailty on the Warriors' side of the board, which is going to be worth quite a bit of value.
Do we know if Frailty is good against decks that want to swing weapons at least 2 times every turn?
I couldn't say.
That might convert into 2 or more value.
Yeah. A little bit of a 1-card. What is it? Frailty worth 2, Ponder worth a card. Get back your Command and Conquer.
I mean, we're talking like a 1-card 17 at this point, right?
1-card 35 easily. Well, you see, it's actually a 1-card 10 because the Rune Chants pay for the Phantom Wraith.
That's a deep, deep cut back from Dusk Till Dawn spoiler seats.
Command and Conquer coming in for 6 here. It is vanilla damage. This is just a brutal assault, but 6 damage is still a pretty hefty ask, especially when your daggers don't do all that much. Ames' hand looking pretty reasonable here, though. Opting no blocks, going down to 27 to Hendrix's 32. Hendrix pondering.
With the Ponder? Gotcha. Okay.
And passing over to Ames.
I will note, of course, Ames has established that first fealty here, but there hasn't been much marking on his side of the board in this game so far. We're, 3 turns in, and we're only a third of the way to Fang being online, and it's kind of clearly communicated in the life totals, right, with Hendrix currently having the tempo advantage, I would say.
And I believe we may see Ames forced to cash in that fealty as they don't have Draconic Attack in his hand right now. Vigor being spent to swing Obsidian Firevein for 0 this time.
I can't put the
Looks like
token
a
out there because it only goes down to 1.
This is the classic Raiden bluff. I've heard you've played a little bit of Bolton in your past. It's just for 0. You don't need to block it.
It's just for 0.
It definitely will not be pumped in reactions.
No. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. There's no need. No need to block this.
We see Savor Bloodshed in Ames' hand, as well as Blue Reaper's Call in Hendrix's.
Okay. I will pop my fealty to play Scar
Going to
Tissue.
reactions, cashing in that fealty and playing Scar Tissue, netting 4 damage here as it is a Draconic reaction, triggering Obsidian Firevein's ability, as well as the +3 from Scar Tissue. And if this dagger connects, Hendrix will be marked for the first time this game.
Yeah, I was just talking about how we need to finally start see that train rolling, and I feel like I summoned it. This is exactly what you want to see. Scar Tissue, very important to get that marked train rolling. And Ames kind of drawing the ideal hands for these early games, really seeing 1 blue per hand, kind of. Exactly the resource count you want at this stage in the game.
Paying into Grains and falling it with a Savor Bloodshed. Dagger coming in for 4, and it will draw a card if it connects.
Of course, currently doesn't have Go again, but we know how trivial that can be for
And
Fang.
on hit, I draw a card.
However, we also know that Ames does not currently have a way to give this go again, and so unless he draws some sort of draconic instant off the top of his deck, this will just be the end of his turn. That Hunt the Hunter, destined for the arsenal, perhaps looking to just buy some blocks from Hendrix here.
Of course, Hendrix also marked, so there's really 2 on-hits being threatened here. Both the card draw, which gives you a little bit of arsenal filtering, and, of course, rebuying that fealty that was spent on the star tissue.
Yeah, thanks to Fang's hero ability. Hendrix chewing on blocks here a little bit. Looks like we're going to see an Orb Weaver Spinneret and a blue block 3 hitting the combat chain here.
Yeah, perhaps has the read that Ames doesn't have at least a draconic attack reaction in hand, because otherwise you wouldn't have spent the fealty necessarily on the first chain link in order to give it go again.
No reactions from
Yeah, Hendrix cashing in that read and saying no blocks, taking 4 down to 24, and Ames is going to get to draw a card here and get a fealty, but drawing that card is not particularly important unless you hit Tooth of the Dragon off the top of your deck here. This dagger is going to have go again. Never mind.
It could have, though.
It could have. In the resolution step, you can play an instant to trigger Obsidian Virevanes' ability.
I already passed.
Of course, you know, Tooth of the Dragon, very valuable to have in Arsenal because it means you will have go again on your daggers next turn at the very least.
Yeah. And I really enjoy the classic Flesh and Blood player evaluation here of, I've drawn a card that doesn't block. That one should go in the arsenal.
Absolutely, especially versus assassins that might be threatening your arsenal. And that's a spicy card in Ames's hand. It's an Imperial Seal of Command. Talk about cards that don't block.
Interesting little piece of tech there that has shown up in some amount of Fang lists. A 0-cost item where you doesn't do anything the turn it comes down, but it can stifle defense reactions for a whole turn. Bit of a exude confidence-like effect. And if you are royal, the next time you hit that player, it will destroy all cards in their arsenal. But before we can get to that, we have to deal with this Hunter's Clave coming in for 1 go again and mark on hit.
Yeah, another Reaper's Call in Hendrix's hand, so there's on-demand marking this turn, kind of uninteractable, which is very powerful in Marionette when you need your opponent marked to kind of reach your full potential. And of course,
Ames
respecting the
blocking 2
marking
with Blistering Blade. Seeing this Calicera flicked.
Yep.
Well, there's another one in hand with the Orb Weaver Spinneret red this time. Break the combat chain, but create a new Calicera and give the next attack with stealth +3.
Nice.
Which can just be that Graphene Calicera, as it does have
can.
stealth.
Could be Graphene Calicera, it could be the Kiss of Death in Hendrix's graveyard. Of course, there's a Codex of Frailty in the hand.
Okay.
Seeing Reaper's Call discarded, just like you said, to mark Ames. Perhaps this will give this Graphene Calicera a go again,
Oh, and it's stealth.
thanks to its triggered ability.
Mm-hmm.
So this will be 1 base, +3 from Orb Weaver Spinneret, +1 from Arachne Marionette's text, coming in for 5 with go again. Pretty good for just 1 resource and a card.
Pretty good, and of course, another follow-up as well. The go again, very important on this Calicera.
And it has go again, you said.
Although Hendrix does already have an arsenal.
You've
That
already
Codex
used both daggers.
might be reserved for a future turn cycle.
I think
5 damage is vanilla damage, but it is still an 1/8 of Ames's life total.
It's actually less than vanilla damage almost because it's threatening to clear the... Oh, and the Stains of the Red back. Little known interaction, but Stains targets any attack with stealth, not attack action cards.
Okay.
So it
I think
does
if you
work
asked me
on
that
Calicera.
blind, whether Stains of the Redback said attack or attack action card, I absolutely would have told you that it only targeted attack action cards.
I have lost draft games because of that. You learn that lesson once.
By that Codex of Frailty, probably getting back Leave No Witnesses, as there are no resources floating on Hendrix's side of the table.
that Makes sense.
Ames down to 18 from that massive dagger for 8.
No longer marked,
Leave
right?
no witnesses coming in for 4. Ames no longer marked, but not particularly relevant as Hendrix is just wholesale asking for that arsenal.
I will block.
Of course, there's also Ponder and Frailty here, so Ames trying to incentivize to block with his next turn cycle, not as offensively powerful, but also potentially potentially locked into keeping some amount of cards because you want to keep that fealty alive. If there's no Draconic card played, it will destroy itself at the end of the turn cycle.
Yeah, that is a little bit of Fang's fatal flaw sometimes, is that you're not really capable of blocking your whole hand away, or you'll lose all of this mini game that you worked so hard to build up. Ames blocking 3 with a Hunt the Hunter and the Valiant Dynamos. Pretty sick card against Assassin, generating a bunch of value throughout the course of the game, as well as stopping a lot of break points for free. Ames coming in with a dagger for 0 for, I believe, the 3rd time this game.
Yeah, we are probably going to be saying that at least one more time. But Tooth of the Dragon puts this dagger to 1 and makes the next dagger even bigger.
Yeah, and gives this go again. Ames holding on to Searing Gaze and that Imperial Seal of Command. And despite not having 3 fealty, he isn't going to have to pitch a single card on this turn thanks to the double Vigor tokens generated on the previous turn.
Yeah, Searing Gaze, because we're on this second chain link, can mark Hendrix this turn, assuming that this Obsidian Fire Vein hits. And then, of course, giving this go again as well means you can put down that Imperial Seal of Command for quote-unquote free. There's no like missed action point there.
Right,
it's a very
you don't
efficient
waste
turn
any time.
through even a Frailty token for Ames here.
A block of 3 with Tarantula Toxin is Hendrix's answer. Ames responding with Searing Gaze, pushing this to 6, promising a mark on hit, and giving it go again.
Tarantula Toxin, one of the most important cards in these more dagger-focused marionette lists, because they can effectively be 0 for 6 reactions on these Graphene Calicera that are pumped up so large throughout the game. Not only can they give a dagger +3, but they can also shred a card defending an attack with stealth, which the Calicera has.
Shelter from the Storm covering up this attack, so not going to get that mark, but the action point is still spent wisely, establishing the Imperial Seal of Command before passing back to Hendrix.
So hopefully I draw my blues.
And of course, we know that Hendrix's deck has several reactions in it. Of course, we've seen Shelter from the Storm. We've seen at least one Lair of the Spider and an Under the Trap Door, which suggests that there are more traps to be had in this Arachne Marionette list. Being able to turn off D-Reacts on command in a future turn cycle can be pretty valuable for Ames to push through a significant portion of damage in the late game.
Looks like Hunter's Clave for 1. I believe all but one of Hendrix's turns have started with Hunter's Clave for 1, the only exception being just a Command and Conquer played on the turn.
Being very relentless with asking Ames, do you want to be marked every single turn? Of course, even more valuable when you have the Calicera equipped, because then you're threatening to go 3 chain links wide every turn.
Yeah, there's
if
always
the hits.
there's always a punish when you have that Calicera on the board.
I'll say no blocks here. Take 1.
And we
Ames taking 1 down to 17 and becoming marked.
You didn't have any reactions, did you? Okay, cool, good. Just want to make sure I didn't skip that.
Making sure that they didn't skip through attack reactions a little too fast for their opponent. Just clarifying there.
could always be a 2 sides to the blade.
That would be. Talk about spicy cards unconstructed.
Yes.
Graphene Calicera coming in for 2 with Go again.
Oh yeah, and Go again for sure.
Yeah, and so we're essentially seeing these daggers being converted into a head jab.
Yeah,
in,
yeah.
in Assassin.
One blue turning 2 daggers into 3 damage. That's a little bit of Arachne Marionette's limited gameplay loop. You know, in Hunted Draft, Marionette would often, or rather Web of Deceit would often close games with 2 daggers. Speaking of closing games with daggers, Tarantula Toxin coming down, shredding that Valiant Dynamo to 0 defense. You know, -3, not the most impactful, generating 1 value there, but thankfully, this Graphene Calicera carries the +3 quite well, forcing through 5 damage, putting Ames down to 12. and
the
following
Leave
it
No
up with a
Witness
0
follow-up.
for 4 in the form of Leave No Witnesses.
Very damage efficient turn. I mean, this blue was turned into 3 value offensively. This Tarantula Toxin was effectively a 4 power attack reaction. These are Fang numbers that we're talking about.
These are Fang numbers, but Fang's numbers aren't really showing up so far this game. Having been under frailty for so much of this match, Ames has had such a tough time so far, kind of getting going what he needs to make the Drakai of Blades really sing. But Ames has fully taken this whole turn. I really hope that we can kind of see him come back here with something powerful and commanding enough, perhaps with that Imperial Seal of Command to force a way, a route back into winning this game.
Yeah, notably, there was no disruption on that turn from Arachne Marionette, so Ames finally has an opportunity to keep a 4-card hand, not under frailty, and hopefully start to try to rebuy tempo in this game.
Obsidian Firevein coming in for 1 here.
No frailty, so I do have. Do you mind if I use this?
Hendrix thinking about the blocks. Of course, the seal was not popped this turn, so there's no punish there.
Yeah, the seal has to be activated as an instant. It is not a, or as an action rather. It is not an instant or a reaction. So you gotta lead with it.
Scar tissue and.
Yellow scar tissue coming down to push this to 3, and a blistering blade. Another +3. This dagger will go to 6. Sorry, that is a yellow scar tissue.
Then 5, 6, and get go
And
again
gains
on
go
hit.
again.
And of course,
we'll mark on it.
marking potentially getting Ames 2/3 of the way to that all-important hero ability being online. Looks like a Shelter from the Storm seen on top of the deck with the Fate Foreseen.
And 2 defense reactions minimum in Hendrix's hand. These attacks are not going to make it through.
No, and importantly, knowing that you can sink into that Shelter that we just saw opted on top.
Card you just beat down. Okay.
Without knowing, this would have been the perfect turn to cash in that seal.
It would have.
I will
Ames
further
considering
react by
playing a
Blades.
Glint the Quicksilver
So I
here
can draw
just to
a
kind of
card.
cantrip this card. Draw another one, hitting a Blade Flurry off the top. But Hendrix is already blocking 8. This Blade Flurry won't come over.
Yeah, unfortunately, missing hitting by 1 damage on that Blade Flurry, of course, can be converted into 2 damage, essentially, on the follow-up Fire Vein.
Yeah, but the clock is ticking. Ames isn't going to have many more opportunities to push damage at 8 to Hendrix's 23
Okay, so
here.
I'll just say we're good there. I will.
Firevein coming in
swing
for
with
1
this
again.
for
And
1.
Hendrix dodging being marked for the 2nd or 3rd time this game.
Yeah, those defense reactions have lined up quite well when it comes to these Searing Gaze and Scar Tissue effects. Ooh, Hendrix blocking with Mask of Deceit on this Fire Vein, maybe hoping to flip for the first time this game and find some kind of powerful attack to convert his hand a little better,
But
as I believe it's just a blue and a Savor Bloodshed.
But importantly, Ames isn't marked right now, so this will be a random transformation through the Mask of Deceit.
Oh,
I
gotcha.
see a die rolled here.
No, that's fine. Because it's when it defends.
Hitting 1.
Number 1,
Which
the
agent
Black
is that?
Widow.
Arachne Black Widow.
I've heard that might be the best one, actually.
Hands. Yeah,
I wouldn't know. I don't play Assassin.
But I've heard you do play Fang
Sometimes.
sometimes.
He's fun. I like him. Plucky underdog.
I have been diving into all of the Assassins recently, and Marionette has been kind of capturing my attention as one of the most unique builds out there right now. Such an offensive dagger list like what we've seen throughout this game. Of course, the life totals indicating Hendrix kind of being the beatdown currently.
Flipping into Black Widow is a pretty interesting choice here, as this attack reaction can trigger on Graphene Calicera, but I believe... Oh, I see. Okay. Savor Bloodshed going to pump the next dagger by 4. Calicera going to come in for 5, though Ames isn't marked. This Calicera can carry Black Widow's activated ability.
It can. So we're looking at potentially 8 here on hit banish card from hand at reaction speed. Sometimes you don't need the draw card from Savor Bloodshed. sometimes a 0 for
So that
4
hit on a
is
marked
good enough,
hero
it turns out.
It's
will
true.
do all the crazy cool stuff. And this targets a stealth attack if you discard an assassin card.
Ames clarifying this does target a stealth
gotta be ready for that
attack.
too.
So if Hendrix discards here, this will go to 8 and have an on-hit. Ames choosing to respect it. It looks like 8 is lethal.
8 is lethal, yeah. Has to put something in front of this. Of course, there's always
This
the
does not
bluff
have
that
Rhea
Hendrix
yet.
doesn't actually have an assassin card in hand, but do you want to take that
Why would that
risk
be?
at this dangerous of a point in the game?
Other arachne. Yeah, yeah,
This is
yeah. Alrighty. So
Lining up 2 cards for the block here, it looks like.
2 cards for the block, and importantly, a smoke out as the 4th card in hand. So there is a defense reaction to answer this Black Widow trigger if that does go on the stack.
sorry, I'm so lost.
And
in
if it
thought.
doesn't, of course, you get to preserve that in the arsenal for a future turn cycle.
What is tough about this, though, is that Ames's hand is all red, and he doesn't have 3 fealty yet. A 1-card red hand as Fang doesn't get much done before you have 3 fealty on the board.
Yeah, previously in this game, we've seen the Grains of Blood spell being used to preserve resources through these red-heavy hands. Unfortunately, luck is trying to run out, or the sand has fallen through the hourglass on that one. And it might just be a for the Drakai
I'll block.
attacking with a 0 for 4 in terms of Ames's turn here. At least keeps the fealty alive.
Looks like that For the Drakai is going to find its way to the combat chain defending.
Here. 4,
Blocking
5.
with Brave Forge Bracers, Valiant Dynamo, and a For the Drakai to cover the 5 and holding up the Smoke Out for the activation. Sadly, Smoke Out won't mark as this isn't, you know, this isn't capable of being red.
Flicking the dagger, Hendrix going all in on this hitting. Really wants that card draw.
This
that
will
will
actually come over now as this mark
So it'll go
pushes
5
Graphene
here.
Calycera's power to 6.
Also, is
Oh,
that
no,
part
it
of
won't.
your deck?
We're not Marionette anymore.
We're not
Marionette
Marionette
anymore.
currently.
I fell for it too.
You just brushed it off with your sleeve. That's okay. No one saw it, so we're good. We don't have
All
to
right.
apologize over anything.
Discarding the Black Widow here to give this +3, pushing it to 8.
So we'll go up to 8.
But we know that Ames has the perfect answer.
Then I will.
Of course, being marked at the end of this turn cycle, even if the Calycera doesn't hit,
React
still
with Smoke Out.
advantageous for Hendrix.
So I won't get to mark you.
Smoke Out
It's not a
blocking 8
But I
on
will be
8
blocking
here,
8 then on it.
preventing him from losing a card. But Ames's hand is a Blade Flurry and a Long Whisker Loyalty. It's not going to be particularly efficient.
Yeah, the good news is Hendrix down to 1 dagger now, and it can't mark. So once this mark leaves, unless there's some retrieve that's found, Hendrix is going to be struggling to mark for the rest of the game, which could be what Ames needs to find a foothold and reclaim some tempo here.
Pitching a
Blade Flurry being pitched to swing this Obsidian Fire Vein for 1.
Sure.
Hendrix considering what are the available attack reactions. Of course, 2 Long Whisker Loyalty played earlier in the game. We know that the 3rd one is in Ames's hand. But a powerful hand here for Hendrix as well. Shelter from the Storm can potentially answer anything at reaction speed, as well as a Codex of Frailty and a Take Up the Mantle, which is
I will
online
play
currently,
Long
but
Whisker
with no
Loyalty.
stealth attack action card to target with it.
And I will choose.
Long Whisker Loyalty hitting the table here. Ames thinking on modes.
I think I'll choose to just mark you on hit.
Choosing Mark on hit,
would
pushing
go
this
again?
dagger to 2.
On
Hendrix
hit, mark.
does yet again have a defense reaction for the promised Mark on hit, and it is going to be blocked out for the 4th time this game. A threatened Mark is denied. Shelter blocking 4 on 2.
Really been showing just
No
how
further
powerful
reactions
defense
from me.
reactions are against these very
Going with no
attack
resources,
reaction
so I will
oriented
pass.
warrior decks. Of course,
But
we've
keep my
seen
fealties
quite
around,
a few in
obviously.
Hendrix's list at this point,
Keep the
and the
-1
Imperial
on my
Seal of
fealties as
Command
well.
still has not been used, although it is an available tool for Ames.
Tunic to 1. I'm going to pitch, take up the mantle.
take up the mantle, finding its way to the pitch zone. Graphene Calicera coming in for 2 with go again. That Stains of the Red back can push a pretty serious amount of damage here straight into that Codex of Frailty hitting the table.
Yes, and finally, Ames does have an arsenal for a Codex Leave No Witnesses to threaten, as well as being very light on equipment. Of course, the Kabuto still hanging around, still waiting for the right dagger to shut down. Although with only 1 Calicera available to Hendrix right now, might not be seeing too much value gain from that denying additional weapon swings.
Ames got a handful of defense reactions here. A Den of the Spider, blocking 3 and marking Hendrix. And a smoke. I believe this is the first time Ames has been able to get a mark on Hendrix's back this whole game. And brutally, we're committing a bunch of defensive tools to this dagger because we're so low on life here, but Codex is the last card in Marionette's hand.
Yeah, going to be a pretty severe punish. Of course, it's going to clear the mark, taking 2 there.
Getting a card from Hendrix's yard and generating that powerful fealty token yet again this game, making it even harder for Fang to find a way back in.
Now, luckily for Ames, Tunic resource isn't available to Hendrix, so there's not going to be a Command and Conquer follow-up here to punish this D-React heavy hand, but still a Leave No Witnesses going to buy at least 1 piece of armor and a card from hand, if not 2 cards from hand.
Bit of a systematic problem for Fang, showing its fangs here in this game, where as Fang is forced down to these smaller Hands of Flesh and Blood cards, when you don't have 3 fealty, it gets so hard to get anything done. And like we mentioned, it's just impossible for Fang to block his whole hand away without nearly losing the game on the spot.
Yeah, haven't seen Ames above 1 fealty all game. Really been struggling to get that engine online just because of the density of defense reactions in Hendrix's deck.
Blocking 1 with Grains of Blood Spill and this Smoke Out, marking an already marked hero. But covering 4 and protecting that arsenal.
Yeah, these quote-unquote unconditional marks that don't need to hit in order to be happening are finally appearing just a little bit too late in the game for Ames's preference.
Where are my pledged fealties? I have 3 of them in my
Ames even saying, where are my pledged fealties? I swear I run 3 of them. I should have more fealty than this.
It's actually really dangerous, though, to have not seen them yet, because pledged fealty is an instant that doesn't block. And when you're at 5 life, that can be very dangerous.
Yeah, as the game drags on, those non-blocking cards kind of slowly become a bit of a time bomb in Fang's deck. 23-5. This is not a very easy one to climb out of.
No, and this is a pretty spicy card, actually, in Ames' hand. That's a Sigil of Solace as an instant.
Pretty efficient on a Fire Vein if you make it Draconic, if you had a surplus of fealty tokens.
0.
It seems it may just get pitched on this turn.
Pitching the Affirm Loyalty, because obviously there's no second resource for the second dagger swing. So Affirm Loyalty for 2 offensive value, 3 offensive value if you consider the Fire Vein buff. Ames instead prioritizing gaining a little bit of life, getting out potentially of a reaction speed kill range for Hendrix.
Looks like a fealty is being activated here. We may also see Blade Flurry exit the arsenal. Nope, it is the Sigil, putting Ames to 8 and making this dagger 1 damage, thanks to that frailty.
Really gambling that there isn't the last Shelter from the Storm in Hendrix's hand for the blowout there. Really reliant on generating that fealty from the on-hit, because Hendrix was marked from the D-React the prior turn. So there's at least 1 fealty still maintained through this turn. Tunic climbing back up to the ever most important number.
Hendrix holding a Bonds of Agony in hand. Pretty nasty card.
But only really cut from the same cloth. Of course, we saw just how valuable this was early in the game.
There are those
pledge
fealties. Ames' hand only has a block value of 5.
5 and 2 armor. Hendrix certainly can push some pretty nasty on-hits here if he wants to.
Saber Bloodshed following up.
This is also a not blocking.
And there's a Bonds
Ames'
of
life
Agony?
total is already represented in buffs on the table. And he has become marked thanks to cut from the same cloth. Kalissa coming in for 10, I believe, with Go
8,
Again.
9, 10.
And drawing
draw
on
cards.
hit.
Stealth, yeah.
Command and Conquer is an available follow-up for Hendrix as well. And with only 5 block in Ames' hand, 2 armor on the table,
Makes sense.
I think this Kalissa is going to connect.
Okay.
This
That
might
is
even
lethal,
be lethal.
which is very fun for me.
It's a Blade Flurry in the arsenal for Ames, so not even a D-React available there. We're kind of face up on the table in terms of defense that's available.
This is crazy.
Take up the mantle, Command and Conquer, the last 2 cards in
I think I
Hendrix's
give
hand.
you this
Looks like
Of course.
Kabuto
to maintain
is
health
hitting the
and
table.
this.
Sadly, we cannot rewind time and have this
Block
Kabuto
5.
deny this Kalissa block, but it will still get 2 defensive value here, blocking 5
I'll
on
take the damage
10,
first, so I'll go
taking
5.
5 and letting Hendrix draw a card here is
Yeah, I was
brutal,
actually-
but Ames doesn't have any other options. It's literally impossible for him to shut down this hit.
And what's the draw?
I believe it is a cut from the same cloth. No, it isn't
Under
under
the
the trap door.
door.
Thank you.
Just another blue in this hand.
And of course, already 2 resources floating. This Command and Conquer is quote-unquote free anyways this turn. But with that, take up the mantle in hand.
Yeah, that's pretty good. You caught me with the no blocks in hand, so I'll just block for 2, and
I
that's
believe
game.
that is the game.
That's the game.
got
There's
online.
2 no blocks spelling Ames' demise here as Hendrix takes it 22-0. A commanding performance from this Arachne Marionette, from this dagger-heavy deck that you were so excited to see. What a game. Congratulations, Hendrix.
Yeah, very exciting to see, you know, all of those dagger-oriented cards doing exactly what you wanted. Cut from the same cloth, giving hand information, as well as marking, as well as bumping a dagger. You know, Saber Bloodshed, a standout star in every list that runs it, essentially.
Yeah, that
And
card is kind of effectively snatched with Go Again.
It's Snatch with Go Again that blocks 3. Pretty good card, I've
Pretty
heard.
good card, pretty good
card, I've heard. And of course, kind of the star of the show in that game, Graphing Kalissa being generated from those Orb Weaver spinnerets, just really putting Ames in a rough position every time it was swung. That quote-unquote vanilla damage is very threatening when it has Go Again and can be buffed so much at reaction speed.
Yeah, that combination of powerful 0-for-4 front pumps and powerful dagger reactions, you can just find yourself dead rather than disrupted against these dagger-heavy Arachne Marionette lists. And how many Marionettes were in the room today, Rhea? Are you sure? Let's find out.
Let's find out.
Looks like there were 4 as well as 6 Arachne slipped through the cracks. Bit of a stark contrast to where that hero used to find himself represented at the bottom of the tables with Arachne Huntsman. The Hunted has kind of turned that around with 10 of the Spider in the room here today.
Very contrasting against New, which only has 3 players here today. That might be driven by Kassai making a giant resurgence. 6 Kassai in the room, the 4th most represented hero. Our warrior players, you know, both Kassai and Fang looking to carve out a niche in the meta now that Enigma is gone and they don't need to worry so much about those threatening ward states.
Yeah, and at the top of the board, Runeblade continues to reign supreme on the weekend of Aurora's last ride, followed by Syndra, Kassai, like you mentioned, and some interesting standouts. 5 whole Fangs and Prisms in that higher representation.
I do love to see Prism highly represented. Of course, struggles when there's a lot of poppers in the meta, but we see a lot of aggro decks at the top of the top of representation. Aurora, Syndra, Kassai, you know, these aren't decks that play many poppers, which could give Prism a chance to carve away to victory in this top 8 later in the day.
Yeah, when Phantasm doesn't have a downside, it can become pretty backpicking pretty quickly. A couple other interesting shout-outs here. We have 3 Verdants. That's kind of a hero I expect to find a bit of a resurgence if the metagame starts to get really grindy. This Icelander-esque kind of wounded ball into combo style deck is really efficient against those grindy mid-range piles. Also, one hero out here repping their max armory deck cards, and that is a Rhinar down there who I believe won their first game, and if you'd believe it, is going to be our next feature match.
I am ready to see it. So we not only have Rhinar in the feature match, we also have Kassai against them.
Yeah, it's going to be Rhinar versus Kassai, one of those classic grindy decks, and maybe more importantly, Rhinar is kind of the classic deck to beat up these grindy mid-range decks, so we're going to see the outcome of that after a short break. We'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to this stop on the Flesh and Blood World Tour here at Minneapolis, the first standalone Battle Hardened to be covered by Legend Story Studios itself. I'm Elly Bird, and this is Rhea Adams, and we just came off the back of a pretty exciting Assassin versus Warrior game where the Assassin was kind of the beatdown in that matchup, kind of coming straight out the gate swinging, but we may see that turned on its head as we have Kassai versus Rhinar, which is pretty exciting. There's a pretty interesting amount of Kassai out there. We saw there's Andrew Rothermel, who had quite a showing at the Pro Tour, is also on Kassai in the room today.
Well, yeah, you know, Zen and Enigma LL'd, so now obviously we're going back to heavy hitters meta for today.
Yeah.
Rhinar and Kassai battling it out. The classic Brute versus Warrior, just reimagining what started Flesh and Blood with Welcome to Rathe.
Yeah, those Welcome to Rathe heroes ready to duke it out. And a Welcome to Rathe hero is ready for us at the feature match table. Rhinar, piloted by Ben Fiorendio against Marek Meyer on Kassai of the Golden Sands. How do you kind of expect this one to play out, Rhea?
So Kassai definitely wants to block with around 2 cards each turn and then do the classic Saber, give it go again, Saber each turn. But there's a conflict there with Rhinar's game plan because Kassai wants to keep 2 specific cards in hand. And of course, Rhinar is going to be intimidating randomly before blocking happens. So potentially has the ability to upset the blocking ability of Kassai and really degrade the offensive value of Kassai's turn. So we're really going to see the battle of mid-range here.
Yeah, getting a bunch of, implied value by disrupting the hand just by virtue of not letting Kassai block with the cards she wants to block with.
Of course, there's always the opportunity for Rhinar to go beast mode, quote unquote, and just intimidate a bunch of damage quickly and end the game fast. I heard through the grapevine that this Rhinar's round 1 was ended with a triple Blood Rush Bellow turn.
Oh my god.
If you want to play Brute, that's how you do it.
Yeah, just find all 3 Blood Rushes and win all your games. That sounds easy.
It works a couple of rounds each tournament.
Card does draw 2 cards.
Yeah, it's the classic. I mean, it's the reason that all the books were banned, right? They draw you into further copies of themselves as you dig deeper into your deck.
Find more copies of the same card. Both players shuffling up and getting ready to present here. Rhinar starting us off. Curious to see if we can see any damage come through on that 0th turn of this game.
Yeah, we'll see. Of course, you need multiple Intimidates for that to happen because Rhinar often is limited on action points unless Scab Skin Leathers are rolled. A little bit of luck involved in that, though. And Kassai, is a very traditional warrior deck. Most of this deck, if not all of it, is going to block 3. So unless there's enough to Intimidate to punch through, 3 cards in the hand, it's probably just going to be 6 in front of 6 on turn 0. That's at least what Marek is hoping for, I imagine.
Right. Looks like they are ready for us, getting straight into it. There's the fist bump, and the game is underway. 2 Centauri Sabers is a pretty interesting bring from Kassai. I was under the impression that Hot Streak was kind of one of the more traditional, you have 1 Saber, 1 Hot Streak.
Mm-hmm. Also spicy from Kassai is a Crown of Dominion in the head slot. So Kassai is royal this game and begins the game with a gold. Of course, very important in Kassai's game plan to raise an army potentially, but also just to draw cards, make those sword swings free throughout the game.
Rhinar's hand. Interesting, we see a Trot Along there. Tell me about that.
So Trot Along is a relatively new card. Gives go again to the next attack with 3 or less base power, but base is important there because the Mandible Claws, even on a turn like that they're buffed in somehow, they need a card discarded to have go again, unless you have a Trot Along stapled onto the front of it.
Right, so something like Barraging Beatdown.
Barraging Beatdown, yes.
Can give your dagger I'm so used to the 4 daggers we had this game. Give your claw a power bump, and Trot Along can help you convert that hand offensively.
Do we want to use the damage representation.
We saw an
guys.
agile windup discarded on this turn, intimidating a card out of Marek's hand and generating an agility,
Yeah,
which
I
also
understand that.
gives
Don't
these
worry
claws
about it.
go again.
It does. Another spicy card in the pitch zone for Ben, Ripple Away, obviously was very popular during Enigma meta for turning off spectral manifestations,
Right.
but still useful against things like Vynnset to deny malefic incantation triggers, stop some of those go wider turns, and Florian most certainly.
Looks like 2 claws, finding 2 3 blocks and a card straight to Ben's arsenal. With a
But-
send packing set for the next turn and over to Marek.
Kind of exactly what you want to see from Rhinar on that turn 0 there. Set up an agility so there's a guaranteed go wide turn next turn, especially when your opponent as a warrior only has a 4-card hand here.
Draw card.
Interestingly, Seduce Secrets, that's another spicy inclusion, getting pitched into that gold. So we may not see that used to raise an army, but rather to just raise the offensive value of this hand of flesh and blood cards. Saber coming in for 3, thanks to +1 from Slice and Dice Yellow.
Of course, you need to find reactions that specifically say go again in Kassai. There's no free go again like in Fang as long as you play a draconic reaction here.
Especially without that hot streak.
Especially without the hot streak.
Blade Flurry, make it 5.
Blade Flurry sending this to 5.
Make a bigger token.
Another Seduce Secrets
my
going to the pitch
goodness.
zone to generate a vigor, and that's it. That Blade Flurry converted just as a 0 for 2.
Yeah, but importantly, a sink below was put in the arsenal there. Of course, Rhinar intimidates from hand, but the arsenal is usually the safest place that your blocking cards can be against Rhinar.
Unless Rhinar plays Send Packing, banishing that sink below and not letting Marek block with it until he gets it back in his hand by defending this Send Packing. Blocking 6 with a blood on her hands and a trot along card in both players' decks here.
Chain link resolve. So you
The
get the
chain link
single
resolves. Sounds good.
Getting that sink below back to hand.
And a pulping, it looks like, but there's a whiff drawn off the top.
Yeah,
It's
found a pummel. It's
All
a
right, this is a
50-50 chance to just
Yeah, how do you
miss
wanna
on
turn
go
this?
again on this pulping.
This is a big random choice here.
Yep. Odds evens.
Of course, if the Freewheeling Renegades is discarded,
Go again.
and it
knockdown.
is the yellow pummel discarded, Freewheeling Renegades likely destined for Arsenal now. Kind of an interesting card in Rhinar. It's a 1-cost 6 power, but if it's defended by an action card, it gets -2.
Block for 1.
However, Marek is actually opting not to shut down the go again on this pulping by putting 2 cards in front of it and getting punished pretty heavily by the freewheeling Renegades hitting the combat chain, and it has to be defended by an action card to lose value. So that sink below is functionally just a block 2 on this turn.
You know, we went into this game saying Rhinar needs Intimidate to win, but it turns
Clearly
out
we were
when
wrong.
you just send 18 on turn 1,
That's quite enough.
It's pretty significant. There is go again available in Marek's hand in the form of that Glint the Quicksilver, but pretty inefficient if Ben just continues this offensive onslaught and doesn't block with cards from hand.
Marek taking 6 down to 29 to Ben's 35. Counter on the Dynamos and over to Kassai's turn.
Another pummel available. There's that Barrage and Beatdown we talked about to combine with the Trot Alongs on Mandible Claws.
Checking if we have a Kassai activation ready. Unsheathed hitting the table. Saber for 5 with go again.
Unsheathed, kind of custom made for Kassai. We've seen it played in several warriors, but it by itself provides that more than double bonus to the 2-power base Centauri Saber, so it gives it go again right off the bat.
5 go again. Taken by Rhinar, and Glint the Quicksilver finding its way into the pitch zone to pay for a vigor thanks to Grains of Blood Spill.
Ben is not here to block. Ben is here to attack.
He did not pay that entry fee to block. Second Saber connecting for 2, taking Ben to 28 to Marek's 29. I believe a second vigor was created with that spare resource.
We might see the Guardian Classic Pummeled Command and Conquer on this turn cycle.
I think that's exactly what's about to happen here. CNC coming in for 6 with a pummel waiting in the wings to take a card from hand and Marek's arsenal away from him. And this stifles the usage of defense reactions. So if Marek doesn't preemptively block for the pummel, he's going to find himself down 2 cards he didn't expect to lose.
It is critically a yellow pummel, so if there is the soul read here and 9 is put in front of this, then it won't connect over the top.
Blocking 7.
7 is not going to be enough. There's the pummel.
Pummel coming over, dealing 2, destroying Marek's arsenal, and forcing him to discard a card.
There's the sink below. There's a blade runner.
Blue blade runner hitting the graveyard.
It's not looking great for Marek so far. Ben kind of having commanding tempo in this game, but that's a relatively rough hand. Lots of blues, not much offensive power.
Marek sending just a 0 card 2 here. This Vigor token going straight into the Saber.
Savage Feast ideally has an agility stapled onto it, so you can start your turn with an Intimidate and a, quote-unquote 1-for-6 go again.
However, that Smashback Alehorn will generate a Might and an Agility, so we could see a little bit of setup from Ben's side of the table.
Yeah, it could be a slower turn cycle, arsenaling, and creating an Agility for the future turn.
Yeah,
of course,
with Run Roughshod, which will push Saber to 3, but that's not enough to come over. Marek passing and arsenaling as it's over to Ben's turn.
Yeah. Of course, it's really important to note here that Ben has Savage Sash available. So looking to set up a large combo turn with an agility, potentially with a might as well. At some point in this game, we could see that being set up here potentially going into the next turn cycle. But it means that going to give Marek breathing space to mount an offensive of his own.
However, like you said, Kassai often wants to block with 2 cards. The turn just being Smashback and swing 3 with Claw might not let Kassai block as much as she wants to.
Yeah. Hit and run kind of being redundant go it in there. Exactly plays into Kassai's game plan. And there's a Beast Within. 2 Beast Withins in this hand.
Along with that Savage Feast and Arsenal.
And several cards that discard randomly available to Ben. This could be a brutal offensive turn cycle. Kassai activation is going to threaten to generate gold.
Outland Skirmish leading here. Saber coming in for 5. No go again to speak of yet, but I'm sure she has a trick up her sleeve.
Yeah, Kassai, of course, wants to create not only gold, but also copper, which Outland Skirmish provides an outlet for. Blood on her hands, one of Kassai's most important specializations. Of course, critically wants at least 2 to 3 copper, preferably 6 if you want the full Monty, all 6 modes, But
before we can get there, we have to actually generate some copper. Saber coming in for 5, but it doesn't seem all that likely with what we've seen of Ben's hand that he is interested in blocking this at all. Going straight to reactions, run through, giving this go again, and a Blade Flurry hitting the table. Marek is kind of forcing Ben to pay for his powerful turn with a pretty serious chunk of his life total. 7 coming over here, and 4 to follow it up.
Yeah, significant offensive turn from Marek. I would be surprised if we didn't see an equipment shove here from Ben, though. I have a feeling Savage Sash is not going to survive this turn cycle. With, both the Savage Feast and Arsenal effectively having a go again from the agility, and the Pulping in hand being another source of go again. And that's not even mentioning the Stab Skin Leathers that are always on the table.
You can always decide to gamble. Interestingly, no block from the Savage Sash on this turn. He does have a blue. We may just see him want to put that in the pitch zone to maximize how likely he is to discard these Beast Withins. 16 to 27, but I suspect that Rhinar will be the one that finds himself in the lead after this turn.
So Kassai has importantly started that resource generation with both gold and copper on that turn. The key is surviving until a point in the game where it's useful. There is a 2/3 chance here to hit a Beast Within and refund this card discard while still getting the Intimidate for Rhinar.
A Beast Within.
And there it
the first
is.
one of 2 in hand.
And
Hits
a
the graveyard and it
swing big
flips
off
into
the
a swing
top.
big.
Exactly what you want to see here when you already have 2 resources floating.
7, go again. Intimidate.
And they still have the pulping available.
First Intimidate on the stack here. Banishing a card face down at random. That was a yellow 3 block. Will not be blocking on this turn. 7, go again. The first attack of many on this turn that Marek has to contend with.
Claw's importantly also online now as well, having go again because that Beast Within was discarded.
Though I'm unsure if he's really going to have the resources to swing them on this turn.
It really depends on if the Beast Within is discarded or if the Swing Big is discarded, assuming that this pulping is following the
Or a
Savage
random
Beast.
card off the top.
Or a random card off the top.
No box
Interestingly, looks like Ben forgot to draw off his Savage Feast, so we could even have, you know, this turn could be even more explosive here. He doesn't even need it. He doesn't even need it. Doesn't even need it.
7 go again, just face tanked.
A whiff, another whiff drawn off the top with this pulping.
But it's not just a whiff, it's the worst whiff in the deck because it's one of the most powerful cards.
Thankfully,
Never
a
punished.
Beast Within off the top, flipping into a Splatter Skull. Another Intimidate going on the stack, and this Splatter Skull promising to take a card away from Marek if it connects. But before we can even get there, there's 6 Dominate go again on the combat chain here.
6, dominate, go again.
And with no arsenal available to Marek, it's essentially impossible to turn off the go again on this pulping.
Interestingly, he would have ripped that Blood Rush off the Savage Feast had he remembered that trigger. This turn could have been even more insane than it already is.
But still playing out just fine for Ben because those 2 resources can pay into that Swing Big or that Splatter Scroll just fine.
Dynamo blocking 1 and taking 5. Down to 15 is Marek Meyer.
I need to revise one of my statements earlier. Neither of these players came to block. They are both here to win through offense.
I mean, maybe the 2 cards Marek wanted to block with are in the banish zone right now.
Very well could be.
Savage
Now
Sash
we're seeing
being
Savage Sash
cracked.
being popped. Okay, Ben potentially wanting to keep that
that's
Blood
so
Rush Bellow for the next
interesting.
turn.
Yeah, he cashed in that Sash just for 1 resource to send this Splatter Skull to hold on to that Blood Rush. That is definitely the kind of decision-making you see come from a seasoned Brute player willing to bet it all on just setting up the most important card in his deck.
And of course, Splatter Skull with a very threatening on-hit here. One of the few on-hit card advantage tools that Brute has available. But on-hit, of course,
So you would choose, but you wouldn't know what.
This is kind of a funny one. Players are clarifying that the Brute player chooses the card to put into the graveyard off of Splatter Skull, but he doesn't get to look at them. So it is effectively random, even though it isn't literally random.
that's a fun achievement to play in your Flesh and Blood lifetime, is finding a case where choosing the Splatter Skull face-down card is relevant to the game state. I challenge you viewers to give me an example of that one in the chat.
You just got to pay attention to how your opponent reacts when you intimidate
It's
cards.
all about the body language.
It's all about the poker face. Splatter Skull. Pretty brutal ending to this wide Brute turn here.
That was a devastating on-hit because you're essentially telling Marek, you either need to shove equipment in front of this and a card, or give me both of the cards in your hand, which you didn't get to choose to block with. They're randomly there from Intimidate. Or else, you know, essentially discard a card.
The
And
second way to take cards away from Marek that we'll have seen this game, the first being that CNC pummel.
the third even, there was the send packing.
That's true, there was that send packing.
earlier in the game.
We're good. It's
And Ben has the Blood Rush Bellow to follow up on the next turn cycle.
Marek may be forced to take some damage here. It looks like his only sources of go again are both stuck in the hand as the cards he would have to block with to protect his banished cards. Not to mention, if he takes this, he goes all the way down to 9. Looks like 4 armor being shoved here just to preserve some life total.
7.
Blade Runner yellow finding its way to the combat chain to defend here. Holding on to those cards at a pretty hefty cost, you know. When that Blood Rush is going into the arsenal, you really want to save the armor for that turn.
Yep. Another Beast Within off the top. Skullcrack. Sand Stretch Plan. And a second Splatter Skull. I don't know that you could choose these hands better than how Ben is drawing them.
Drawing a card to make the swords free this turn with that Sharpened Senses that was intimidated away. Activating Kassai, banishing some cards, looking to find a gold for the next turn. Marek is trying to set up, but may just not have the life remaining in the tank to get to his turn he's trying to set up for.
Yeah, now importantly, we did see the chess piece destroyed on Ben's turn last turn. So kind of has to play honest with resources for the rest of the game. But in a deck that plays a healthy amount of blues and yellows, it shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Scowling Fleshbag, taking a card out of Marek's hand. Pretty fantastic when you want to protect your pivot here.
Yeah, essentially forcing an arsenal for Marek that might not be desirable.
Saber for 2 is the second attack here. In the swing, hitting the combat chain and pushing this to 5. 3 coming over and putting Ben to 10 to Marek's 15.
Importantly, very importantly, the alt-art promo in the swing. This is a absolutely blinged out Kassai deck. You can really feel the love for the hero from Marek.
Maybe he's playing the second Centauri Saber because it's simply rarer than Hot Streak. Sand Sketch Plan hitting the pitch zone, and here comes the Blood Rush Bellow.
All right, we all want to know the question. Is Beast Within going to draw essentially an extra card for the 3rd time this game? It's not. It's the Splatter Skull.
We may see some more opportunities, though.
Don't worry.
Yeah, and Marek accidentally bleeding some information there. There's at least 1 Blade Runner in the hand that was shown before the face-down Intimidate happened.
Intimidated, 2 coming off the top. A blue, which is kind of exactly what you want to find to swing both those claws on your Blood Rush Bellow turn. The first one coming in for 5 with Go Again.
It's a third of Marek's life total at this point in the game. You know, it's just vanilla damage, but it's a lot of damage this late.
Especially when you just don't get to block with the cards you want to block with.
These Splatter Skulls kind of awkward, these Skull Cracks kind of awkward in Ben's hand right now. Just kind of vanilla 2-for-6s, just brutal assaults, unless they're discarded to another brute, random discard.
How many brute cards can have Skull in the name? Blocking with an Iron Song response, red for 3, taking 2 down to 13, trying to just preserve as much life total as he can through this Blood Rush assault. Yeah. 5 Go Again is the ask a second time with Mandible Claw. We may just see that Beast Within used for resources here to come in for 8. If Marek doesn't block, we are going to see Lethal put on the stack this turn.
I mean, 2-card 8 is never embarrassing.
Taking 5 down to 8. To Ben's 10.
Having a Skull Crack put in Arsenal, though, not necessarily ideal. Not exactly a power card that you want to save for later in the game, but certainly better than suffering a self-imposed intellect penalty on this turn cycle.
It is at the least a 2-for-6. Skullcrack coming across for 8 here.
That is lethal.
That is the entirety of Marek's remaining life total. He does have a little bit of armor left to work with, but if he goes too low, he has to contend with the powerful Brute defense reaction Reckless Swing, threatening to kill him on his own turn.
Yeah, and I think it's really important to note that Ben is not only ahead on life currently, but also armor. This Apex Bonebreaker hasn't been blocked with yet this game, so it's not only representing 3 defensive value, but also up to 2 offensive value by generating mites.
Looks like we're going to see Valiant Dynamo and a red Blade Runner blocked with, as well as the second block on those Brave Forge Bracers, covering up 5 and taking 3 down 2-5.
Pretty satisfying Blood Rush Bella turn, I have to say. Really accomplished everything you want to do with those turn cycles. Both claws swung, ended on an 8.
And disrupted your opponent's hand pretty severely.
Absolutely.
Cracking a gold for the 3rd turn in a row is Marek.
Marek has been very aggressive with that gold usage during this game, but it's really been rewarding him because these Kassai activations have been very consistent. The deck is honestly firing on all cylinders if the wrong cards weren't being intimidated.
Yeah, he's even managed to activate Kassai 3 turns in a row here. Threatening a gold yet again. But how much does a gold matter when you're at 5 life?
Smashback Ailhorn. It's kind of an awkward hand for Ben in terms of go again.
He doesn't need that much to make Marek block, though. Interesting. Precision Press was the card forced into Arsenal by Scowling Fleshbag. He basically just forced a 0-value blue into Marek's Arsenal.
It is kind of ironic here because there's this late in the game perhaps an incentive to block with the Apex Bonebreaker, but piercing granted through that Precision Press kind of disincentivizes it.
It will force 1 over if he chooses to block with just the Apex Bonebreaker. Piercing is kind of a novel mechanic. It was like introduced in Dynasty and only on Warrior and Assassin cards there. And I believe the only card we've seen printed since with Piercing is Hunter's Clave.
I believe so, yeah.
Bit of a interesting little mechanic. I kind of like it. I like mechanics that punish like armor reliance.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a very real threat to the on-hit here. Of course, there was a Kassai activation that was just cashed in on that first Saber swing. Hit and run giving go again.
Marek opting to put this run through in his arsenal here to set up for a future turn, but he might just not really have the time to make use of it like that. Ben considering his blocking options. Blocking with Apex Bonebreaker and Command and Conquer. It'll go to 5 since an attack action is defending this Centauri Saber, but 5 was already the block, and a Might is generated.
And importantly, there's a way for Ben to disrupt Marek in the form of that Sun Packing that's now at a break point. Of course, Valiant Dynamos are available, but still demanding 2 cards from hand.
We're going to see the Scab Skins rolled.
All 3 action points!
All action points with which to work on this turn.
And 2 blues!
He has that Skullcrack in his arsenal. We can see Send Packing or Skullcrack into the other. 7 functionally with go again. 2 action points remaining, banishing that run through and promising that Marek will lose it if he doesn't defend this fully with 2 cards from hand and that Valiant Dynamo.
And there's 6 power follow-up after this. You know, I was talking about how Skullcrack is just a vanilla attack. The D-React.
The D-React very efficiently blocking 7 here, sending a card to the bottom.
This comes back to hand.
Picking up the card from Send Packing as the chain link resolves and following it up with lethal another time. He can't just shove armor on this. He's asked for yet another card, and Rhinar is still at an effective 10 HP with 8 life and 2 points of armor still on the board.
No Arsenal going into the next turn cycle, though, so having to start play a little bit fairer hands. Marek really thinking about blocks. Has to give something.
Definitely giving up the Dynamo here. Looks like draw swords as well. Bit of an interesting inclusion. I was talking to Marek last night, and he's very proud of this kind of interesting draw swords Kassai deck where you use this card to replace itself, get +3, and turn on your Kassai, but we haven't seen one resolved this entire game. The first one he's seen, he's been as low as to be forced to block with it already.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a Kassai deck just completely oriented around making those swords free as often as possible. We see the gold popped yet again, but with only a 3-card hand here, and Ben with a Blood Rush Bellow in hand.
As well as the blues to pay for it.
This might not be enough for Marek to reclaim tempo in this game.
Yellow Blade Runner.
Run through, hitting
yes.
the table.
Gives a go again. +2 the next round.
2 go again, sending Ben down to 6. And it looks like Saber for 4 will be the follow-up. We may see it pumped by Brave Forge Bracers. Creating a Vigor for a next turn he may just not see.
And a Kassai activation. Okay, really saying, I know you don't want to block the second Saber swing, but I'm going to punish you if you don't.
It may just not matter, though. Saber for 4 coming in. This isn't lethal. Ben shoving 2 points of armor here.
Yeah, Ben really acknowledging, listen, we're probably in the final turn cycle of the game, so I'm going to get every point of value I can out of my armor before it's too late.
Ben taking 2 down to 4, I believe.
Is it going to matter, though? There's only one miss in this hand, which can be pitched to the Blood Rush Bellow.
And Marek has drawn a non-blocking card in the form of Gorganian Tome. If the Intimidates land right, he might not be able to block very much at all on this turn.
Not what you want to see this late in the game.
Wrecker Romp discarded. Drawing 2.
What are
Let's
the
see
draws off
rips.
the top?
Oh, looks like we're going to resolve the Intimidates first. 1 through 4.
Yep.
Rerolling. Rerolling. Now that's a good Brute player. He just rolled 3 6s in a row. Sending a blocking card to the Banished Zone. I believe it was Draw
Splatter
Swords.
Skull and Reckless Swing are the draws.
He can Mandible Claw, Splatter Skull on this turn. Not only is that 18 damage that forces a card out of hand, I believe Marek's hand only blocks 6 from here.
I think the writing might be on the wall on this turn cycle.
Might be. I think
Tome's
he's
still in the hand.
guaranteed dead here.
Block for 5.
Giving 5 here with blood on her hands, Grains of Blood Spill, and that Dynamo.
It's just a second claw and a Splatter Skull away from victory. Ben really thinking about it.
Looks like second claws. No, he's going straight into
Oh.
the Splatter Skull here.
Saving the Reckless Swing for Arsenal.
Big game.
Oh, there's not enough block.
He didn't have enough block to shut this down. Anyways, his plan was to get that Reckless Swing into Arsenal to use it to close the game, but he ended up not even needing to because the non-block on that Gorganian Tome reared its ugly head. Congratulations to Ben, 2-0 at Battle Hardened Minneapolis on Rhinar, the Reckless Rampage, on a list piloted and pioneered by Eugene C., kind of everyone's favorite Rhinar fan out there.
Rhinar definitely finding a niche in this meta of heroes that want to block a lot.
Yeah,
now that Enigma has LL'd and can't punish them anymore, there's kind of a new gatekeeper to the meta. You have to play at least a little aggressively, or else you will get intimidated out of the game by Rhinar.
And speaking of decks that don't want to play aggressively at all, get excited for Mastery Pack Guardian coming later in this year. 130 card set, 13 cards per pack, 12 packs per display. This is actually interesting. I didn't know it was configured like this, so that's pretty cool for me to find out right here now. I thought it might be the typical 24-pack booster box, but I suppose since it's not a draftable, it's set up in that just open and shred kind of configuration. And with the lower MSRP, you know, this is a really neat and accessible jumping off point for people who just want to play kind of, you know, this class that has had to wait in the wings thanks to Part the Mist Veil, maybe coming back this fall to master the field with their Mastery Pack.
Yeah, you know, not a draftable set, but still perfectly configured for 2-player sealed with 12 packs per box.
Really?
Or Crack Shuffle Play, which this set is compatible with as well. Everything's Guardian. It can all go directly into your deck.
Just all into it. That's so cool. I haven't played Crack Shuffle Play since Bright Lights. I guess that was the last time it was a legal and accessible thing, but that's still pretty kind of, you know, fun. And if you want to get your hands on some Mastery Pack cards to play with early, there is Batter to a Pulp as release celebration promo and a Gen Con, but this is also available if you get down to your local Pro Quests this season. You can get your hands on this card early, as well as a promo copy of the hero in the set, Valda Seismic Surge. or seismic impact, sorry. And those will actually be legal June 6th with the release of High Seas, injecting a little bit of Guardian hype into the metagame ahead of the rest of these amazing cards in this set. Put them in their place. I believe the first Valda specialization printed, a 6 for 10. It's got that Thunderquake stat line with kind of a really sick piece of text on it. If it crushes them, they get a new set of random cards. So if you force this through, not only do they not get to play in their hand, but you end up making a whole hell of a lot of seismic surges, especially if your attack already has Dominate, thanks to Valda's text box.
You know, I'm not historically a huge Guardian player, but I am actually very excited for Valda. Seismic Eruption is my kind of card.
That
I
card is
love
so
to
cool.
be able to arsenal cards and then later convert them into resources.
Not
this
just
is an
resources.
instant that gives Dominate and 3 resources effectively.
Yeah, very cool and exciting, as well as that solid ground card. I really enjoy the theme of Seismic Surge payoffs. And speaking of Seismic Surge payoffs, this set contains something I think is pretty cool. 3 variants of different Seismic Surges, all available in Marvel. You know, for a very long time, it's been a bit of a meme that Illusionist is the class that gets all the bling, and no more is that true. Guardian, Illusion's kind of ancient nemesis, starting to get a little bit of that swag treatment with some special Seismic Surges available and some more Marvels in the set. Talk about having an answer to Intimidate. Oh no, I don't have any cards left in my hand. Testament of Valahai can block up to 5, depending on how many Seismic Surges you have. What a sick set. I'm quite excited to see it.
I am very excited as well. Mastery Pack Guardian proposing a shift back to kind of the roots of Flesh and Blood, with Guardian being one of the more dominant controlled classes in the game historically.
Yeah. Speaking of some of our more classic matchups and classes in the game, we have the Light versus Shadow showdown for you next. Prism versus Vynnset. Quite an exciting one. We'll be back after a short break to get straight into that game. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to this stop on the Flesh and Blood World Tour here in Minneapolis, where a titanic showdown of light versus shadow is about to occur with Vynnset versus Prism. I'm Elly Bird, and this is one of your resident Prism fans, Rhea Adams.
But been known to dabble a little bit in the past.
Just dabble? Just dabble?
Just dabble.
Prism's like C tier.
I
She's
only
okay.
have most of the deck stamped.
Oh, well, that's okay. That's okay. Let's find out just how much of our player's deck is stamped. Logan King, local Prism player. Let's get in there. Actually played a game with Logan last night at the Super Armory that was pretty wacky. Incredibly fun person to play against. Incredibly nice person to play against. Also, insanely good at Prism and Flesh and Blood. He was the person we saw do the famous Kraken's Ether Vein for like 107 against Summer at that one Battle Hardened, the LL Battle Hardened.
At the one Battle Hardened it was legal for.
One Battle Hardened Kraken's Ether Vein, the only banned card in Living Legend, was legal for versus Isaac Houk, also a prolific Vynnset player on the other side of the table. As we get deeper into this tournament, we start to see some of these more seasoned, kind of bigger names clashing, and I'm particularly excited for this matchup.
Yeah, this matchup is very interesting, especially from the Prism's point of view. You want to threaten Heralds against Vynnset because Vynnset's poppers are also the attacks that you want to put in Banish using that Vynnset mandatory Banish trigger at the start of each turn. However, if you do that, you're opening yourself wide open to the ability or the possibility of them having multiple of these attacks. So you're 2-for-1ing yourself eventually. You're trading 2 of your cards, the Herald and the Pitch card, for one of theirs, and then they still get to RuneGate you back on their turn.
Right, so your goal is to tax their hand with your Heralds, but if it doesn't line up, it can go pretty poorly for you. However, Logan has a pretty sweet start here. Herald of Protection, and he's holding on to both the Herald of Erudition and an Angelic Wrath. Herald of Erudition hitting the pitch zone to send this blue Herald for 5 with Go Again.
Yeah, so importantly, if we check out Logan's equipment suite here, we see Vestige of Soul, which actually indicates that this is going to be a aura-oriented matchup.
Right.
Going to prioritize that Merciful Retribution that we just saw in the hand. And, you know, we talked about stamp cards. There is a stamped Herald of Erudition in the pitch zone. Logan definitely an appreciative or an enjoyer of the bling.
Illusionist players, they're all the same. Every time I play against one, their deck is like as shiny as it can possibly be. One of the judges here, Brandon, last night joked about how every time he deck checks Illusionist players, he's like, oh my god, I'm handling like so much money. It's making me anxious. And like you mentioned, we're seeing a pop straight here. Now, Logan didn't use the action point he paid into, but he did pitch into Phantasmal Footsteps.
Yeah, so Angelic Wrath, when you don't have another Herald in hand and you have a second no block in hand already, that Merciful Retribution, just kind of a liability to have in your hand on the next turn cycle. Better to pitch it away and just draw 4 fresh cards off the top.
Isaac putting his second Blood Debt attack action into the Banished Zone here. 2 Rune Chants on the board. He can play any RuneGate card with cost 2 or less. However, his hand appears to be all RuneGate.
Yeah. Widespread Annihilation, a blue popper, can be both resources or a RuneGate attack.
Eat your heart out, brutes.
Brute wishes. Although, of course, it's a 4-cost attack. You definitely have to work for it as this 6-power blue. Really considering what the play is.
Isaac trying to figure out what to do with this relatively bricky hand. He doesn't have Grasp of the Arknight to kind of help him convert these hands that maybe have too many resources and not enough ways to spend them. Tear Through the Portal is going to give something in the Banished Zone Go Again. Sorry.
Yeah. Targeting red cards to give them Go Again. And importantly, interesting.
Just seeing this definitely, this is a really interesting kind of play. Talk to me about what's going on here.
Yeah, so the Deathly Whale is threatening to create a rune chant if Logan takes any damage. So that has happened at least. So the Deathly Whale, excuse me, the Deathly Whale will create a rune chant from that. But Vynnset has a triggered ability whenever a shadow card is played. She can pay a life to make the first point of Arcane unpreventable, which is exactly what we saw happen there. So even though the tear through the portal, not gaining any face value from the loss to go again that it provided, but it is forcing 1 arcane damage through, and that's meaning that the Deathly Whale will generate 2 rune chants, so that there's a guaranteed rune gate from the Banish Zone next turn as well.
Logan getting some extra blocks since this attack is not 6 power, using this blue to cover up a rune chant and block with his Phantasmal Footsteps, clearly valuing his life total, staying high as he only has 32 to work with. 30 to 36. Isaac makes 2 rune chants as he closes the chain and passes back to Logan. And here comes the first Herald of Erudition of the game, but the second one we've seen.
Yeah. Commonly a card that is pitched for as late in the game as possible once you've shredded your opponent's armor. Of course, you have to work through the poppers first as well, but you're kind of priced into attacking with something here to get that Figment out of hand. Really don't want to have to play those out from hand. They're 4 cost, and they only give you about 1 point of value when they hit the arena.
Yeah, definitely a brutal thing to draw. Last night, in Logan and I's Super Emery game, he haloed to find Triumph, and classically drew the Figment of Triumph off the halo trigger.
Oh, no. Call banished here. That's a great, powerful new tool for Vynnset, and a Malefic Incantation.
Here comes that setup. I believe that is an Envelop in Darkness in Isaac's hand here, and his Tunic is on 3. So we're going to see a life point paid, I believe, into this Envelop, and he gets to play that Cull to force cards out of Logan's hand and force damage through.
Yeah, so importantly, Cole just cares about any hero losing life in order to play it as an instant. So paying into the Vynnset trigger lets you play it as an instant before your opponent has any opportunities to block.
Yeah, there's a non-attack action without Go Again, but playing it as an instant can help you get it out there. Isaac sending Deathly Delight for 4 and 5. I believe the first rune chant here is unpreventable. And since Isaac has also lost a life, he's going to gain 2 when the combat chain closes, thanks to Deathly Delight's ability.
I think this is really smart. You have a guaranteed 2 life gain from the Deathly Delight this turn, compared to the Widespread Ruin, which might banish a card for you on hit. But that's not even necessarily desirable, considering that you already have a healthy amount of blood debt in your banished zone. So this sequencing makes a lot of sense, and also helps smooth over the future turns, which is really what Vynnset is trying to do. You never want to brick and give Prism an opportunity to develop a significant board state during the game.
Genesis being used just to soak up some damage here. 1 rune chant left to contend with, taking it down to 29. Isaac does get to hold, kind of do something that I affectionately refer to as holding the opponent at Cull gunpoint, where he basically gets to decide whether to use it based on how much Logan commits to blocks here on this 8-power Deathly Delight.
Logan posturing, thinking about blocking with the Pierce Reality Spectra, which just leaves a That All You Got in hand, I assume about to be added as a defending card.
However, if Isaac chooses to cull it, which he did not, he could force some extra damage through.
Yeah, definitely disincentivized from trying to hold the Pierce Reality to play on your turn, because Cole is just sitting there threatening to take it away.
Isaac gaining 2 life and then immediately losing it to the 2 blood debt he has there. Going down to 35 to Logan's 28.
Logan playing a very patient game at the start of this game. Obviously has that Merciful Retribution in arsenal, looking for some kind of pivot turn where he can kind of bait a popped Herald and then punish it by getting the Merciful Retribution out, which will send the Herald to Soul, get a Prism trigger, and start this value train rolling.
This is a little novel. Isaac has drawn 3 copies of Succumb to Temptation in one hand alongside a Funeral Moon. Not only does he not have an attack action card to banish to Vynnset's ability, while he does have the Funeral Moon, his hand doesn't really do all that much.
Yeah, Succumb to Temptation is obviously a very powerful card when you can catch your opponent not blocking, but Logan has been very defensive so far in this game, and so there's unlikely to be a gotcha here.
He does at least have an attack action card he can send.
With that Widespread Destruction, absolutely. The 2 rune chants, of course, Widespread Ruin, excuse me.
It'll also generate one on the back end thanks to Malefic Incantation. That card smooths so many of Vynnset's turns out.
It really does prevent many bricks.
Succumb to Temptation being played at action speed here.
Yeah, kind of ironically, a novel use case for the card. You obviously want to be playing it as a surprise instant, but when you play it out as an action before the attack action card, you're kind of telling your opponent, hey, you have to block.
Please block.
Please block.
Please block.
I definitely don't have any tricks following it up.
Never. Here comes 2 Rune Chants and a Widespread Ruin for 6. Threatening a card off the top of Logan's deck should it connect. And if Isaac chooses to play a Funeral Moon and pay a life, or a Cull and pay a life, this turn, if Logan takes any damage, he can also get to gamble a little on the top of his deck, banishing it and hoping to functionally draw a card by hitting a Blood Dead attack action.
Yeah, so Logan is kind of in a hard place here. If he doesn't prevent the arcane damage, then the Succumb is threatening an on-hit on the Widespread Ruin. But if he respects the arcane, he has fewer cards available to block out the physical power on the Widespread Ruin, which has its own on-hit and, of course, still threatens the Cull and the Funeral Moon.
No blocks.
Saying no blocks.
Interesting.
Potentially walking straight into this Cull. Voluntarily, even.
I will.
Oh, he has an Arclight Sentinel in his hand. We may see hit trigger on the stack. An Arclight Sentinel played to kind of buy him a turn here.
Yeah,
I
if
just
you-
can't full cover it, so we'll just ALS.
He says,
Exactly
I can't full
so.
cover it. I will just play the Arclight Sentinel. Now, Succumb to Temptation doesn't do anything, and Isaac doesn't really have any use for this Cull he has in the Banished Zone.
Funeral Moon, of course, can still create a second Rune Chant. But there's, importantly, nothing Rune Gate available.
He just banished Figment of Erudition off the top of
Oh,
Logan's deck,
that's
denying him the most
disastrous.
powerful angel in his arsenal. He no longer has access to Soraya, the Archangel of Knowledge, which is kind of Prism's whole game plan. You want to find that angel, establish it, and draw a bunch of cards to bury your opponent in value, and now he's just cut off from that.
Yeah, Figment of Erudition obviously can be recurred when it's in the graveyard thanks to Avalon, but once it's in the Banished Zone, it's gone for this game. Like a terrible loss considering that this is a Vestige of Soul game plan. Logan might have to immediately pivot into trying to fatigue Vynnset if there isn't going to be an overwhelming combo turn this game.
But fatiguing Vynnset may be a little bit off the table, with Logan already down to 22 to Vynnset's 34.
I'll pass to you.
Just passing through with that Arclight Sentinel on the board.
Yeah, of course, Vynnset forced to deal with the Arclight while still also losing a card from hand to the Banish.
However, those Rune Chants would allow Isaac, so Rune Chants trigger when you attack into Spectra, correct?
Yes.
So if he attacks into the Spectra and Logan takes the Rune Chants, he can play Succumb to Temptation to get an action point back and continue pushing, which is particularly significant because not only does it nullify the value of this Arclight Sentinel, Logan's hand has 3 no blocks in it. He's holding 2 Figments and a Genesis.
The question is, does Logan have the foresight to prevent the arcane damage so that Succumb can't be played as an instant? We saw one last turn cycle. I don't know if the Soul Read is there that all 3 were in that hand.
How could you possibly? Aside from the face Isaac made when he drew it.
Well, there is always that possibility.
Oh, looks like we're
Oh
gonna see
my,
Grimoire of the Haunt activated?
really thinking about it. So Grimoire of the Haunt produces an Eloquence token, which gives a non-attack action go again. But Isaac is now on a blood debt clock for the rest of the game. That book is going to stay there and ping for 1 in the Banished Zone every turn.
Bit like Carrion Husk, you have something on the board that can generate a whole bunch of value for you, but it continues eating away at your life total for the rest of the game.
Yeah, so Cole asking Logan to give up a card from hand, but when there's instant auras available, he might be able to, again, just dump the hand into Spectra in response to the call.
I believe his hand is 3 yellows and a blue, so he's forced to banish at least something. There are already
Another
2
Figment
figments in
gone.
the vanished zone, and Logan has not resolved a single angel.
Not exactly how you want to pilot this game as Prism, although a lot of this has just been bad luck, to be honest.
Here comes Deathly Whale.
Of
for
course.
3 and 6.
Pointed at the Arclight Sentinel, mandatory.
Yes. However, 1 unpreventable arcane is going to come across as Isaac paid 1
So
life to
take the one
Vynnset's
unpreventable,
trigger.
go to 21.
Yeah, so we're going to have 3 rune chants ending this turn, which means that any rune gates drawn for the next turn are live, as well as the Eloquent Eulogy that was banished at the start of this turn. Vynnset still just maintaining that consistent flow of attacks throughout the game.
That's gotta be bad.
Really has to be just the #1 priority to not brick into Prism. If you blink, Prism has a board state.
Yeah, many games are won by Prism with her at, 3 life as she stabilizes too late, and suddenly you find yourself drowned in onboard value.
These rune chants are still very threatening, though. Of course, 1 was pushed through. Succumb is live.
Take him out, take
So
him out.
Succumb, so Succumb can generate an action point, and there's an Eloquent Eulogy there that can attack after it.
And Logan literally cannot block it, as his hand has a block value of 2 with just that Passing Mirage and 2 instants.
I'll cover
Looks like he's using the Figment of Judgment to get a little bit of life by A-B'ing both of these rune chants. Spectra closing the combat chain, which will then force Deathly Whale to make 2 rune chants.
We can double check with the judge. Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Judge.
Looks like there's a minor rules question there that the players are going to resolve. Importantly, it's a question of, does Deathly Whale's text create rune chants when it's attacking into a Spectra?
Does it? I don't know.
No,
No?
it doesn't.
How sure are you?
I'm about 90% sure because I've had this come up myself.
Really?
But I believe that the card does not, the attack action card does not gain its own text
because it doesn't
until
resolve.
it resolves as a chain link. Yeah, so Spectra creates the close step in the layer step before the attack becomes attacking and functionally gains its text in its text box.
Good
Of
old
course,
Spectra.
I am not a judge, so we'll see if that's resolved in that manner, or I could be very wrong.
Who could say? That is classic Spectra shenanigans, kind of having these interesting and novel interactions with the rules in ways you wouldn't expect. What's your favorite? You're a Prism fan. What's your favorite Spectra interaction?
Oh my gosh. My favorite Spectra interaction is attacking Merciful Retribution when there is, when you have a Vestige of Soul and you have a light yellow and a blue in hand and an Arclight Sentinel, and asking the question, is there a window of opportunity between the Merciful being destroyed and Arcane pings going on the stack such that you can play ALS? And the answer is no, for the most contrived reasons you've ever heard. Sounds like the judge call is resolved.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
And sounds like I got it right, actually. Those rune chants will not be generated. The text
there, but
doesn't
you do still
hit
have
the
this one on
chain link until the attack proceeds into the attack step, which is never
you
reached
will.
during Spectra.
Interesting.
Oh, okay. I
Two
don't
Succumb to
keep any
Temptations hitting the table here,
Oh,
gaining
two action
2 action points for Isaac. And here comes an Eloquent Eulogy for 4 and 1. And since both players have already lost life this turn, it doesn't matter how much damage is dealt on this chain. This Eulogy will make an Eloquence.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the second action point, you know, it's not just style points. Following up this Eloquent Eulogy with a Flail of Agony to threaten another rune chant on the end of this turn is really valuable here when Prism doesn't have one resource floating to pay into Footsteps. It's definitely the most efficient way for Prism to block, but without any Figments on the board and any soul to flip those Figments,
This game's doing very poorly.
not really the opportunity.
Logan joking with his opponent. This game is going very poorly for me.
Certainly
all
not,
gone.
not the way you draw it
appreciate
up
that.
during
It's good the book's
practice.
gone. I appreciate that.
That is a weird one.
For either player, really.
Yeah.
As Vynnset, you definitely don't want to draw triple Succumb to Temptation.
Is that not desirable?
Maybe it was this game. Who could say?
Who could say? Well, Eloquent Eulogy almost certainly going to connect here with only 2 block available in Logan's hand.
He is capable of just arcane barriering the rune chant to get that Figment out of hand, and then blocking with the passing Mirage. You know, he'll take damage, but the Sakams won't do anything. But how
I'm
long
gonna no blocks here.
can he just do
I'm
nothing?
gonna take 4.
Well, there's also the opportunity to just play the passing Mirage, which demands an action point in a future turn.
17.
That would be the case if these Succumb to Temptations weren't going to
Oh
force
my
him to
goodness.
discard
Sub
it.
hit trigger.
So with the hit trigger on the stack, he's going to play Merciful Retribution, pitching that passing
Doesn't matter,
Mirage,
you have an action point.
clearing his hand.
But now the question is, does Isaac want to end the turn with a rune chant or destroy the
loaded.
Merciful Retribution? We've talked about this throughout this game. You really want to keep up your consistency through these turns as Vynnset and not have an off turn, which means the rune chant is really valuable to generate here. But having a Merciful out that can create Figments or draw them from deck when Heralds are popped on future turns also plays
Still
into
doing
Prism's game
just
plan.
fine, I think.
Yeah. Let me look at here.
Very interesting question presented to our Vynnset player here.
So importantly, if Merciful Retribution is the target of Flail, it will not only deal 1 arcane itself, but it will go to Soul.
Yeah, 1 arcane.
Now, 2 Soul, or the first Soul, when you're
this does 1
presenting
arcane.
Vestige of Soul as Prism, is very important because it means that you have an on-demand Angel attack trigger at your disposal. You can get the second Soul from activating your Halo of Illumination, go search whatever Figment you want, awaken the Angel, and then attack with the Angel and immediately burn that second Soul in order to get the attack trigger. Now, ideally, you want to use that on Soraya, Archangel of Erudition, but unfortunately that's in the banished zone. What there is available, though, to Logan is Themis, the Archangel of Judgment. Typically kind of a throwaway Figment in most matchups, but turning cards face down in the banished zone, very valuable against Vynnset, who is forced to banish those at the start of each turn, essentially discarding cards from the opponent.
Tuning up to 3 and a Vynnset trigger on the stack. Call to the Banish Zone, making a rune chant for Isaac.
But no attack to Runegate this turn. Call with Go Again from the Eloquence.
Call with Go Again
Yep,
from the
yep,
Eloquence.
yeah.
And the
Banishing
library banish!
from Logan's hand.
I can't help but notice how full that banish zone is of cards that don't block.
And Isaac banishing a Runegate attack to his own call, then playing Deadwood Dirge. Not only is this pretty sweet sequencing where you get value out of forcing yourself to banish cards, however, this is also just kind of a brutal turn.
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
So it's a red Deathly Whale. If you want to prevent rune chants from being generated, you have to block 9, but you only have 3 cards in hand as Logan. And
I also believe life was paid to Vynnset's trigger.
probably not going to happen then.
He's going to cover 2 with a yellow non-block in his hand and block 6. But he just hasn't been able to muster any sort of offense on this turn. And Isaac yet again has 2 rune chants going into his next turn. And Logan has no cards to work with.
Yeah, library being banished there is especially brutal because 5 Intellect is frequently an avenue that these combo-oriented Prism plans use to get back into the game after a slow start.
Interestingly, Isaac has drawn a Reduce to Rune Chant on this turn, not a card he can actually use against Logan, since he just hasn't been attacking him.
Yeah. But there is still something with Runegate to banish, and there are 3 rune chants that will be available.
Yep, that Widespread Destruction. Gonna come in for 9. The text not particularly relevant on it, since Logan does not have an arsenal. Shadow Puppetry. Hitting the table, promising +1. Go Again, and potentially banishing a good Runegate card off the top of Isaac's deck.
So stapling this 7th power onto the card and giving it an on-hit of potentially drawing a card for Isaac is really powerful when your text on Widespread Destruction, which normally banishes cards from Arsenal, is otherwise blanked.
Yeah, presently doesn't do anything at all.
Well, there is one interesting interaction, is that if Isaac paid life into the Shadow Puppetry, he can banish his own arsenal, because Widespread Destruction checks both players. If either player has lost life, they banish their arsenal.
Fascinating.
Can be useful for things like Cull, or Funeral Moon.
Cover
Things you
one.
want to tuck for a later turn in your Banish Zone and still get a fresh arsenal.
Take 2.
Logan covering just 1 Arcane with a blue, maybe looking to resolve an Aura on this turn.
No ball.
There is an Arclight Sentinel in hand.
Oh,
And
7
4 more
damage
resources.
though.
That's half of Logan's current life total. And there's an on-hit on top of this. Although I don't think Logan's hand can block it even if he wanted to. All right. What is the peak on the top of the deck for Isaac? Oh, there's a hit trigger. Don't forget it.
Let's see. Leaving it there.
Leaving it there. It's a whiff or
Something he just
undesired
doesn't
blood
want.
debt. Not mandatory shadow puppetry. And it's definitely a test of skill to know when you do banish it and when you don't.
In damage, I'm going to ALS.
It's like
I
an
was supposed to do that,
Arclight
just
Sentinel
don't see
hitting
shadow
the
puppetry.
table, looking to stifle Isaac's use of Go Again on this turn, which is particularly brutal because he has this reduced to rune chant he can't use that he was obviously going to pitch into this Eloquent Eulogy, and now he just has to do that into the Arclight Sentinel.
So this finally might be the window of opportunity Logan was looking for, because we're, for once, going to end a turn this game with no leftover rune chants for Isaac. But of course, there's an Eloquent Eulogy in hand. That's a RuneGate 1 card that can be banished and make or be played on its 1 rune chant generated. Oh,
Interestingly, Isaac did not close the combat chain before swinging into that Arclight Sentinel. The loss of life, thanks to his Flail of Agony, is going to force him to lose his own arsenal when the chain is closed because of Widespread Destruction's trigger, and I think he's losing something pretty painful here.
yeah,
It's
Revel in
Revel in
Runeblood.
Runeblood.
One of your most powerful go wide cards in Vynnset, because it by itself makes 4 rune chants, which rune gates anything that you want in the deck.
And it's just a ton of damage.
Do you know 0 for 4 go again? I've heard that's a pretty good card.
No.
Really thinking about the arsenal here, it can't be the D-React because your opponent just has no hand to attack you with.
Yeah, when you arsenal a defense reaction and your opponent knows about it and chooses not to attack you, things can get pretty bad for you pretty quickly. Or if it's just a game state like this, those defense reactions can get pretty clunky pretty quickly when you just can't mount any offense. Looks like he's going to banish that reduced to rune chant to Vynnset's trigger here. He doesn't have a blood debt attack, so he's just going to get it out of the way. This might be the opportunity Logan needs to kind of find some purchase in this game.
Mm-hmm. Of course, there is the Eloquent Eulogy in Arsenal that can be played off of Tunic, but somewhat losing value there from the mandatory Vynnset trigger. It's going to be a Malefic Incantation, setting up for future turn cycles. Really
his arsenal is
pondering.
Eloquent Eulogy here.
I think the question is Deadwood Dirge hitting the table this turn, or is it being used to set up for a future turn?
He can push damage now and threaten lethal, or he can just hold on to it. It looks like he is going to make a point to send lethal damage across here. He doesn't want to let Prism keep a full hand.
And just passing.
Fascinating.
The ultimate setup turn.
Yep.
Really wanting to
Yeah, pass is good.
go wide next turn. If there's any red RuneGate card that's drawn, it can be that into the Eloquent Eulogy next turn.
Let's see how Logan capitalizes on his first, 4-card hand in several turns.
Yeah, going to demand some poppers here. And Herald of Judgment is exactly what you want to see. This isn't your typical Herald that on hit goes to Soul, gets a Figment. It has the best on hit against Vynnset you can have, which says you can't play cards from Banish Zone next turn if this hits.
And he has 2 of them in hand, I believe. So even if Isaac covers this one up, there's another one waiting for him.
I did
had to
miss.
use it a while.
Does Logan have the blue to pay for Footsteps and swing the second Herald of Judgment, assuming this one is
Go ahead.
popped?
Believe he does.
It's kind of the ideal turn to capitalize on this off turn then.
Yeah, it's a great way to find some tempo and get yourself back into this game.
Library 2 figments.
All you really need is one turn to force Vynnset to start accruing blood debt, without being able to clear it in order to get a foothold back in this game.
Does Isaac even have 2 poppers? He does. He
He
does. He
does.
has Phantom Banshee and Widespread Ruin.
But if he does that, his turn is kind of just banish, call, pass again.
Bit of a rock and a hard place. He can't let this attack action through.
That's the eloquent eulogy that we know is there in Arsenal. Ready to be played off of that Tunic counter. There also, you know, there's a chance to use Face Purgatory on this attack, interestingly, which could deny a second Herald this turn by forcing a discard if that read is there. Looks like 2 cards are being postured to block. It might be on the table.
Face Purgatory is particularly brutal against Prism, who doesn't really have any 1-card plays. You know, she almost always needs 2 cards to do anything on her turn. So if she has 2 cards and you force her to discard one, she's typically just forced to pass from there.
Yeah, really the only 1-card plays blocking 6, but not with Face Purgatory. Just respecting the Angelic Wrath. Fascinating, but as we know, there is the blue to get the action point back. Still 2 resources floating for that second Herald of Judgment.
That's brutal.
This is kind of exactly what you wanted to see as Logan.
This is definitely an opportunity to get some tempo back and find your way back into this game. This one doesn't have go again.
No, but still threatening on hit, go to Soul, get a Figment onto the board. And if Isaac gives both cards here to block it, it doesn't block it out. So now that's popped and Tear Through the Portal is banished. It doesn't do anything in the banished zone. So essentially taking both of Isaac's cards there, even though only one was used defensively.
Like we talked about Fang's fatal flaw earlier, where he struggles on small hands if he's forced to block out. Vynnset has a little bit of the same problem. She can't go down to just 1 card if she doesn't have something to banish. Logan with another 4-card hand. How quickly the tempo has kind of swung in his favor, and he has a pretty interesting card there with Soul Food in the hand, but he does have 2 Heralds, and another one is Herald of Judgment.
Oh my goodness.
Threatening another brutal on-hit here.
And importantly, this Herald of Judgment has an Angelic Wrath to potentially back it up if Isaac tries to go for the blockout strategy like we saw last turn.
He is holding on to a reduce to Rune Chant.
Isn't a popper available, I don't think. It's just a yellow Deathly Whale, which is 5 power. We might see the blowout with the Angelic Wrath this turn cycle.
Sorry, that is a funeral moon. Is a funeral moon.
I'm going to be honest, Ellie. I thought this game was over, but Logan might have found an avenue back into it.
That's the classic power of Prism. Finding a way to stabilize at an incredibly low life total.
Take 3.
Taking 3. This Herald of Judgment's trigger is live. Isaac taking the first combat damage he has, I believe, the whole game.
It's certainly the first Herald to hit this game. Figment of Judgment, ironically, not super useful right now because there's nothing that Isaac can play from Banished.
It may be his best option with how many Figments he's lost to random banishes.
Well, we certainly have seen that Isaac doesn't really want to block with this hand and certainly can't pop in it. So really there's 2 major options of, Figment of Rebirth to get something back from the graveyard, like another Herald of Judgment for the next turn cycle.
Put a Herald of Judgment back on top of my deck.
Yeah, just keep looping them.
You thought we were looping Arclight Sentinel? We're going to loop Herald of Judgment and just keep you shut down.
Eventually, one of those banishes has to be Blood Debt, and that clock will start ticking even faster. But we're not done yet. That first Herald had go again, and Logan still has 2 cards. So a couple of follow-ups available. Obviously, Avalon can be awakened from the Figment of Rebirth, and even the attack trigger used because there's 2 soul available. Or we could just see another Herald right now and the Figment used defensively later because clearly there's an indication that Isaac can't really afford to pop with his hand.
21-7 as the players update the life totals.
really pondering what the play line is here. It's a very critical moment in the game. If there is an Awakening here, it's kind of difficult to protect it on the next turn cycle with 4 Rune Chants. It's a very awkward Arcane Breakpoint because it means you're going to need to commit 2 cards to it with the Arcane Barrier from the Calming Gesture.
If you want to shut down the hit trigger. Logan checking Isaac's graveyard. Curious what he's counting for here. Maybe checking culls, which I believe all 3 are gone, as well as all 3 succumb to temptations.
Yeah. Just double checking that text on Herald of Judgment. It is all cards from Banished.
Activate Prism targeting Rebirth.
Activating Prism to flip it, just like you said.
Yep. And here we really see Vestige of Soul shine. These yellow cards are now essentially blues as long as they're light.
Just flipping and passing is an interesting strategy. Isaac could still pay into a Shadow non-attack if he could find a way to this turn.
Of course, we have the mandatory Banish, but it's going to stay there this turn cycle.
Not to say that this turn cycle will be a slouch, as Malefic Incantation number 3 of this game hits the board, promising more Rune Chants in the future, and Isaac's last card is a Deadwood Dirge. He could find himself at an absolutely smothering amount of Rune Chants. 7, I believe, if he chooses to resolve this Dirge.
Yeah, it's really an awkward spot here for Isaac. You can set up here if you want, which it looks like we are doing. Of course, you can still attack with the Eloquent Eulogy off of the Tunic afterwards. But if you do, then you're threatening the Deathly Wail for next turn to like be awkward because you're not sculpting that hand proactively. The Malefic Incantations will help with that a little bit. But if you don't attack, you're giving Prism a 5-card hand and an Angel on the board with a Soul available to kind of just do whatever they want with this turn cycle.
Definitely a pretty interesting juncture for Isaac. It looks like he is going to ship this Eulogy, triggering a whopping 7 Rune Chants, as well as 2 in the back pocket for the next turn. And if any damage is dealt to Mr. King on the other side of the board, he will get a Eulogy token, an Eloquence token with which to power up future turns. Out
2
of
power
dice.
being indicated on the Rune Chant there because there are just so many tokens being represented here.
We are just out of dice.
Just out of dice.
The armor tie being used to represent Rune Chants.
Yeah.
He just has so much on the board.
Well, you know, for how much Logan has fought to claw back into this game, this is a really precarious predicament. The 7 Rune Chants by themselves represent his life total, and if any of them go through, you're essentially only getting Ward 1 out of Avalon, which ideally is representing 4 life gain, quote unquote.
Yeah, he can dump 3 cards here into just a bunch of Arcane Barrier, but then he's left without the ability to do much. We know his arsenal is Angelic Wrath, so he's not going to have that much of a crackback if he sets himself up to get 4 value out of Avalon. But he's kind of forced to.
Yeah.
He's at 7.
Yeah. Have to do something here to stay alive. And staying alive might mean that just Isaac has all the breathing room to close out this game on the next turn cycle.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate the way this game has broken for Logan. He's found this exceptional pivot point that's like, you know, such proof of how exceptional a Prism player he is, but it might just be too little too late as he finds himself just too low to capitalize on a way to win this game, despite Isaac's turn being, all things considered, pretty neutered.
Yeah. Seems like
7.
Preventing Arcane so that you can get the full ward value out of Avalon is the play. But that leaves really nothing to do on Logan's turn. It's going to be a slow turn cycle.
Well, the upside of all of this is that now that those Rune Chants are off the board, we have the dice to represent the Rune Chants that are.
That's true. And 2 Rune Chants on the board means that Deathly Wail is playable from Banish next turn. Of course, we're at a stage in the game where we really have to start looking and thinking about Halo of Illumination. Because if Isaac gives a priority window at the start of his action phase, Logan can Halo for Figment of Judgment and take that card away this turn cycle. It's importantly not in the hand currently, which you have to fetch it from deck to do that. And there are Heralds available.
Yeah, Vynnset triggers at the start of the turn, not the action phase, so
Right.
Prism can't respond to that. But if he chooses to lead with this Malefic Incantation in his hand, we could absolutely see that Halo come out to play, like you mentioned.
Of course, there is a redundant Runegate attack in the form of the Phantom Rathe in hand and the Phantom Banshee. It looks like Isaac
Good
is
old
kind of
one-card 10
It's the 1-card 10!
from Spoiler
Spoiled
Season.
with options.
Another one of those clunky reduced to rune chants. Those cards have not, those defense reactions have not been particularly kind to him this game. He has not found the opportunity to block with any of them.
They haven't been kind, but also I don't think Isaac has really needed them thus far in the game, aside from the one turn cycle with the obviously very threatening Herald of Judgments.
It's true, it's true. Suffering from success.
Suffering from success.
Looks like we're going to see Phantom Banshee banished. That Blood Debt is starting to rack up, and that Grimoire of the Haunt is taking its toll on Isaac's life total. Most of the life he's lost this game has just been from his contract with Nazareth, the Soul Harvester. So much paid to this Blood Debt.
So I really wonder if this is going to be the Spellbound Creeper's turn.
Right?
There's enough Malefic Incantations on the board to generate Rune Chants on the back end, such that we'll have 3 Rune Chants after this Deathly Wail.
Yeah, that's a very heads-up call, Rhea. I believe that this is going to... so 2 are forced from the Malefic Incantations, and if any damage is dealt with this Deathly Wail, he'll have 3 to send that Banshee if he chooses to Creepers.
And there is, importantly, a non-attack action with Go Again in the hand to creep in the form of, I believe, another Malefic Incantation.
This is an especially impressive way to play around that Halo 4 Judgment activation, though he still can get a little bit blown out by him going for it in response to the Creepers. But even then, Isaac can still just swing the flail.
Yep. Or just the Phantom Wraith that's in the hand.
Yeah.
You can... Little known fact, Runegate cards can be played from hand. They do have resource costs.
I don't think he has the resources to cast it, as his hand is all reds.
Oh, Tunic isn't available. That's true.
He would have to pitch one into Spellbound Creepers and then play one to get Go Again.
Yeah.
So without a blue, that's just not an option.
That is opening yourself up to Halo of Illumination then. Excellent point.
8 damage on offer here for Logan King. He has 3 cards in hand to work with. 4.
Yeah, I have to.
It sounds
see
like
the one off
Halo is
camera.
the play.
Looks like he
I
is
think
going to
Halo.
Halo here.
Trust her.
Putting a Wartune Herald
But what's...
in and drawing a Genesis.
Okay.
Let's see the
There's
search
always the danger with Halo that you draw the Figment that you want to go tutor. And it's
Getting
just
Figment
got to be
and Judgment.
Judgment.
I think that may be the only Figment left in his deck.
At this point, I believe Figment of War is still remaining as well. We
okay.
saw it in an earlier shuffle, and it hasn't been banished randomly yet.
Logan could be such a gentleman here and turn Grimoire of the Haunt face down.
Oh, how nice that would be. Unfortunately for Isaac, it is going to be the Phantom Banshee. No 1-card 10.
Ah, shucks.
We're so close.
Still need to be afraid of that.
So I think now there isn't really an incentive to activate the Spellbound Creepers after this.
Kind of rotting a
going to
few
routines
cards
for
in Isaac's
sure.
hand here. A little bit of the problem with Vynnset, she's poised to do this almost Kassai-like tempo of blocking and then sending back these smaller
Cover
hands. But
another-
when you just don't give her the opportunity to convert her cards defensively, like we've seen with these reduced to rune chants in this game, sometimes she's just left with 3-4 cards that she just couldn't make use of that game.
But I know that we were talking earlier in the game about Prism potentially fatiguing Vynnset. We might be running into the opposite problem here soon. Prism only plays about 39 3-block cards in the form of those Heralds, and a lot of those are being used defensively here, not offensively. There's a world where Logan's deck pretty quickly is just a bunch of no-block cards.
So even though he won't be fatigued, truly, he may be fatigued in theory in the sense that
Exactly.
he just doesn't have anything left
Cover 5.
with which to block.
I'm awake.
Wait, are you flipping and just not doing it?
Yeah.
Figment of Judgment being
Okay.
used, just as a throwaway gain 4 life.
Yeah, shortcutting the banish
one
here
more
for the
thing, yeah,
viewers
yeah.
at home. Just taking the card out of Soul, but not flipping it because he would flip it over to the Ward 4 side and then it would immediately die to combat damage. So saving himself 2 unsleevings of a piece of cardboard. Isaac just arsenaling and sending it back to Logan. He will take 2 blood debt from that Grimoire. He still has a fair bit of life
like I'm
left
playing it
to
all with
give,
rather than
but
anything else.
that clock is ticking. He
I
does
don't
need to
know.
find a way to close this game.
I don't think this game's been winnable. I'll pass.
Yeah, the Angelic Wrath in Logan's arsenal has really gunked up a lot of these turn cycles, I have to say. Not being able to arsenal leftover heralds in order to find an offensive turn in one of these later turn cycles has been pretty brutal.
Vynnset trigger on the stack, banishing a Phantom Rathe, I believe the one he held in hand, and generating a 3rd Rune Champ. Now that Halo's off the board, he can, you know, kind of gung-ho play out these non-attacks before sending anything. And it looks like he's going to get go again this turn. This is the first extender we've really seen outside of that Shadow Puppetry. Machinations of Dominion, a relatively new addition to the Runeblade arsenal here. Giving this go again if he's created an aura and overpower, forcing him, you know, he can only block with 1 action card from hand. This is just going to force damage through.
Yeah, really the only out that Prism has when there aren't any Figments on the board to awaken and to ward is Soul Shield, which Logan doesn't have available in this hand. And when you're at this low of a life total, any amount of overpower is scary because it's forcing you down into lower and lower lethal ranges.
Especially if he still has 2 Machinations of Dominion in his deck. He could just, you know, find himself dead to overpower.
Yeah. Need to find a Soul Shield quickly and to empty the arsenal of that Angelic Wrath.
Yeah, that arsenal is proving to be pretty brutal.
We need a widespread destruction to banish it.
They could be gentlemen to each other.
Isaac certainly has to read at this point that Logan's arsenal is stuck, essentially. Logan has had several turn cycles with 2-card hands where it's just been passed back. And so I think Isaac knows at this point that it either is an aura, so you need 4 resources available to play it, or something like a Reprimand or Wrath that modifies an attacking herald. So really the name of the game is to not let Logan have a 2-card hand, 2 cards remaining in hand on any of these turn cycles. Relatively easy to do when your opponent's at 4 life.
Give you a
But
try.
Over to Logan's turn. Here comes another Herald of Judgment. I believe that one that ended up back in his deck and then was pitched for Arcane Barrier and then shuffled back to the top. The 4th Herald of Judgment of this game hits the table. 6 go again with a pretty devastating on-hit.
I feel bad. I feel like I just summoned it into existence. I said, look, Isaac's been doing such a good job of keeping Logan off these 3-card hands. But now this is the ultimate Herald to have an Angelic Wrath stapled onto.
Pretty brutal here, too. It looks like Isaac is planning on blocking the Face Purgatory and the reduced Rune Chant in Arsenal. That opens him up to getting blown out by that Angelic Wrath.
Not really incentivized to get the additional effects from Face Purgatory because Logan has no cards in hand to discard. But
he can still use it to replenish his hand after doing a little bit of blocking. But Face Purgatory is a bit of a risky activation here as he only has 1 Rune Gate attack action in his hand.
There's the second Machinations that you were mentioning. Overpower is a valuable resource at this stage in the game, but it also is a 3-block. And there's other Go Again in the hand in the form of Shadow Puppetry, so not the highest priority card to keep in this hand.
Looks like we're just going to see the Spellbound Creepers blocked with a little piece of fancy Iron Rot this game. Maybe he has kind of sussed out that Angelic Wrath in the arsenal and he wants to bait it out.
This is the perfect block. You get the Wrath out of Logan's arsenal, but you have your own Reduced to Rune Chant to cover it. And Reduce not only being defensive there, it's also generating a 3rd Rune Chant, which puts you to 4 after the Vynnset banish. So Logan is forced to pitch to Arcane Barrier again this turn.
Over to Isaac's turn, and just like every other turn, we see a Vynnset trigger Resolve banishing that Widespread Ruin, making a rune chant, and it's followed by another Malefic Incantation and a Shadow Puppetry. I think we may see some life paid into this to gamble on drawing a card.
Yeah, when you have the go again and you're going to have at least 2 rune chants afterwards, it can just end the game if you find a 2-cost rune gate on top of the deck.
Yeah, and kind of an auxiliary effect of this is that as Logan gets lower and lower, these unpreventable rune chants just kind of get closer and closer to just ending the game on their own.
And actually, I need to revise that because 2 rune chants from the Malefics, Vexing Quillhand is still available. We can be up to 4, which means that any rune gate attack is valid off the top of the deck if this widespread destruction connects.
That's what we're doing. All right. Yep.
Ruben,
We found the line.
paying 1 life to force Logan 1 lower. Widespread Ruin coming in for 4 and 7 with Go Again, with a nasty on hit in the form of potentially drawing a card and banishing more cards off the top of Logan's deck. Like you said, he may just run out of cards before Vynnset does.
And this is a really precarious breakpoint to block. You usually want to do that in the form of Phantasmal Footsteps, but they are destroyed when the combat chain closes if they defended a non-illusionist attack with less or with greater than 5 power, with 6 or more power, which this Widespread Ruin is at. So if you want to block that breakpoint, you're giving up a piece of armor here.
Speaking of great numbers, we have 1,600 people watching this Battle Hardened coverage at the World Tour from home. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. It really means the world to us.
Luckily, Logan's hand does block pretty well. It's full of heralds, and we're going to say goodbye to those Phantasmal Footsteps, maybe.
Oh, looks like we're going to see the Vestige blocked with anyways. He's decided the Footsteps are a little too valuable as he gets lower and lower on blocking cards in his deck.
Yeah, Footsteps can repeatedly block Flail of Agony on future turns.
Oh, that's very
Vestige of
true.
Soul is one and done.
That's very true. 2 rune chants.
It's a
Oh my God!
Get off the top!
He just extends the fist bump as he's completely aware of the following sequence of events. What's going to happen there, though, is Vexing Quillhand making 2 more rune chants like you called it out, and it was the perfect possible hit. Like you said, anything was in range, and the 4 cost off the top, closing the game for Isaac Houk. Congratulations, what a sick ending to, honestly, quite a grinder of a game of Flesh and Blood. I did not really expect that game to go half as long as it did. Early on, we were both kind of like, oh, Vynnset's kind of paying a bunch of her life pretty aggressively. I think Logan went to 7 on like the 3rd turn of a 10-turn game, and they just kept, my friend likes to call this the in the mud phase. You're kind of grappling in the mud. You stay there, and they stayed there so long. That was such an exciting game.
Isaac felt in a commanding position that entire game, but he had to fight every turn cycle to maintain it, and that's exactly what he did until that spectacular finish.
I love the design of the heroes in Dusk Till Dawn. They're so exciting. And if you're excited to play some Flesh and Blood, let's talk about the standings from this event before we get into some packages that you can pick up at events of your own. In first place, we have Josh Case on Aurora, as well as To Bui on Aurora as well. Alex Tyler, who was seen, I believe, pretty recently at Battle Hardened Milwaukee on stream, on Fang 3-0, and I believe he's our next feature, followed by the Slippy immediately behind him. Interestingly, a Dorinthia, kind of near the top of the standings. I don't know what her deck looks like, but there's quite a few, builds of that hero out there right now. So I'm pretty curious to see what happens there. Some of our Kassai showing up in the top 10 here so far.
We love to see undefeated Kassai's, really a warrior resurgence happening here. And of course, Aurora at the top, who would have guessed?
Runeblade's not even that good.
You say that, but there's only one Florian on this page who's been the 2nd most winning hero in the ongoing ProQuest season, so I'm kind of surprised that there's not more Earth here.
He's the 2nd most winning in 2nd place, 1-2, with these 2 Auroras in the current top 10. With these standings at the end of round 3. And let's talk about some of those packages you can pick up for yourself at some World Tour stops. Are you excited about High Seas, Rhea?
I wasn't initially, And every Necromancer card I see, I'm like, that looks so fun to play with. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm hearing you out.
Speaking of the thing I was most excited about, if you get out to the World Tour stop at Kansas City, which I believe is a calling, you can, you know, like mechanologists, they're the Sky Pirates of the set. You can get yourself this beautiful Sky Pirate playmat along with Cold Foil Full Art Gold token. I believe the third new art for gold tokens.
I'm going to be honest, it's probably the best art
You
for
like
gold
this one the
tokens
best?
so far.
You like this one the best?
It feels very on theme.
It's piratey.
It's so piratey.
So something we see here, and we're going to see in the next little, you know, section of upcoming callings as well, is this promo pack that comes with one of 3 of these cards, one for each, kind of these marquee cards for each of the 3 classes represented in High Seas. You get a random copy of a Rainbow Foil Extended Art, either Chart the High Seas, a Pirate Necromancer card, Golden Sky Warden, a Pirate Mechanologist card, or Big Game Trophy Shot. A pretty interesting new Pirate Ranger non-attack action. You can also pick that up at the World Tour stop in Bologna, I believe a Battle Hardened, with another incredible mat. I mean, look at that art.
It's surreal, to be quite honest.
You think that's a Necromancer card? Surely.
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 There's skeletons on it. I
That's
guess skeletons
pretty
are
fair.
just kind of generically piratey as well, though.
That is true. That is true. And at Nationals, World Tour Las Vegas, the U.S. Nationals World Tour stop, also with a calling release weekend of High Seas. Pretty insanely exciting weekend. You can pick up perhaps the mat that people are the most excited for. I believe the name of this art is Dead Threads.
Sounds like equipment.
Sounds like Necromancer equipment.
Sounds
Something
like-
I've talked with friends about that I'm excited about is I kind of hope that all of the Necromancer art is this fun and elegant kind of like, you know, these wizards of great power, or like, you know, the classic Fab thing, beautiful women represented on equipment. And then the only Necromancer presently in the game is Mr.
Gravy
Yarmates.
Absolutely.
And at this World Tour stop in Las Vegas at the Calling, the entry promo is a random Rainbow Foil Extended Art version of one of the adult heroes from High Seas. I believe we haven't seen these as calling entry promos since Uprising, where you could get a rainbow foil of the heroes from that set. So that's a pretty cool offering that we don't necessarily see come around quite so often. And if you get yourself into the Battle Hardened that weekend, or at one for the rest of the High Seas season, you can get yourself a 3-card promo pack with 3 Pirate Necromancer cards. Hoist them up, paddle faster, and board the ship. A block and 2 attack actions that allow you to leverage your creatures on the board, your allies on the board. And the participation promo for Nationals is this exciting new card, Conqueror of the High Seas. This is definitely the card I've seen from the set so far that I am the most excited about. This card is bonkers.
I'm in love with the concept of the high tide mechanic. I think it's really exciting to incentivize blue dense decks to pitch multiple cards each turn, because from a design point of view, it incentivizes offense and not defense, kind of really pushing these resource-rich decks to not just devolve into a bunch of count your blessings piles.
Everyone's favorite, count your blessings piles. And if you need to mount a little bit of offense into a count your blessings pile of your own, the national festivals, which are sets of side events at these at nationals throughout the world, you get a promo looking for a scrap. One of my favorite cards to kind of help me extend in decks that may not convert quite as well.
One of my favorite cards in new, and also love the reference back to the original looking for a scrap art replicated in this new piratey take on the same card.
He's looking for some peg legs, perhaps for the crew back home. And excitingly, we have another Fang for you on the stream. Mr. Alex Tyler 3-0 against an Arachne slip through the cracks. A hero we're yet to see on coverage, but we have definitely seen kind of making a splash in the metagame recently. As you know, I mean, we saw a couple do quite well at Pro Tour London, and I'm excited to see how they do at our Battle Hardened here in Minneapolis. We'll be back with that game after a short break. Welcome back to World Tour Flesh and Blood here in Minneapolis, where we are well underway. Round 4 of the Battle Hardened, round 4 of 7. I'm Elly Bird, this is Rhea Adams, and we have for you Fang versus Markni slip through the cracks, and we're going to go straight in because they're ready to go straight in. Kraemer starting us off as slipped through the cracks against Fang, the Drakai of Blades. Kind of interestingly, I'm not really sure who wants to go first when Fang is in the mix, because those pledge fealties going second can just be so powerful, but they can also be so powerful going first. And we're straight into it with Twist and Turn Red and a dagger coming in for 7 after a Blade Flurry hits the combat chain, 1 coming over and putting Mr. Kraemer down from 38 Slippy starting life total to 37. And for his troubles, Alex is going to make a vigor with the hit trigger from Grains of Blood Spill.
Yeah, setting up for a future turn cycle, but what a D-react heavy hand for Alex. Normally it's kind of a disaster as Fang, 2 Sync Belows and a Loyalty from Beyond the Grave, but it can be exactly what you want against Markni's Slip Through the Cracks, which is a very attack reaction oriented hero.
Yeah, this hero looks to push a lot of damage.
If Marionette in round 1 was dagger focused build, this is going to be that stealth build that you were hoping to see.
Here comes Persuasive Prognosis for 1 with Go Again. Pretty easily shut down by this Valiant Dynamo.
That's assuming no attack reactions to follow up. There's a Sync Below, probably destined for the Arsenal. Not
There's a Spike with
never
Blood
mind.
Rod, giving this +3, but Alex has a defense reaction to cover this up pretty cleanly. 4 on 4.
All red hand pitching to defense reaction just to pay for Spike with Blood Rot. Obviously not ideal. You would rather have a blue to also get Hunter's Clave in there somewhere.
Looks like we're going to flick Clave here off the rip to mark Alex. Just valuing getting that damage and churn here because we have a take up the mantle. I don't... Oh, there is a good target.
From the turn 0 block.
Yeah, the turn 0 block. This red mark of the Black Widow is going to be what this Persuasive Prognosis becomes. So not only is this take up the mantle, giving it +3, but this attack is going to go all the way to 9 because its base power is going to increase to 3.
But what did we say at the start of this turn? Markni is a very attack reaction-oriented hero, and Alex had the answers in the form of 3 defense reactions that hand.
And even though his hand was all red, this Vigor is going to smooth this turn out, and it's going to let him swing this dagger and make use of the scar tissue he has in his hand to both pump this up and mark his opponent.
Yeah.
Pushing this to 3. However, speaking of defense reaction heavy hands, Kris is holding on to a shelter and a sink, more than enough to cover up this Blistering Blade Scar Tissue combo.
Really threatening mark on both sides of the table. Of course, Alex remaining marked, which is kind of an upside there for Kris, that even though that Mark of the Black Widow copy didn't hit, there's still something retained of value from flicking that clave. Going to deny the mark there.
Kris's hand is all reactions. He tried to sink into something better, but he's still holding just 2 attack reactions. And he can't make use of anything. This Razor's Edge and Tarantula Toxin both don't have a target.
Yeah.
Passes, holding a card in hand, back to Alex, who's going to lead with Savor Bloodshed. Maybe the biggest punish possible for leaving Fang with a large hand. And there's a tip-off hitting the pitch zone. We can pretty much assume that he's going to have a way to mark his opponent to fully cash out this non-attack.
Yeah, I mean, even better than marking, there just is a pledge fealty in Alex's hand. So that first fealty is guaranteed this turn. And something in the arsenal as well, probably along the lines of an attack reaction.
And that pledge fealty will generate an action point and 1 extra damage on this Obsidian Fire Vein. I believe Alex's arsenal is a sink below.
Really pondering the blocks, and it's so respected.
Blocking 9, pushing this to 6, essentially rotting an entire card on the chain here.
Sorry? I'm giving it. Yeah.
And then just cleaning up after that. Let's go to the second chain lane.
I believe his last card is another tip-off. His opponent just taking 1. Paying into Grains and making a Vigor, and then discarding the tip-off to mark his opponent, maybe valuing having the mark on a later turn. You know, if he discards it there, he gets a fealty and he draws a card, but he can't make any use of the card he draws, so perhaps just setting up for more mark payoffs is a little bit more ideal.
And Kris, with a relatively small hand size here, although Tunic is available.
Mark of the Black Widow for 3 with Go again, and Alex is marked.
Yeah, and importantly, we know that there is a stealth reaction in the arsenal. So this is a saying no blocks.
Here comes Razor's Edge to make it 6.
Okay.
Loyalty Beyond the Grave, covering up 3, and this is his second loyalty. So it is going to allow him to burn them both and show his fealty to the Emperor and be rewarded with an extra card whenever he wants at the start of one of his future turns. And he covers that up pretty cleanly with the sink below from his arsenal.
And you know what? That future turn is right now.
Yeah, he's chosen this exact moment.
And was that a pledge fealty off the top?
I think it might have been. Vigor's going to trigger at the start of his turn, floating him a resource. No, I believe
think
that's
it was
Fire
even
and
better.
I think that's Fire and Brimstone. Bit of an interesting card here. I do think this hand fully converts despite having to pitch several reds. He's holding 4 Draconic attack reactions, which is typically not a place you want to be. But with this Affirm loyalty in his hand, he can go pretty insanely wide on this turn and push quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, and even if the Fire and Brimstone doesn't hit the combat chain this turn, we're potentially looking at 3 fealty next turn between the Affirm loyalty and clearing the mart that's currently on Kris.
Looks like we are going to pitch into the second Fire Vein. I think you're right. I think we're going to see this Fire and Brimstone set up in Arsenal to do some pretty nasty stuff to Arachne in future turns.
Now, that's assuming that Alex can maintain a large hand after these 3 fealty are going online. But when you see an assassin blocking with Bonds of Agony, you know one of 2 things is happening.
The hand is bad.
The hand is bad, or the hand is good.
Or the hand is crazy. Interestingly, Bonds of Agony blocked with can just also not be too much of a signal against Slip Through the Cracks because of Take Up the Mantle being such an integral part of their kind of arsenal of tricks, and Alex is marked. Definitely something to think about.
Seems like there's some retrieve available as well in the form of pick up the point.
I love this card. One of my favorite head jabs of all time. Head jab being any attack, or colloquially, any attack that costs 0, blocks 2, comes in for 3 with Go Again, named after the iconic card from Welcome to Rathe, Head Jab.
You know what they say. Every good card is at least head jab.
Every good card is at least Head Jab.
I'm they.
Thankfully, 3 Go Again, just still pretty good.
Vanilla damage, but, you know, converting cards into kind of that floor of 3 value. Kiss of Death with Go Again.
Yeah, after that Dynamo covered up just 1 damage on the last attack, you may kind of, in Alex's seat, wish you were covering a little more damage, blocking out this Kiss of Death's nasty on hit, but this has Go Again from Slippy's effect, like you said.
Yeah. So Kiss of Death kind of at its best in Arachne Slip Through the Cracks, because it naturally has Go Again, which means that it can be flipped on the next chain link to threaten that on-hit effect in the form of a dagger attack reaction. Although, in this specific instance, Alex actually has the Shelter from the Storm to deny that flick effect through damage prevention. It's not an attack, it's not a chain link, you can't block it conventionally, but you can prevent it.
It's true. His hand blocks this reasonably well. Kris has no cards left in hand, so this is reasonably face up. He is going to flick this Kiss of Death, which is just 2 damage here. So discarding the entire Shelter from the Storm, maybe not the best thing ever.
Just 2 damage. Just 2 damage 3 times on your arm pieces over the course of the game.
I mean, it's efficient, but he gets 3 and protects a card in his hand out of blocking with
true.
the Shelter from the Storm as a defense reaction. I think that's a bit of a common pitfall with Shelter, you know? Oh, I can discard this and get 3 value, but maybe you could have just blocked 4 with it. Here comes Dagger for 1. Trust me, bro, it's just 1.
With 3 Fealty Online and multiple cards in hand, including that Fire and Brimstone that we saw put in the arsenal last turn.
I like to.
Blocking 2 with some armor. Long Whisker Loyalty, I believe, just choosing +2. Sending this attack to 4.
29, 35.
And he has a 0 for 4. Interesting. He's paying into Grains with this for the Drakai rather than choosing to send it.
Yeah, so probably not going to be a Fire and Brimstone turn this turn. Really looking to set up as big of a turn in the future as possible. I guess unhappy with the opportunity to have it on a suboptimal turn this turn, where a lot of those cards were spent defensively.
This does allow him to reset his Dynamo, maybe just valuing the ability to shut down breakpoints, especially after you see your opponent just cash in a bunch of armor. It's pretty face up that a Bonds of Agony is coming your way, surely.
Bonds of Agony, or also Art of Desire Body, very popular in these Arachne Slip Through the Cracks lists, combined with Mask of Perdition, because they let you draw 2 cards if you banish 2 reds.
Yeah, I believe we saw that was first seen at the AGE Open circuit. Chrisiali?
I believe so.
Chrisiali on Arachne Slip Through the Cracks playing Mask of Perdition to banish extra cards to Art of Desire Body. And
Oh my gosh, the
Alex
full
shoving
equipment
the
shove.
entire fridge. However, this opens him up to that Tarantula Toxin in Kris's hand, getting sent to 0 defense value. And the interaction with Temper is that when the combat chain closes, it checks its defense value. And because its defense value will be 0 after getting -3 from Tarantula Toxin, it would get destroyed, but I think Kris has opted instead to just follow this up with another devastating on-hit now that all of Alex's armor is locked up on the combat chain.
And Prognosis is hitting, all right. So we need to know the question, is there a blue on top of Alex's deck?
Banish the top card of their deck, then look at their hand and banish a card with the same color.
It is
a
red.
leaves the deck, and it's an action, so Kris is going to gain 1 life there before looking at Alex's hand and getting his pick of the litter on how to mess it up.
Second Saber Bloodshed available.
He can take another Saber Bloodshed, but he also can take his Hunt's End.
Yeah, interestingly, leaving the 1 Draconic card available, which could have helped deny Go Again unless a fealty was spent.
However, he does gain more life this way. Those cards are not actions.
And life gain is important against decks that play at attack reaction speed. Life gain is blocking.
It's true. Life gain is blocking. You heard it here first. Vigor trigger
yeah,
floating
yeah.
a resource for Alex with which to spend on his turn. Though he seems flush with resources, holding on to a blue in the form of Glint the Quicksilver, perhaps we see that just spent on Go Again if we're going to see Fire and Brimstone played on this turn.
Just Alex being a good sportsman, just playing with the revealed cards face up.
Coming in
We
for
all know
one.
what's coming.
Everyone knows what's coming. Huntset.
Doesn't make it any easier to block.
I'm going to see the Glint here just sidestepping this. Now that there's a hidden card in his hand, he is going to pick it back up. Second dagger coming in for one. Perhaps 1 of 4 on this turn as Fire and Brimstone pushes this dagger to 3. Unlocks an extra swing for both of his daggers this turn.
Yeah. And there's still the Hunsen to follow. And a Blaze Headlong drawn off the top.
No reacts.
Pretty crazy hit.
I was just about to say, we really need to see Alex commit to this Fire and Brimstone soon, because the longer it sits in Arsenal, you know, you're playing against an assassin, you're constantly giving them opportunities to find Arsenal disruption. But this is about as perfect of a Fire and Brimstone turn as you could ask for.
Yeah, this dagger's going to come in for 2, and we know Alex is holding on to Hunt's End, a powerful attack reaction that is functionally +5, as it both triggers Obsidian Firevein's ability and gives +4 itself.
Oh, thinking about also using the Scar Tissue.
I think we may see that Scar Tissue either arsenaled or put on the last dagger swing following Blaze Headlong. Shelter blocking 4 out of 7, just valuing preserving some life total.
But this is a very wide and very damaging turn that Alex is presenting.
Blaze Headlong for 4 with Go Again. Blocking 3 and taking 1 down to 23 to Alex's 34.
And then the last thing on here.
Okay, no blocks.
Kris really needs to find some sort of disruption to interrupt these 3 fealty.
Absolutely, yeah.
Or else Alex might just run away with this game in terms of value every turn over turn.
That does have to be Assassin's game plan. Fang, often kind of the house of cards collapses if he is not capable of keeping some amount of cards. And Alex, clearly a seasoned Fang player. We've seen him on the World Tour circuit before, and being quite successful in this hero, opting to arsenal the attack reaction to insulate himself from blowouts, like getting his entire hand shredded. Blocking 3 with Valiant Dynamos and a tip-off. Kind of another beautiful thing about Valiant Dynamos is that when you don't have the 3 block, it can bail you out.
Yeah, and kind of just a value block there. That was an Infect, which on hit is 2 damage represented in the form of the Blood Rot, but not really any disruption.
No blocks.
Looks like I see Blade Flurry and a Draconic attack reaction in the form of Searing Gaze, pushing this to 6 and pumping his next dagger attack by 2.
It's also a very interesting card in Kris's hand in the form of Infiltrate, which has the potential to functionally steal a card from your opponent's deck for you to play on up through your next turn cycle. Now, normally this card is not very useful historically in Assassins, but when you have surplus action points in the form of Arachne Slip Through the Cracks, it's much easier to utilize your opponent's cards while also still presenting meaningful disruption. It's been really exciting to see this card become an important part of these lists over the last few weeks as Slip Through the Cracks becomes more popular.
34 to 15 as we go back to Kris's turn. Kind of interestingly, Alex pitched that for the Drakai into a Vigor and has not spent that resource on anything other than just making another Vigor for 3 turns in a row. Here comes Kris with Art of Desire Body, the red one.
Yeah.
So it's checking for red cards to both gain life and draw cards off the top of Alex's deck, as it will banish on hit.
And so Alex really has to respect this because there's kind of a face-up combo here with Mask of Perdition, which grants an ability to Art of Desire Body to banish an additional card on hit. And so Art of Desire Body checks the card draw for each card that is banished. So if this is unblocked and Perdition is used, and there's 2 reds on top of Alex's deck, which that part is relatively likely.
Relatively likely. Kind of a fun thing about banning the books is that when you take the tomes away from the people, they will find their own ways to draw multiple cards. Art of Desire sufficiently blocked out. Alex now staring down a pain in the backside. Another head jab like card, 0 for 3 with Go Again with an on hit in that if it connects, he will get to stab him with a dagger without destroying it and get the hit trigger from that dagger. Followed up by Red Infect 3. And if it hits, promising another 2 damage because it will generate a Blood Rot Pox on Alex's side of the board.
I've heard that 0 for 5s are good. Seems playable.
Yeah. Kris's hand was a bunch of 3 power attacks, all with pretty nasty auxiliary effects. It's kind of the name of the game when it comes to Arachne Slip Through the Cracks.
But honestly, really doing what it was designed to do. It was punishing Alex there by being hyper efficient because Alex didn't want to block. The engine is online, and now Fang really can't afford to take an off turn because then you start to lose your dagger synergy.
Looks like Kris has drawn a pretty interesting hand here with that all you got, Codex of Frailty, and Pain in the backside.
Yeah, this spike with Blood Rot is kind of awkward here with no obvious stealth attack to target it. But this that all you got might be the perfect answer to an Obsidian Firevein for 2.
Unless, of course, Alex just commits another attack reaction to the chain. I kind of love this. He's decided to basically trade a card for a card, valuing taking stuff away from his opponent here, as opposed to just letting him have it and getting more value on a later chain link.
Definitely a trade-off there, of course. You're giving up the fealty that From Loyalty could have made on a future chain link. But, I mean, Alex is at 5 fealty. There's a surplus already.
And he's going to get another. I believe the last card in his hand is Endear Devotion. So he'll finally cash out that Vigor, make this attack for 5, half of Kris's remaining life total, and generate a fealty token because he has 2 or more Draconic chain links.
Yeah. Blocking with Pain in the backside, which is a 2-block attack, is really not where you want to be in the game, and it's generally a sign that Kris is in trouble.
25-7.
25-7, and with 1 card left over for Kris. It is,
however, the best 1-card play of all time.
It is the best 1-card play, but does Kris even have something like a Leave No Witness available? I don't think we've seen one in this game.
No, he does not have a Leave No Witnesses, no. He has a Mark of the Black Widow, which can still ask for cards from Alex, thanks to Flick Knives, but it's not quite the same.
Of course, the breakpoint isn't relevant, quote-unquote, anyways, that Leave No Witness offers, because Valiant Dynamo's just persistently offering to cover breakpoints throughout this game.
This is a little bit the opposite story of the last Arachne Fang game we saw today, where this Frailty token is generating a fair bit of value, but this time Arachne's the one that's a little bit too far behind to capitalize.
So this is really interesting, though. Art of Desire Body here, it is the first stealth attack of the turn. It has Go Again from Arachne Slip Through the Cracks. So Alex still has to respect it, because the card draw could threaten additionally and not just be rotting in the hand alongside the Ponder. Slowing down, that at least slows down Alex a little bit, even though there was an Arsenal destruction.
Firevein 4-0, dude, trust me.
And it looks like 1 turn too late, Kris has found Arsenal Destruction in the form of Leave No Witness and Command and Conquer in the hand.
Blocking 3 with Leave No Witnesses on a dagger, presently 4-0.
Yeah, you know, 7 looks like a high life total, but I can't tell you how many draft games I've lost to Fang from 8 life, let alone 7 life.
Speaking of multiple attack reactions blowing you out of the water, Alex's hand is pretty flush with them here. Blade Flurry pumping this up to 3 thanks to a fealty token being cashed in, and he's holding on to Scar Tissue and a Draconic attack reaction. Blaze Headlong coming across for 4, connecting for 1 after blocking with a Command and Conquer, and the last dagger coming in for 2 thanks to Blade Flurry.
There definitely aren't any follow-ups in Alex's hand.
No, never. There certainly is not double attack reaction.
Does Kris have a defense reaction? Or
like
is this just lethal represented?
Yeah, it looks like he's deciding whether or not he wants to go for the gusto and kind of cash out and do as much damage as possible. Searing Gaze pushing this to 6.
No reactions.
Okay.
3 coming over and marking his opponent.
Kris survives the turn cycle, has a 2-card hand. Let's see if he can muster enough disruption to stay in this game beyond one more turn cycle.
I believe his arsenal is a Razor's Edge, so he is capable of firing off a Bonds of Agony, but it may just be too little too late. I think he's too far behind for a no blocks on this Bonds of Agony to give him a window back in this game.
Looks like Alex might still respect it, though.
When your opponent has 1 card, the biggest Bonds can be is 9, assuming they have exactly just a Nick.
Which I don't believe we've seen any copies of so far in Kris's deck.
We've seen 0. So he looks like he's playing around 7 here.
Flick a dagger.
First reaction is a flick.
Importantly, doesn't add any power to Bonds of Agony itself.
Nope.
I'll just try this.
Master Perdition doesn't either.
Second reaction, but the third one, I believe, will be that Razor's Edge and Arsenal, pushing this up to 7, but Alex has a defense reaction in his hand. This Loyalty from Beyond the Grave is functionally just an Evasive Leap because the text has already been used on the first 2 copies, but Evasive Leap is just enough when 3 is what's coming over.
Yeah. Pretty unprofitable interaction there from Kris, especially considering that also involved giving up one of your 2 Hunter's Claves. Of course, this Clave usually isn't swung very often. And actually, I might have to take it back because it looks like Kris just drew a Orbweaver Spinneret. So that empty weapon slot might be useful
Foresight of a generation. However, we are seeing an Endear Devotion hit the chain here, pushing this to 5. I think this is going to send Kris down to 1. This last dagger will ask for a card from his hand, and we know that Alex's arsenal is scar tissue.
We are in the infamous Kodachi lock, popularized by
single
Katsu,
Kodachi.
but no Kodachis on this arena.
No, these are just way better. Fealty, scar tissue, pushing
Is there
this
a
to
reaction?
4.
And that's going to be the
fist bump
game.
is extended. Alex Tyler taking a really commanding lead of this game, winning 24-0 against Arachne. Slipped through the cracks, showing that, you know, Warrior's niche, if they have any, is often destroying Assassin.
Yeah, we kind of just saw Alex's deck do exactly what he wanted it to in the form of accumulating 3 fealty early and just enabling these disastrously wide turns, kind of highlighted by that Fire and Brimstone turn that we saw going, what, 5 chain links wide?
Yeah, the
With
Fire and
multiple
Brimstone
reactions?
turn was, I mean, that was the key to the game. It was
Absolutely.
so brutal. He found the combo. He really set it up and did the most powerful thing he could.
Yeah,
Are you excited for High Seas?
I'm so excited for High Seas.
We talked about this a little bit end of last round, but I'm excited to talk a little bit more about that set outside of Fabled Packages. High Seas. If you're excited to sail on the high seas for treasure yourself, you can get down to your local pre-release May 30th weekend, and it comes out June 6th with a release event at US Nationals and an attached calling. At the pre-release, you'll get a cool little, you know, ready-to-play pack where you will get 4 cold foil pieces of equipment, 7 basic cards. So this is a new slot in High Seas, Rhea.
I am very excited about the differentiation between basic and token. I love the clarification of language and the motivation for LSS to make that simpler for the player base. I'm also very excited about these weapons themselves. Hammerhead is a 4-cost ranger weapon.
That doesn't load.
No, it doesn't. But of course, Marlin's hero ability does. So there's some very valuable synergy there.
Yeah, kind of an interesting thing. You also see this Red Spine Manta, presumably also in the set, kind of supporting multiple builds for this Ranger that isn't even out yet. Pretty exciting stuff coming up in the High Seas. And talking about exciting stuff coming up in High Seas with the Treasure Pack, a new kind of booster, a little bit reminiscent of the gold packs we saw fielded in part the Mistveil. This has a bunch of different shiny new loot you can find yourself getting your hands on, and there's one in every single booster box, and this can contain any of the tokens that you just saw in Marvel form, or special Marvel or cold foil versions of legendary cards from High Seas.
Yeah, every pirate card in the set comes in this special gold border, and that Conqueror of the High Seas in the treasure pack is immaculate.
It's pretty insanely cool. Yeah, and you see Polykranka in Marvel. I think we're seeing some of these Marvel legendaries kind of moved to the treasure pack.
I mean, you can't have an ally without a borderless Marvel. It's gorgeous.
I mean, that's just illegal. Speaking of Polykranka, this is kind of a new take on the specialization mechanic. This is kind of my favorite thing about this card. This is a Puffin companion, and it's saying Puffin in the type line means exactly what you think. Only Puffin can play this card. Cute little bird. And since it's not a specialization, Shiana, don't get anywhere near. Don't get any ideas. Don't get any ideas.
Yeah, cannot pair Poly with Flail of Agony, as I'm sure every Shiana player wanted to do.
That is pretty insanely funny. And speaking of treasure in these treasure packs, so we see an extended art, a Marvel gold token with the special treasure pack, rarity symbol.
Yes.
We also see Diamond Amulet, a card from the set, not just a token. So the round one is for tokens, the triangle is for cards, but there seems to be a bit of a mystery. What I've heard rumors on the High Seas tell that in something about 1,000 of these High Seas treasure packs, you can find a special signed card from James White's personal collection, including a couple really exciting test prints, like a 2-sided Marvel Great Library of Solana. Now, to me, that's treasure worth hunting for.
I think I might have to take out a small loan to go hunting for some treasure.
I can't condone that, and I won't condone that. Hunt responsibly.
Hunt responsibly, please.
Please, hunt responsibly. And speaking of hunting responsibly, I hear Arachne is on the prowl for another warrior.
In our next feature match, even.
In our next feature match, we have Andrew Rothermel on Kassai up against Arachne Marionette. And they're both 4-0. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to this stop on the Flesh and Blood World Tour. We are here at Battle Hardened, Minneapolis. Round 5, we have Kassai versus Arachne Marionette. And not only do we have somebody who had quite a deep run at Pro Tour London, Andrew Rothermel on Kassai, which is fun, interesting, and novel. However, this is round 5 of 7. The winner of this game is locked, as any X2 will make top 8. Let's get straight into it, Rhea.
Absolutely.
We've got Andrew Henderson on Arachne Marionette, 4-0 against Andrew Rothermel, also 4-0 on Kassai of the Golden Sand.
The Andrew Mirror, very dangerous in Flesh and Blood.
You thought Flesh and Blood was about the Michaels. Today, it's about the Andrews.
And really today has also been about Assassin versus Warrior. We've seen across 3 rounds today, both of these classes performing exceptionally well, answering that void that Enigma left after recently leaving Classic Constructed.
Yeah, especially after maybe Aurora finds herself on her way out after this weekend. This weekend is her last ride without those explosive arcane damage combo turns. This may just be the new shape of the metagame.
Yeah.
Coming in for 3.
And we see a beautiful extended art Cold Foil Kiss of Death being played by Andrew Henderson.
Andrew Henderson. Not the only Andrew in the room with us today. Andrew Rothermel blocking 6 on this, not only getting some cards in the yard to fuel Kassai's ability, and giving this that all you got, just fully filtering this hand, getting more cards in the yard. 2 yellows already, halfway to a Kassai activation. Andrew, not, you know, out of ideas for ways to interact on this turn 0, discards Reaper's Call to mark Rothermel and allow him to flip on the very first turn of the game, hitting Arachne Tarantula, perhaps the best one when you have 2 daggers up and want to push some damage.
So much happened on that turn 0. I want to point out, so first off, the beautiful marvels that Henderson is supplying here, in addition to another, oh my god,
This deck
Marvel
is so blinged
Codex.
out.
But also, very interesting card that Andrew blocked with. That was yellow draw swords in that opening hand.
And it looks like Andrew Rothermel has drawn up a cracked bauble, which is Eye of Ophidia.
Talk about a spicy inclusion in Kassai. You want to know exactly what you're drawing off of that gold.
That makes a lot of sense. Pretty interesting inclusion, as well as a Glint the Quicksilver, a Slice and Dice, and a Blade Flurry. This turn is actually promising a fair bit of damage.
The question is, are we going to see that Eye of Ophidia used to crack Tiny Gold in full sleeve?
I just
which
noticed
might be
Tiny
my
Gold in
favorite
full
thing.
So he gets to opt 2. We're going to look at a red Outland Skirmish and a yellow Hit and Run. This is a pretty crazy amount of card selection. He's opting to draw the Outland Skirmish and put the yellow Hit and Run on the bottom.
Graveyard certainly already fueled with a lot of yellows from that turn 0 block as far as future Kassai activations. So just the more efficient damage option in the form of that Outland Skirmish, as long as threatening a little bit of copper for potential blood on her hands later, seems very valuable here.
Here comes, you thought Kassai wasn't a Runeblade? Here comes buff, at attack.
Yeah, going to be a very big Centauri Saber.
And since she's draw a card, these Sabers are free.
And, you know, this large amount of damage is going to incentivize Andrew to block.
Which will trigger Reprise.
For Andrew.
For other Andrew. If Andrew blocks, Andrew gets Reprise.
Exactly.
Centauri Saber for presently 6.
I will block 3.
Blocking 3 with 2
Two
sides.
sides
to
of the blade.
In reactions, I'm going to dump my whole freaking hand on the table.
And then
Glint
draws another
glint.
All right, well,
That's a Dorinthia move.
Andrew is set on action points, not just for this turn cycle, but also for next turn cycle. What a blinged out deck with that new London exclusive Sync Below from Pro Tour London.
We're seeing another glint cashed in here, looking to just dig a little deeper. I believe this is still coming over by 1. Blade Flurry pushing it to 8, with Andrew Henderson blocking 7.
Do we have a 6-power die over there? I don't know if we have multiple.
Players just trying to find enough dice to represent the board state. 3, 4, 6. We're at
It is possible
8 right now, yeah?
that one of the two Andrews forgot that Blade Flurry has text. We got there. We got there.
Okay, okay, okay.
This is for 8.
Take 1. So 39.
1 damage across. First blood has been drawn, and first blood generates another gold. This is a pretty fascinating kind of breakout performance of this Kassai deck. I have not seen a Kassai deck of this style before this weekend. And, you know, both of us went into this weekend with our first Kassai game under the assumption that she was going to use the gold to raise an army, but this deck just clearly values the deck velocity and activating Kassai, both parts of Kassai, every single turn.
Yeah, clearly a lot of work has been put into optimizing red and yellow ratios so that that Kassai activated ability to create future gold.
And let's see, this returns.
Looks like the second Saber's going to come in here for
So the next one is coming for
Blade Flurry plus Slice and Dice. 3 plus 2 plus 2, 7. Pretty massive turn off of just 4 cards, except we're going to see a Brave Forge Bracer's activation. So this is 8 into 8. 11. Oh, he played the Outwind Skirmish. He ripped off the glint. Good lord.
I don't know. Is 19 value from a 4-card hand good?
I don't think so.
One day we'll have a good hand of Flesh and Blood.
One day we'll have
I think Andrew is making the most out of this hand, though.
That was downright ridiculous. Now let's see. I mean,
So
Andrew took 11.
Andrew took 11. There was a lot of blocking that hand.
I've got to find out what's in this hand.
If he can leverage the hero ability of
It's like
Oh
Saber,
my gosh.
Bloodshed, Kiss of Death, and Mark of the Black Widow. And because he's Arachne Tarantula, he can discard to pump Kiss of Death.
Kiss of Death is a dagger for Tarantula's purposes.
So not only does it have
Saber Bloodshed,
Tarantula's hero ability on it, Kiss
for
of Death's
7
text
on
on
hit
it,
with 2
so it loses 2 life on hit. It will also draw a card, and it's coming in for 10.
Don't even have to flick. Andrew went into this turn marked. How do you even begin to block this?
No go again currently.
Andrew could simply block 10.
Andrew's saying my favorite line in Flesh and Blood, no go again currently.
No go again currently.
I don't make promises about if it will gain go again, but right now, don't worry about it.
The attack reaction is relatively face up, but it's a little bit tough that if Andrew just goes ahead and blocks 10, the only card he's left with in his hand is a Gorganian Tome, and he's expended his Valiant Dynamo block, and Henderson just gets to arsenal the attack he's holding on to.
Yeah, which is a Mark of the Black Widow, and if your opponent stays marked, then that's a very real offensive threat for a future turn.
I'll block 7 here. Actually,
Looks like he is blocking
Go ahead,
7,
discard
deciding to just
card to Tarantula
get
to
this
buff
card
it
out of
by
the
3.
hand, pumping this to 10.
sense.
Rothermel saying, yeah, makes sense.
Makes sense.
Deals 2 cracks.
On hit,
Deals
so
2 and draws a card, very importantly.
3 damage over on hit, deal 2 damage, and draw a card. This is a 3-card 12 that draws a card.
7 on you.
And then I will. You're no longer marked.
Oh, yeah.
I'll move to Arsenal.
Players cleaning up that massive turn. The real question is, can Andrew do anything back?
He does have a Gorganian Tome, so there may be no reason to cash in tiny gold on this turn.
It's been interesting to see Gorganian Tome pop up in multiple of these Kassais that we've seen at our feature table today. Seems relatively popular.
Drawing a Shelter from the Storm. Maybe not exactly what he wanted to see here,
Yeah.
though any card will pay for the Spoils of War.
Play Spoils of War.
Seems like Spoils of War is being valued for the extra action points in this Centauri Sabers, rather than arsenaling that Shelter from the Storm for a future turn.
No defense.
And there
no
obviously
reaction.
is a lot of copper being threatened here. Blood on her hands is a very real card.
Mark you.
Yeah, this card generates 2 copper every time a weapon attack you control connects on the turn it's played. Lair of the Spider punishing this go again with a mark, even though Andrew just got it off his back. Though this will connect and generate 2 copper.
Yeah, we're already 2/3 of the way to a fully powered Blood on her hands and threatening. threatening the last third of it on this Centauri swing.
Yeah, if Andrew doesn't
defense.
block. He says no blocks. He's letting Rothermel get all 6 copper. What an aggressive approach to this match.
Clearly likes what's in the hand, and of course, going into it with Andrew marked is very valuable when you're Arachne Marionette, where a lot of your extra action points are tied to capitalizing on your opponent's marked state.
Mark of the Black Widow for 4.
On hit gains go again, and banishes a card from Rothermel's hand. 4 is the ask.
Luckily, it looks like Rothermel does have at least one defense reaction to answer it. But the question eternally with Arachne Marionette is, are there any attack reactions?
Looks like we are holding on to a Take Up the Mantle in Andrew Henderson's hand. Promising to make this any stealth attack.
Any stealth attack that is currently in the graveyard.
Very true.
There are some choice options, but honestly, I feel like it's hard to beat Red Mark of the Black Widow at this stage in the game.
We'll play Take Up the Mantle.
Take Up the Mantle, pumping this by 3,
Going to
and making
swap
this
that out for
Kiss
the
of
Kiss of
Death,
Death to
just
make a copy of
valuing the
Kiss of Death.
damage here.
Well, it's
Then I'm
damage,
going
but
to,
also if the Kiss of Death
Tarantula
hits,
Toxin.
there we go.
He gets to
Three
cash
block.
in this Tarantula Toxin
So
as a
this
0
currently
for
is
6.
at,
This has functionally been
4
pumped to 10.
6, so 10.
And there's
Oh,
an
not functionally. That Take Up the
10
Mantle
was
plus
like
3 is
one
making
hit.
this literally 10.
Yes.
It's functionally 13.
yeah, that's a foil stamped Take Up the Mantle, by the way. This Arachne Marionette deck is as blinged out as you can imagine. And there's one more layer to this, which is that the Kiss of Death, if it hits, has go again for Marionette, which means it can be flicked on the next chain link. So-
Opting a card on this Fate for Scene, cashing it in clearly just for a little bit of life preservation. Andrew Henderson's last card is a Leave No Witnesses. No real on-hit to speak of there.
So this is currently a copy of Kiss of Death. I'm just going to move that down here.
Sending it anyways to get the Kiss of Death value.
Yeah. It also puts the Leave No Witness in your graveyard for future Codex of Frailty, which is always valuable to have that available.
Kind of an interesting bit of pressure here, too, is that Andrew opted a card to the top of his deck with Fate Foreseen.
Yeah, Leave No Witnesses banishes the top card of deck on hit, not just the arsenal, so threatening to take
I'm gonna
away whatever
activate,
Andrew
Flick
Rothermel
Knives
wanted to
with,
leave on
Kiss
top of
of Death
there.
Copy.
Oh, yeah.
So you'll,
More.
yep, 27.
Who's the top card?
It's a Seduce Secrets, very popular in these Kassai lists that we've seen this weekend.
Yeah, I believe Andrew Rothermel and Marek, the Kassai player we saw earlier, are playing the same deck as they are locals and friends who chest together.
My turn. I'll just prosperity here.
Clearly a very successful build of Kassai.
Andrew just passing there. Arsenaling a card and sending it back to his Dark Mirror, the other Andrew, on the other side of the table.
Yeah, so obviously
Mark
Marionette
Black
wants to
Widow
start the
for
turn with
3.
their opponent marked, but both claves are still available with the Flick Knives to demand that kind of whenever you want.
Yeah, it's
And
that on-demand breakpoint.
on-demand breakpoint. And also, there is a cut through the cloth in Andrew Henderson's hand, and we're playing against a warrior. It almost certainly is going to hit, or is going to find an attack reaction to mark Andrew Rothermel.
You have 3 cards.
3 cards.
Been a bit of a relentless onslaught of disruption. Mark of the Black Widow, which turned into Kiss of Death after he was satisfied with how many cards Andrew had given him, and followed up by Leave No Witnesses, and another Mark of the Black Widow this turn.
This also
Blocks here.
is a real predicament for Andrew Rothermel.
Activate Flick Knives to flick you with the dagger.
Not yet.
Throwing a dagger straight at him.
Post
To
this up
Mark.
to,
Because
4.
this hand for Rothermel is excellent. There's a blood on her hands as well as sources of go again and a blade
Then
flurry.
going to Tunic.
see
two
Tunic to
sides of
pay
the
for
blade
2 sides to the
make
blade.
it,
So not only is it going to push this to 7, it's
7
going to
on-hit
add the
mark,
on-hit
and
to
structure.
mark Andrew Rothermel as well.
Yeah, so
Marking him and setting him up for more shenanigans in the future.
ending the turn with your opponent marked as Marionette is where essentially half of your hero power comes from, enabling those random transformations into the agents of chaos that have such powerful offensive abilities, providing that you discard an assassin card.
Yep, no reactions here. Taking 7.
Going to 18.
Yeah, I'll banish. It's
Down to
banished.
18 to Andrew
Yeah, banish from
Henderson's
hands.
25, banishing yellow draw swords.
And you are marked.
Card that we've seen
I
twice
will
this
move to
game,
end.
but only in a defensive capacity.
Roll
Yeah,
Yet
we
to
are
see it
yet
hit
to
the
see this
combat
card
chain.
resolved today.
6.
Flipping
Going
into
to
6,
trap
Arachne
door.
Trapdoor going to find, most likely, a defense reaction out of the deck to allow him to do some extra blocking on this hand that Andrew Rothermel just took a fair bit of damage and lost a card to keep.
Also, very notable that Mask of Deceit is extra useful on these turns where you flip into Trapdoor.
Because you can flip out.
You can flip out. So you get to kind of double dip on that hero power of being able to draw a defense reaction on your opponent's turn functionally with Trapdoor, and then change back to an Arachne Agent of Chaos that has an offensive hero power on your own turn.
A big tempo swing.
Thank you. All right. Banish card.
Is it going to be
one
enough
and
to
one mark,
overcome
draw
this
3.
blood on her hands, though? I mean, this is going to
Blood on
be...
her
We're looking
hands,
at
blade
fully powered blood
flurry.
on her hands, and there's a gold available to make the sabers free.
Yeah, and he'll get to use that one resource left over on his choice of a Vigor or +1 thanks to the combination of Brave Forge Bracers and Grains of Blood Spill.
Size power.
Ripping a hit and run, capable of just being used for a little bit extra power on this turn, activating Kassai as the start to this turn. Got to refresh the gold you just spent.
Checking, looks like the graveyard is still relatively healthy for future Kassai activations as well. Andrew is relatively well postured, as long as Andrew Henderson doesn't disrupt him too badly in near future turns. Andrew Henderson actually rich with defense reactions. We see a through the trap door in his hand to offer potentially whatever he just searched from Arachne Trapdoor.
Yeah, or the Lair of the Spider he blocked with earlier in this game. Andrew deciding how to sequence. First and unsheathed, hitting the table, promising +3 and go again to his next saber attack. Is he not playing the blood on her hands this turn?
It's possible. This is, of course, representing gold on hit, and it has go again naturally, and it was free from the card draw previously.
No defense. Oh, yeah. Less reactions.
Lair of the Spider.
Playing the Lair of the Spider to both block and mark Andrew Rothermel, though he is already marked, taking 2 down to 23 to Rothermel's 18.
Play blood in her
Now we're
hands.
going to play the blood on
All
her
right.
hands.
Bait the defense reaction, and now the real damage comes out. Oh, maybe thinking about not using every copper.
Let's see. Sacrifice
Getting
5
his
power.
gold back.
Hmm.
Choosing
Perhaps.
attack twice.
One saber does not need go again this turn. They're all daggers. The meta's full of daggers.
They're big daggers.
They're big
Sabers
daggers.
are big daggers.
Sabers are big daggers. Choosing 5 modes.
Yeah, leaving 1 copper back for a future blood on her hands, presumably. You do have 3 copies of the deck, of the card in the deck.
+2 on it. So going for 4.
Interesting, he chose to put both +1s on the same sword.
Reactions. I'll push it to 6.
Blade Flurry pushing this to 6. Pretty gigantic amount of damage coming across this turn.
But Andrew Henderson has his own gigantic damage hand. That was a Saver Bloodshed when your opponent is already marked.
17.
I am thinking out on hits.
Really thinking about if this hit and run is being committed this turn or being arsenaled.
Make a resource.
Making a resource on Grains of Bloodspill for his next turn.
Run out of dice.
These Kassai decks are just so flexible. Every spare resource can be converted into extra power. It can be converted into additional resources.
It can even be converted into cards.
It can.
Blade Fury,
Gold is the
but-
payoff.
Yeah,
Gold has
What's
been
the
the
other
gold
buff?
payoff the
so
whole
plus
time.
2 from the 2 activations.
Yeah, explaining that he put
Oh,
both
okay.
of the
So
plus
you only
2s
do
on the
did it,
same
you did
saber
on this one.
with
Okay,
blood on
that
her
one.
hands.
No defense.
Certainly valuable in letting you double dip on that Blade Flurry.
11?
And it forces breakpoints.
It does.
Andrew Henderson down to 11 after the second saber comes in for 6. And the second swing
No
on
defense.
this saber coming in for 2. Andrew looking to arsenal that hit and run.
Having guaranteed additional action points in future turns when you have gold as an outlet to pay for your sabers is always useful.
I believe I have heard the phrase, I hear banking action points is quite good in FAP.
Who said that again?
James
Was
White.
that-
That was James White on Twitter. It was about Bolton, one of my favorite heroes.
Oh, you play Bolton?
No.
Not anymore.
Andrew Henderson leading with Orb Weaver Spinneret, giving +3 to his next stealth attack, and equipping a Graphene Calicera.
For the first time this game, we see the Calicera come out. Also, interestingly, we didn't see the Mask of Deceit being used last turn. Andrew kind of has a blank hero text box on this turn cycle.
Perhaps his hand already converts plenty here. Here comes that cut from the same cloth. We saw arsenaled a couple turns ago. I mean, this is the third time he's had an ability that would mark Andrew, who is already marked in just a couple turns.
Cut also nearly missing in this hand, by the way. Only the one reaction in the form of the Blade Flurry there.
One is enough, though. Yeah, I mean, there's no need to flip into a different hero when you just have
How big is this
a
dagger?
million dagger pumps. This is a Graphene Calicera for 4, 8, 12, plus 3, 15,
16. Count it with Andrew.
Graphene Calicera for 16 with Go again, thanks to Graphene Calicera's ability that when it attacks a marked hero, the attack gains Go again. And he'll get to follow this up with a Hunter's Clave, threatening to remark him. And let's not forget, Saber Bloodshed was played. If anything connects on this turn, he will draw a card.
And you can't even put Valiant Dynamo. Even if you can find 16 block here, you can't put the Dynamos in front of Hunter's Clave because of Piercing on the second chain link.
Yeah, that's right.
Andrew Rothermel is in a tough situation here. 12, 14. Okay, if he gives every card in hand and 2 armor pieces, he can cover up 16. But then the Clave is still threatening afterwards.
16.
Not to mention, he can just flick a dagger at any point on this turn to just force the Saber Bloodshed draw if he wants.
Unlikely to happen with the Clave, but definitely could happen with the Calicera when you swing the Clave as a follow-up. Obviously, you cannot flick the dagger that is on the active chain link. Andrew Rothermel really thinking about, is there a way I can block this and still have a turn? I think the answer is no. But also 16 is just almost Andrew's entire life total.
If he opts not to block this, the Hunter's Clave will be threatening lethal thanks to
will.
Flick Knives.
Talk about a tough turn to navigate.
That was such an interesting.
Oh, you just blood on your hands turn. I had that, and I was like really excited. And then you just blood on your hands. I was like, oh.
That's very good. Yeah.
Both players kind of
bit.
having power turns back to back and bantering about it.
That's a tough one.
A little bit of table banter. Andrew chewing on his decisions here, deciding if it's worth trying to shut this down or if he just needs to push back.
I think you have to just make your own offensive answer. I don't think you can block out the 16, but then the Clave is going to hit.
It's tough. Letting your opponent draw cards is so brutal.
Additional blocks.
All right, committing.
Definitely committing 3.
Yeah. But even with all 4 cards in hand, that only gets you to 15. So it seems like Rothermel is going to let this hit.
Yeah, definitely not shutting down this hit trigger.
Just trying to think about what is the worst possible draw that Henderson could find on the top, and combined with the Hunter's Clave, it's probably Mark to the Black Widow red.
Black 3 here.
No reactions.
Yeah. Taking 13.
Down to 5.
All right, that is a huge change in life totals.
Let's see
What is
the
it?
rip
What is it?
I think it's a Tarantula Toxin.
You're no longer marked.
Threatening even more damage on this
Wanna
next
play
attack.
cut from the same
Oh no,
cloth?
it's
Cut from the
same
same
cloth.
cloth! This Clave is now lethal!
3 Markni.
Yep.
Not only is this lethal, it
And I
remarks
will-
him.
Dagger for 5.
Well, the Hunter's Clave was already threatening.
I
that,
take
I
it back.
suppose.
That might be the best draw. 0 for 4 guaranteed remark was kind of the dream there. Andrew, Rothermel doesn't even have a good answer now. You have to give cards just to preserve life total, but it doesn't save you from this board state of being marked and having to block for the rest of the game.
We have,
I
interestingly
will
enough,
mirror
seen
back.
draw swords still only blocked with today.
Draw,
Kind of unfortunate that it just hasn't really been paired with blues efficiently in the hands that it's been seen in. Or, you know, been allowed to keep a big enough hand to
Yeah.
use it offensively even.
Just too much damage coming across. Andrew has a pretty healthy hand here. He
Yeah.
has that yellow hit and run in Arsenal, and Outwind Skirmish, a blue to power this gold. Let's see what he rips, as well as a Blade Flurry in his hand. Ripping a blue Blade Runner, not necessarily the most exciting draw possible.
Yeah, you really are wanting to find cards that convert to offensive damage right now, and you already have an action point available. Blue Blade Runner being essentially 1 resource for 1 additional power. I mean, that kind of already exists in the form of Braveforge Bracers on the table. I'm curious to see if this is going to be the Mask of Deceit turn for Andrew Henderson, and what the desired transformation would even be.
Sorry, I was focused on something.
Yeah,
What did
maybe
you
he'll
miss
cash
the,
it in to
throttle
try
on
and
for?
close the game.
For gold draw.
Oh, gotcha. Yep.
There's another beautiful Marvel Codex in Andrew Henderson's hand. This is, I think, the shiniest Marionette deck I have ever seen.
People love Assassin nearly as much as they love Illusionist. Bit of a good investment, too, given that even far in the future, when Arachne Marionette hits Living Legend, there's another Arachne that you can play
There
all these
is.
cards in.
There's 2 Arachnes you can play these cards in even.
There's one more.
I believe in Huntsman. I
That's
see the
great,
vision.
buddy.
I see the vision.
That's great, buddy.
One day we'll have a fatigue meta where manipulating your opponent's pitch stack and trading efficiently with cards and life value will be useful. But right now, we're in dagger meta.
If we get there, just kill me. Centauri Saber for 5, threatening a copper on hit on this turn.
It has been a while since we saw a blood on her hands, which means that we are going to see one soon, and copper is only going to become more valuable in the short term as a result because of that.
Trying to decide if he needs to play around the Blade Flurry, which Andrew actually does have.
Yeah, very good read of the game state and cards that, you know, you can lose to in this situation from Andrew Henderson.
That's a very important skill in playing Assassin. I really don't think that you can play this class without having a reasonable understanding of what can be in your opponent's deck. It reminds me some amount of many people's favorite hero, Icelander, in that way, where you have to have a pretty intimate understanding of how your opponent wants to win the game to win the game.
People, Icelander was some people's favorite hero?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Sorry, I guess I didn't have the other guy.
Yeah.
Here comes
So Orb
Blade-
Weaver
Taking
is
3.
interesting as a transformation choice because
Down to 6.
it does two things. So it makes your first Kalisera attack one less.
Makes all of your Kalisera cost one
It
less.
does make all your Kalisera cost one less. Are we going to see a double Kalisera here?
Yeah,
Could
maybe.
Flit create a new Kalisera with Orb Weaver's effect? And then just go 0 cost, 0 cost?
Looks like we're
This-
going to see this yellow hit and run played to give some extra power to his next Saber swing. And we're going to activate Kassai here. This Saber is getting +3 thanks to Blade Runner, coming in for 5, 6, maybe 7 thanks to Blade Flurry. Braveforge Bracers. A plethora of effects on the table. 2 power plus 2
Shoving
from
the
Hit and Run plus
tunic.
1 from Blade Runner plus Blade Flurry coming in for 7 with Go Again.
All right, well, Andrew Henderson clearly thinks this game is over soon if he's willing to give up the tunic.
Interestingly, blocking functionally won with this pick up the point.
Oh, that's right.
It's up to you.
I think that might have just been realized
So
now.
I go to 1. Oh, sorry, 3 to 8. So I take 5, go to 1.
Sounds right.
Well, you know, 1 is not 0.
Last life point's the only one that matters in game states like this.
I have to imagine that if Tunic was blocked there and not Flick Knives, we're going to see a dagger flipped this turn.
Yeah. I am quite excited to see what he has in store for us on this turn.
Oh,
Is that
it's a
double
stains
trouble?
of, it's a
No,
stains of the
Stains
red back.
So we're going to see, Graphene Kalisera paying 0.
It has go again because Andrew Rothermel is marked. The
Going to
second one is
flick.
free.
Oh my god. So this will be
This has
Flick,
go
this
again,
already
so
has Go Again,
Orb
equip a
Weaver is +3
Kalisera,
next attack.
Stains
So
of the
not a
Red Back,
reaction.
Codex of Frailty.
I think so. Talk about an unconventional yet wide turn for Arachne Marionette.
So this is coming for
Talk about not being able to win games without having a deep understanding of both your hero and your opponents. I have literally never seen this
I've
line.
never seen that, but Andrew Henderson was so confident. He was so fast in choosing Orb Weaver. He knew exactly what he was doing here. This is real mastery of this hero on display.
He has definitely done this before.
Definitely done this before. And Andrew Rothermel is feeling the pressure. No, there is a trick here. It's just, can Andrew Rothermel identify what the line is?
And can he beat it?
Honestly, that's true. There's still quite a bit of armor available. Grains of Blood spell hasn't been blocked with yet. 1 on the Braveforge Bracers, 1 on the Dynamos. And these daggers, the Kalisera at least, don't have piercing.
It's true. However, blocking low is a little bit sketchy. Thankfully, he has a Fate Foreseen in hand to insulate him from some amount of attack reactions. But that Flick Knives true damage effect makes 2 functionally equal to 1.
There also is the ever-looming threat of additional Tarantula Toxins, which are doubly effective on these Graphene Kalisera, being both stealth and daggers.
I imagine that's what he's checking right now.
And the answer is there are not 3 in the graveyard yet.
Well, that's good. Maybe his opponent doesn't play 3.
Yeah, why would you play 3 Tarantula Toxins?
It's an attack. You don't want to draw too many attack reactions.
That honestly has been one of the more interesting things that we've seen addressed in deck building of these new Assassin heroes, though, is they're kind of prone in these dagger builds to the Runeblade hand problem of you
Right.
can draw all reactions or you can draw all front pumps and kind of be missing A plus B that
Right.
kind of puts your whole game plan together. Not really what we've seen with Andrew Henderson so far. His deck is very cooperative, as is Andrew Rothermel's.
Round 5 of Battle Hardened Minneapolis.
And just reminding our viewers as we close in on the endgame here, the winner of this game is locked for top 8. So this is a critical game in terms of results. All right, looks like we might have decided the blocks.
Let's see.
It is nice that Rothermel has that Fate Foreseen to fall back on as a defense reaction after committing initial blocks.
Activate Flick Knives to flick you with the clave.
Clave getting flicked, clearing the mark on hit, and immediately remarking, and maybe most importantly, clearing up a spot to activate Orb Weaver, discarding Stains of the Redback to generate a Graphene Calicera and give it +3. So kind of still just getting the +3 out of that Stains of the Redback that you could have gotten otherwise. And because Andrew is still marked, this will still have go again.
Graphene for 1. Again.
4. Graphene for 4.
It should be for 4, right?
Oh, for 4, yes.
Andrew Rothermel reminding his opponent, sorry, your turn is even better than you thought it was.
Also, I just have to point out,
This one does
Andrew
have
Henderson
Logan.
had the second Cold Foil Graphene Calicera ready.
Of course. Of course you do.
This is the perfect Marionette deck. It's really a dangerous thing for Andrew Rothermel to block here. I don't think there is a good answer here.
He is giving a card and armor.
And is likely to just be marked for the rest of the game, which plays into Marionette's game plan beautifully.
Interestingly, this Codex of Frailty is maybe not as brutal as the card typically is. I don't think Andrew Rothermel has any attack actions in his deck, much less in his graveyard. The Frailty will generate a serious amount of value on this turn. But I think that's just about it. I mean, Andrew has a 0 for 4 defense reaction for anything that Henderson chooses to grab here. Sending Kiss of Death, it seems.
You surely have to send it this turn cycle, right? Just demands an extra block from Rothermel.
Yeah, valuing that on hit.
Kiss of Death for 4, on hit, lose a life.
You've activated Flick Knives this turn.
Is it for
I have
4
activated
because of
Flick Knives this turn.
Orb Weaver?
Perhaps it just doesn't matter because Andrew Rothermel
Perhaps
has a
it
4
just
block.
doesn't matter.
Perhaps it just doesn't matter. He is already flicked on this turn, so no threat of that.
So, you still have the Frailty,
I get a Fronder, you get a Pailty.
Arsenal.
Clearly a good enough ponder to put in Arsenal. So Henderson will have the ability to have a little bit of offense next turn. This is a precarious position for Rothermel. Only 1 card in hand. It's not really anything that can be done this turn cycle. I mean, you can take a card.
Can activate a gold. Looking for answers here.
What's the draw?
It is a Shelter from the Storm. When you get to cycle this blue into a 0 for 4 for your arsenal and still come in for 1, it's definitely not bad. Activating Kassai maybe to encourage a little bit of blocking.
Yeah, I mean, the only armor that Andrew Henderson has available is Flick Knives.
Which he's surely valuing as a way to close the game here.
I want to double check. I may have missed the damage last time. I'll make sure to.
Which means that this Centauri Saber, for 1,
Has an on
has,
hit. It's valuable.
has a very real on hit.
I don't think I have enough yellows.
I mean, also Andrew Henderson is at 1 life, so the ultimate on hit is death.
Looks like he actually does not have enough yellows to activate Kassai here, so just 1.
Move to reactions.
Oh no, does he have that all you got? He snapped off no blocks so quickly. Just to sink below, just to sink below. Blocking 4 on 1.
But, you know, it's always ominous when a sync effect isn't chosen on the sync below. It means that Henderson is quite happy with his hand.
Yeah. Sync on a small attack tells you one of 2 things. Either their hand is all defense reactions, or it's the only card they're willing to give up.
And I see a Stains of the Redback in this hand with 2 different Calicera that it could target.
2. Due to Marionette.
Dagger for 2, thanks to Marionette's hero ability. Suddenly, Andrew Henderson has a pretty commanding position in this game, thanks to the Frailty saving him from having to really, interact too much.
You have 3 cards in hand.
2 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal.
That Arsenal was a blind ponder, remember, from the Codex of Frailty.
Block 3 here. Reactions.
No reactions?
No reaction, says Andrew Henderson. Second
Drafting.
Calicera coming in for 2.
I think this is a really smart play. If Andrew has cards in hand that he doesn't want to block with, there's always the chance that he gives up D-reacts just like on the initial block
react
of
with
the second
Star Tissue,
Calicera.
to give
Here
a
comes
+3
Star
Star
Tissue.
Tissue.
So it'll be
Bumping
at
this to
5 currently.
5.
Yeah.
Currently lethal.
Definitely a card that was popularized by Tao Tao in the recent Battle Hardened and ProQuest Plus victory.
An on-hit mark.
The back-to-back. Shelter from the Storm covering up to 7 on 5 here.
But this Calicera still has go again. What's the follow-up?
Bonds
of Agony!
is insane here.
And there still is a Stains of the Red back in hand.
He can push it up to 5. Andrew has to give both cards to not die here.
Yeah, remember, there's also the looming threat of Flick Knives, so Andrew's at a functional 1.
Block 3 here.
I wonder if we see a Telecera flicked here just because it threatens lethal with the other Telecera next turn.
Yeah, that true damage effect can definitely get you there.
I'll activate Flick Knives and flick you with the
Flick Knives sending
Exactly
him to 1.
that.
Is this Bonds just going to
Oh,
get
the
pumped?
Bonds can be online.
Yeah, this Bonds can be
Flick,
online.
snaps,
And
and Stains.
I think
Puts it
that's
to
going to do
7.
it.
So it
He
is
doesn't
now
even have a
at
defense
7.
reaction. It's only another 3 block in hand.
Is there anything Andrew Rothermel can do? That's the game.
The fist bump is extended. What a crazy game
Oh
of flesh and
my
blood. Andrew
God.
Rothermel had
swinging.
such an explosive early start to that game with that attack for 11 that Andrew Henderson just took straight to the face.
Yeah.
And
Came in,
after
and then they got that one
coasting
turn,
from there into the winner's circle, he is locked for top 8 at this Battle Hardened. Congratulations. What a crazy game we just saw played.
Listen, to make the top 8 of Battle Hardens, you have to take innovative lines, and double Calicera is exactly that. Andrew Henderson knew what he was doing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've literally never seen that line before.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to see some players who know what they're doing, get yourself down to Taipei for the world premiere at the World Tour Stop on Taipei. This is the world premiere of High Seas. So this is kind of a pre-release where we will see this set for the first time a week ahead of your own pre-release, where people will be playing limited in a calling level event. And it is not too late. If you want a last minute trip to Taipei to get your hands on all this world premiere exclusive swag, you can. There's still packages left. There's about 40 of them left. So if you want to go, you gotta make up your mind now. There's also 80% sold of the Fabled event packages for World Premiere Taipei with the exclusive Chart the High Seas playmat, and, like we talked about earlier, a blind bag of 1 of 3 promo cards for these marquee classes of the set, along with an extended art cold foil gold token. And if you enter the calling, you can get your hands on 1 of 3 extended art rainbow foil adult heroes from High Seas. And if you enter the Battle Hardened there, you get all 3 of these extended art rainbow foil cards, 3 pirate necromancer cards in a fancy treatment. And also at World Premiere Taipei, this is sold out, but this is maybe one of the things I'm the most excited about this Year of the Snake package that comes with the playset of this new Snatch promo, which I was quite excited to put in my Aurora deck.
You're going to get a lot of value out of it in your Aurora deck, I hear. You're clearly playing a ProQuest Plus tomorrow with Aurora.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And speaking of Aurora, we have Aurora versus, I believe, Dorinthia up next, which is a pretty exciting hero to see doing quite well at this Battle Hardened. They're both X1, so they are playing for a spot in the top 8. We'll be right back with that game. Don't go anywhere. welcome back to this World Tour Flesh and Blood stop here at Battle Hardened, Minneapolis. I'm Elly Bird. This is Rhea Adams, and oh my god, we don't have much time. This game has started without us. It's Aurora versus Dorinthia, Sage Husano versus Ryan Vu. We are about a turn in. Let's just kind of get straight into it. Looks like Aurora has started this game off dealing a little bit of damage and establishing a channel Lightning Valley, and now we're back over to just Dorinthia's turn, who's pushing back with a Dawnblade for 6, thanks to Unsheathed.
It's also a spicy card in the pitch zone, Nip at the heels. We've seen Trot along and even Relentless Pursuit being put in some decks, but Nip at the heels also a very valuable blue 3-block generic printed in the Hunted. Can just, you know, lunging press for Dawnblade, but it blocks 3.
Yeah, speaking of Dawnblade, we're seeing kind of a massive Dawnblade here, cashed in early and quickly, with Refraction Bolters also being committed. So this was a Dawnblade for 8, gaining Go Again from Bolters on hit, and a follow-up attack for 5, threatening a counter. This weapon doesn't necessarily have directly an on-hit of its own, but when it gets those counters, over time, it threatens to spiral out of control if you let it go unchecked.
I also just want to point out, as we join this game right after the start, Aurora has already exhausted quite a bit of armor. Both Dietic Carapace and Grasp of the Arknight have been blocked with already.
That's a great call, Rhea.
Sage thinking about what is the block if this Dawnblade counter can be denied. Of course, Dorinthia with Dawnblade tries to beat these aggressive decks by outvaluing them through counters over the first few turns of the game, knowing that traditionally aggressive decks that are full of 0 for 4s don't block very well. They're usually lots of 2 blocks. And so those counters are relatively easy to accrue.
It's like Enlighten Strike and Entwine Lightning to cover 5 on Dawnblade is the answer there. I believe Sage's hand is 2 0 for 4s. The Aurora Classic, Entwine Lightning for 4 with Go Again, fused with Flittering Charge. This turn is relatively face-up. However, if either attack connects, Sage is going to get to draw a card.
And Ryan is already down to just 2 pieces of armor that can prevent breakpoints.
Block for 4.
Both players cashing in their armor quite quickly. Starfall coming in for 1. Pretty interesting decision here. Perhaps there is a lightning instant of some variety in the arsenal.
Have to imagine.
Here comes Arcanic Shockwave following up for 4 on hit, draw a card.
Three cards in hand?
I have 2 cards. Oh yeah, I have 3 cards in hand.
All right, well, 3 cards is plenty to find a Dawnblade counter.
I think we're going to see this led with a Spoils of War, also holding on to Route. And I believe this turn can pay for a Dawnblade swing, a Spoils of War, and Route if it lines up. Here comes Dawnblade for 5, Go Again. On it, generating some copper. Not quite as threatening as it is in Kassai, but it can bail out a bit of a stinky hand. 5 on hit, make some copper, and thanks to Dorinthia's hero ability, he'll get another swing with Dawnblade.
Now, Sage's hand has 2 copies of one of the most powerful cards in the deck, Gone in a Flash. However, it doesn't seem like there are plentiful instants to pair it with right now.
Nothing wrong with Lightning Wounding Blow. Nothing wrong with Lightning Wounding Blow.
All right, it's just 5 on 5.
Wonder if we're going to see this Route cashed in for damage or Arsenal to set up something bigger later. Little unfortunate that Route costs 2. If Ryan opts to cash this in here, it's just going to be worth functionally 6 damage, bouncing the 3 block and giving the attack +3, but he's not going to be able to afford another Dawnblade swing, effectively lighting the Go Again from Spoils of War on fire.
And the perfect punish.
Yep. That's so interesting. Sigil of Suffering in response to Route. I think he chose not to bounce something with Route so that he didn't give his opponent a card back.
There always is the danger that if you give your opponent Gone in a Flash, they'll just redraw it through an instant.
giving them free cards when you can't afford an extra swing is a little bit painful. Gone in a Flash
is that a
for
fatal
4.
engagement?
Yeah, Yeah, I've seen this card in Dorinthia a fair bit more recently. It's pretty interesting. It's a very overrate attack reaction under the assumption that your opponent has chosen to block with an attack action card, but it does always block 3. And it's yellow, which is
interesting to see it at yellow. Yeah, you get to have a little bit of compromise in its pitch value.
I mean, it's a bigger pump than the route we just saw played at the same cost.
It is. All right, this is a very innocuous Dawnblade without Go Again, but typically unpumped Dawnblade without Go Again when Refraction Bolters are off the table is kind of your all clear no blocks as a aggro deck. It's
usually means they have Quint the Quicksilver.
Well, but you don't want to block and give them an opportunity to draw from the reprise on Glint the Quicksilver. It makes their turn much less efficient.
It's very true. I believe Ryan's last 2 cards are Steelblade Supremacy and Iron Song Response. So this looks like just a 2-card 6 kind of damage play here. Sink Below coming in to cover up some damage. Both of these players are quote-unquote on their tournament life. Winning should lock them for top 8, but losing means they are certainly out if you end up X2 before the final round of Swiss.
All right, Ravenous Rabble coming up. The question is there a red on top? There is in the form of Lightning Surge.
Block 3.
Blocking 3 with Trot along. 1 damage coming over.
Yeah.
And we can actually see an example of what I was talking about earlier as far as Dawnblade wanting to accrue counters fast against aggro decks in Ryan's hand in the form of Glistening Steelblade. I know this has been kind of a controversial card going in and out of Dawnblade decks, but when you have a dominant aggro deck that really doesn't want to block and wants to convert their hand offensively, it's very hard to beat the pressure that, hey, every time I hit this turn, I get a counter proposes to your opponent.
Go again.
In addition, right now, this says every time I hit this turn, I draw a card. So perhaps that Glistening Steelblade is just destined for the arsenal.
Drawing a card is the best part of playing card games, I've heard.
I do love to draw cards. Yeah, just 3-card block, 8, 25 to 26. This has been, all things considered, a pretty fair flesh and blood game so far. Glistening Steelblade finding its way to Ryan's arsenal. Sage with just 2 cards to work with. We know their arsenal is Arc Lightning and has been for quite a few turns at this point.
Yeah, I've been talking.
Just passing.
Oh, passing with a card left in hand, and it's a Sink Below.
So they were playing around an attack reaction there, and nothing really came of it. Comes Glistening Steelblade.
Well, likely to be rewarded for that now, keeping that Sink Below in the hand.
Swing Dawnblade for...
Dawnblade for 3 on hit. I get a counter.
If I hit you at all this turn, it'll get a +1 counter.
And here's the Face Purgatory block.
Yep, I'll discard.
Ryan seems to have kind of seen this coming and played around it by holding on to an extra card that he could have just shipped
How much is that?
to have something to discard. He's holding both Iron Song Response and Singing Steelblade. He can pretty easily come over the top if he wants, but Sage is holding on to a defense reaction.
Can he get over the top?
Yeah.
There's no spare resource floating.
Wasn't there?
No, there was a yellow pitched in the form of Twinning Blade.
Yellow pitch. The die was still on the pitch zone, so I was under the impression that there was.
All right.
Discard the shelter.
Well,
Discarding Shelter to cover up some damage from Arc Lightning.
Prevent 1.
perhaps a bit suboptimal Arc Lightning turn. You typically want to convert the whole hand in offensive go again, but Sage has a Sink Below, which is probably going to be arsenaled at the end of this turn.
And has a Written in the Stars stuck in hand that was going to have, you know, if Arc Lightning connects, this is play this, deal your opponent one, draw a card. But when Arc Lightning's ping does not connect, you are in a bit of a tougher spot.
Critical shelter from the storm timing there.
Shelter, we're Prevent one.
So shelter
there's, like,
covering
pass.
one.
The blocks.
Okay.
Well, saying no blocks first. Shelter covers one,
Shelter will
and
prevent
then the
one,
arcane
take one
thing.
from Starfall, and then
So he takes
Does-
1 damage total.
Does leave yourself open to the potential of a blowout with Channel Lightning Valley, but luckily not punished here.
2 go again. And 1.
I think you can reasonably assume your opponent does not have Channel Lightning Valley when they just lead with Arc Lightning and
That's
don't play.
true.
Followed up by Starfall. So Starfall into current funnel was the entire turn.
Yeah.
Sage was a little blue heavy there and maybe looking for a bailout thanks to Written in the Stars and just didn't get it. Having their turn kneecapped a little bit. I got somewhere between hamstrung and kneecapped and almost said knee strung. Dawnblade coming in for 6. Presently no go again on Ryan's side of the table.
It's fine. It's definitely just 6. There isn't a Singing Steelblade in Arsenal.
Not one that got played on this turn.
Well-
Sage said no blocks, took 6, and Ryan just paid into the grains of Bloodspill Trigger.
All right, we have a 5-card hand as Aurora, and we have another Arc Lightning.
This is
Maybe
the
this
first
one goes a
5-card
bit
hand
better.
we've seen of this game. Arc
A
Lightning
Shelter
and
again!
Shelter discarded in response. Yet again, a little bit more impactful this time. Last turn, Ryan just had a blue he could block with. Or AB with, rather.
On this dice.
But does not have a blue this turn, so the Shelter's pulling a little bit more weight.
Yeah.
E-Strike for 5, draw a card with Go Again granted by Arc Lightning is the follow-up, blocking 2 cards here and letting Shelter eat the arcane damage.
And now,
prevent.
Grasp, the Go Again on Grasp, sending 1 more arcane along thanks to Arc Lightning, followed by Starfall for 1 arcane thanks to the Rune Chant, 2 physical, and then 1 arcane and resolution step thanks to Arc Lightning.
yeah, this is much more in line with what you want to see from your Arc Lightning
I'll
turns.
AB the Rune Chant.
Being able to
Take the 2
go
from the
multiple chain links
Starfall.
wide, including things like activating Grasp with Spare Blues, and ending on Exude Confidence.
Take the 4.
Ryan, a little bit punished. He only got to spend 2 of the resources of that blue when he could have just blocked 3 with it.
Are we going to see a 3rd Arc Lightning turn in a row from Sage?
Not before a 0-card 3 with Dawnblade here. Sage snapping off no blocks pretty quickly and firing a Sink Below out of Arsenal that's been there for a little while. Will the Arc Lightning connect this time? I don't think so.
I am skeptical.
I'll AB this one.
Ryan says no. Your Arc Lightnings will not be dealing damage to me. I will not get juiced by Written in the Stars.
Rest in peace, Written in the Stars.
Starfall coming in for 2 and 1.
Block 3, AB.
Yep.
But, you know, as defensive as Ryan is playing, Sage is still consistently chipping damage through these turns.
That's what that Runeblade signature split damage is so good at. When you decide you just want to sit there and block a little bit, they're kind of the class that punishes that best.
Because of the Arc Lightning.
Yeah, and this is a bit more of a patient play, saving the Skyward Serenade for a future turn, just ending on the Arcanic Shockwave for 5.
4, take 1. Take another one from the go.
But we haven't seen any Skizzics this game, so the Serenade is quite live.
Good old 0 for 6 here. 1 arcane from the Serenade, 1 arcane from the Go Again on the Skizzic, and the Skizzic itself will come in for 4 damage.
Yeah.
And 2 resources left over with which to either make a Rune Chant or an Embodiment of Lightning for Sage's next turn.
Of course, the Rune Chant is threatening additional Arcane from the Arc Lightning.
However, setting up the Embodiment is one of the most important things you can do on any given turn as Aurora.
You can play maybe a bit looser because of Snapdragon Scalers still being on the board.
Ryan has 1 card left to block with. The Grasp is going to be activated, like you said, dealing 1 arcane thanks to Arc Lightning, and then 1 arcane, and 4 physical coming in. So even though he's blocking 3, 4 here, he's still going to take 2 damage. 20-9. We kind of came into this game in media res a little bit, and we found it quite close at that moment, but Aurora has started to run away with it as Dorinthia has kind of let tempo slip through her fingers.
I mean, Aurora is the shooting star for a reason.
Sage asked to convert here, but it looks like their hand can. I believe they have Ravenous Rabble with an Electromagnetic Somersault.
As well as a Gone in a Flash.
And an Exude Confidence.
Leading on the Exude, I have to say this is the most telegraphed Snapdragon Stalers.
Well, what if they just pitch 3 reds into activating Exude?
Oh my gosh, you're so right.
It could just be 3 reds. Here
I
comes
mean-
Ravenous Rabble for 2. Written in the stars, kind of haunting Sage for a 3rd time
All
this
3
game.
copies.
All 3 copies have been pretty painful to have in the deck. And, I mean, all of a
Somersaulting
sudden...
back. You can't even play the Rabble again because you know that there's a blue on top
I
still.
mean, you can play it. It'd
Well,
present lethal on
you
this
can,
turn.
You can. I'm not sure that Sage is concerned with a crackback currently, though.
2-card block from Dorinthia here, not wanting to let any chip damage through here.
Yup.
Okay, so the Skyward Serenade, which can go fetch a Skizzit with Go again, solves the action point problem on this hand.
As well as the Ravenous Rabble in Arsenal. Lightning Press could target that, turning on Starfall, and letting you clear your blue. Here comes Ravenous Rabble for 3 this time, as well
Three
as
is better
letting Sage's opponent know that they have a Channel Lightning Valley coming up in the future. Attempts to press the attack over for 3 and is answered by a Sink Below, fully covering it.
I wonder if there's going to be a choice to not shuffle the deck so that Channel Lightning Valley is in the next hand.
That would make a lot of sense to me. Starfall for 2 with Go again here. Making an embodiment and sending Arcanic Shockwave for 4 and 1. I really like this play. When your opponent is low like this, Channel Lightning Valley is just not an impactful enough card.
Oh, and that's going to be the
Ryan
game.
conceding as the Skyward Serenade hits the table, promising the 4 damage for the 4 life points he had remaining. And like a shooting star, Sage ran away with that once close game, closing it out 20-0. Congratulations, Sage Husano, who should now be locked for top 8. And my condolences to Ryan Vu, who I believe is now out.
Well, Aurora staying alive for top 8 prospects, unsurprisingly, but deservedly.
Deservedly, quite a good hero, quite a powerful hero. I just feel such a longing, you know, to kind of get back to the basics of what Flesh and Blood was about before Runeblade even existed. And if you want to get back to the basics too, you can get yourself down to Auckland, where there will be a sealed Welcome to Rathe calling, where so when you buy your Fabled package to enter this event, you enter a raffle to win a tour of Legend Story Studios. We talked about this earlier today, but you know, for the launch of Mastery Pack Guardian, you get to kind of go see where the sausage is made, take a tour of the LSS studio, which is really, really, really exciting. And like I was talking about, there's a Welcome to Rathe sealed deck calling at Auckland. And what's really crazy about this event is that so day 1 is unlimited Welcome to Rathe. You rip 6 packs of Welcome, build a deck, play with your opponents, and everyone who makes it to day 2, their draft pods are using Alpha, first edition Welcome to Rathe product, which is so cool and exciting. And word on the street from PT London is that this is the last Alpha Welcome to Rathe for quite some time. So this is the last chance a lot of people are going to have to get their hands on any of that first edition product that is sometimes run as these alpha drafts. But let's say you just don't like limited that much, even enough to pass up such an exciting event. There is a classic constructed calling that weekend as well. And if you would prefer the second set where Runeblade had been invented yet, there's an Arcane Rising first edition Battle Hardened sealed deck format that weekend as well. A super duper exciting weekend in the heart of where Flesh and Blood is made, getting back to the basics of what the game is all about.
Flesh and Blood is coming home in a big way for the Auckland double calling.
Yeah, very exciting. And speaking of bringing it home, we have one more round of Swiss with Florian on a win in playing for top 8. We'll be back soon with that last game. See you soon. welcome back to the final round of this Battle Hardened on this Flesh and Blood World Tour. Stop. This is the last round of Swiss at Battle Hardened Minneapolis, and we're going to take a look at standings at the beginning of the final round of Swiss. These are the players in contention for top 8. We have Tolbui on Aurora, Andrew Henderson on Markni Marionette. Both of our 6-0 players, they are for sure locked. After that, we have a Florian, Arthur Reynolds, Alex Tyler, who we saw on stream earlier today on Fang, Andrew Rothermel, who we also saw earlier on stream today on another warrior, Kassai, Kris Kraemer, his opponent from that round, another Kassai, and Patrick McGregor, Logan King, who has managed to crawl out of that fascinating Prism Vynnset game that we watched earlier today, crawl away from that loss and make it to 8th seed before the last round. 1 win, and he is in. We have Ben Stutgen on Syndra, a hero we have not seen at all today, so to see one, you know, she kind of fell off after Calling Memphis was won by that innovative Flick Knives Red Line Syndra deck. Decks adjusted a little bit, people learned how to block around Mask of Momentum, and life got a little bit harder for the Drakai of Retribution, so seeing one doing so well here at this event is pretty exciting. And one more Florian, you know, compared to earlier where we had 2 Auroras doing quite well, the script is flipped. There are now 2 Florians and 1 Aurora.
I was about to say, this first page of standings, all these people in contention or locked for top 8 is incredibly diverse. There's, what, 2 heroes that are doubly represented in Florian and Kassai, and everyone else is singly represented at this point. Of course, there are a few players after this that are still in contention, like we just saw Sage in the last round.
Right.
But it's looking to be quite the diverse top 8 based on how win-and-ins break out. Most of the people that we see here are fighting to stay in contention.
And let's get straight to our game from here, which is live, and we're going to find out if we can have the first 8 hero top 8 in quite some time.
I would be excited to see it.
We've got Kris Kraemer's second game on stream today on Arachne Slip Through the Cracks against Florian, the Rotwood Harbinger. This is a pretty interesting matchup. From what I understand, Florian does quite a few things that Arachne Slip Through the Cracks does not like, so I'm very excited to see, you know, how is Kris going to get over this?
Very interested to see what flavor of Florian this is as well. There's kind of 2 competing builds right now in between Reaping Blade and the Scepter of Pain. One of them a bit more mid-rangey, one of them a bit more combo-oriented, trying to stack a multitude of rune chants and then attacking with things like Ninth Blade of the Blood Oath and amplify the Arc-Knight.
A little bit of a Viscerai cosplay, you know, setting yourself up to, once your hero ability is online, you have a Mordred Tide every turn, and what OTK Vis loved the most was Mordred Tide. So Florian, you know, very capable of pivoting into that lane nowadays, but also no slouch at kind of just beating your face in with repeated copies of Plow Under and Felling of the Crown.
Regardless of the flavor of list, most Florian decks are also on several defense reactions, which, as we saw earlier in the day-to-day, can be Arachne Slip Through the Cracks weaknesses. So it'll be interesting to see how Kris navigates a defense reaction-heavy deck in order to try to take out the win in this match.
The fist bump is extended and the game is underway, and just like you said, we are seeing that Scepter of Pain represented on Florian's side of the table, looking for an OTK game against Kris, who does thankfully have Arcane Barrier.
Yes, 1 Arcane Barrier and technically 1 Spell Void in the form of Widow Web Crawler in the leg equipment slot for Kris. I have to imagine that's more of an emergency measure and not the primary game plan. Not typically many blues in these Arachne Slip Through the Cracks decks to pitch to Arcane Barrier in the first place.
While true, being able to just convert a card to stop them from getting a rune chant when they swing Scepter for 1 is pretty important.
Absolutely.
Kris committing a little bit of a cardinal sin, attacking an Earth hero on turn 0 here, but the reason he did so was because he had a way to force a little bit of damage through. However, David had a defense reaction still covering this attack up, but Kris has another attack reaction. Curious to see if he cashes it in.
Yeah, so even if this Rootbound Carapace isn't decomposed, it's still really valuable to put 2 Earth cards into David's graveyard
Right.
on turn 0, because if he can find anything like a Trot-Alond or any other action, or Cold Foil Channel Millennium Tree.
Channel of the Millennium Tree is crazy here. The Scepter is getting amped by 3, so it's coming in for 4. And the text on Scepter of Pain says that you don't create one rune chant. If this deals damage, you create a rune chant for each point of damage dealt by Scepter of Pain. So this is threatening 4 rune chants with a floor of 3.
Yeah. Arcane Barrier 1, seen in the form of that Orbweaver Spinneret, only prevents 1 of the damage on Scepter, so 3 rune chants are still generated. And this is before Florian ability is even online. Great start to this game for David Bruner. And importantly, there are Earth cards in the pitch zone in order to channel the Millennium Tree for next turn. So we're likely to see Scepter of Pain do the same thing again next turn.
2 Earth cards to the bottom. And it's over to Kris's turn, who is already down to 35.
Down to 35, and essentially knowing that he's going to have to play next turn cycle with 1 fewer card in hand no matter what, because he's going to be taxed by that Scepter of Pain.
Here comes Kiss of Death with Go Again. 3 threatening and on hit.
This is typically the attack you want to start your turn with because it is flickable, on the second chain link at least.
Blocking with Thistle Bloom Life, a pretty interesting card. Here comes Tarantula Toxin with both modes active, both shredding this attack's defensive value and giving the dagger attack on the chain link +3. So now 7 is coming over.
6 is coming over, right?
Well, you also lose 1 life to Kiss of Death.
You're so right.
Here comes
And
Art of Desire,
Desire
Body.
Body.
Is the follow-up. 3 threatening life gain and milling some cards and drawing cards should this connect.
All right.
Flicking the Kiss of Death for 2 extra damage there. Reduced to Rune Chant, covering this up. I believe David Bruner should be at 30 life once they update the life totals. 31. 2
David,
from the flick, 7 from the attack.
David keeping a fair number of cards, and importantly has 2 Earth cards to pitch to the Scepter of Pain, one of them being red, which means that Channel Tree will be channeled 2 and survive for a 3rd turn cycle.
Threatening not only 4 damage, but 4 rune chants as well. The
Yeah.
OTK train has already left the station.
Yeah, this is kind of exactly the game plan that David wants to execute in the early game. Stack up a lot of rune chants without expending many, if any, resources from deck. It's really just 1 card spent in the form of Channel Millennium Tree as far as fatigue states go, in exchange for, I mean, we're about to be at 7 rune chants this turn, let alone on the next turn cycle, and that assumes that Kris is willing to pitch to Arcane Barrier.
Down to 32, but functionally 7 life below that as the clock keeps ticking and more rune chants are made by Scepter of Pain. Channel to 2. This Millennium Tree is going to be worth 18. 9 damage from the Scepter itself and 9 chants generated.
I believe that's 2 Haunting Renditions in David's hand. It is. So a very defensive hand, both in the form of blocks and at reaction speed by discarding to prevent 2 damage and make a rune chant.
Here comes Infiltrate. Pretty fun card. This is from Outsiders, and I think when it came out, it didn't really see all that much usage for myriad reasons, especially that Lexi was one of the best decks in the game at the time, and you couldn't play arrows you stole off the top of her deck because you didn't have a bow. But Infiltrate is so ubiquitous right now because you can play basically anything your opponent hits, and the game is so numbers-oriented that if you steal a 0-for-4 defense reaction or a 0-for-4 attack action off the top of their deck, speak of the devil, sink below, entering the banished zone, and Kraemer may play it on his next turn. You just get so much value from these Infiltrates connecting, and he's following it up with Leave No Witnesses for 4, a breakpoint threatening the Arsenal, but maybe not quite so threatening when that Arsenal is a defense reaction, both covering up all the damage and decomposing. And setting David Bruner up to send Felling of the Crown for 8 with Go Again. Not with Go Again, sorry, Decomposed.
Yeah, well, I wonder if David is somewhat incentivized to not attack with the Felling of the Crown, both because Kris has a face-up sink below in the Banish Zone, and also because this most definitely is the last turn that this channel tree is going to survive. So getting to dip into this amped Scepter of Pain one last time with this channel tree, and potentially denying that sink below value from the Infiltrate this turn, and the Felling of the Crown will be utilized in the next turn cycle, presumably.
I'll let you in on a little secret. He couldn't afford to play the Felling anyways. He had 3 reds. So 3 damage comes across, 3 more rune chants made. Kris is at 29 to David's 29, but there are 10 rune chants on the board. Kris is functionally at 19.
Yeah, it's very unrealistic to block most, if any, of these rune chants as Arachne slip through the cracks. Most of these Arachne lists are on the order of 8 blues, so less than 1 per hand on average.
Infect with Go Again. Pretty unlikely to connect, given David is going to want to block down to play that Felling in his arsenal.
Can I see a grave? Absolutely, yeah.
Asking if he can see his opponent's graveyard, perhaps taking stock of attack reactions remaining. Notably, Kris has had the same arsenal for quite some time. It's been that Codex of Frailty that he arsenaled the first turn of the game. Command and Conquer is the block for 3, followed by a Command and Conquer from Kris's side of the table.
And interestingly, a Codex of Bloodrot pitched. This has been a very valuable card in evolving Arachne lists. These newer style assassin decks are very, very dense on arsenal disruption, to the point that many opponents at this stage in the metagame have simply learned to not arsenal against assassins if they can manage it, which blanks a lot of that arsenal disruption. Codex of Bloodrot kind of plays around that by forcing you to have an arsenal.
So we're not getting a true OTK out of this Florian here, as he is sending Felling for 8 and 10. However, 18 is still a pretty hefty chunk of damage. 10 Arcane coming across. A being 1 with the Tunic counter, taking 9 down to 20, and then the Decompose trigger is going to resolve, forcing Kris to put a card from his hand on the bottom of his deck.
1, 2, 3. So that puts 5 Earth
Just
Graves,
enough
you'll
Earth
have
cards
a card
for that
hand, and
Decompose.
8.
Now has 5 Earth cards in the Banish Zone, 1 more Decompose for 3, and David will be online.
Gotta
Felling
celebrate
for
chances of
8.
running out of dice.
Oh, yes.
So 8 physical.
That's a whole thing. Yeah.
No one needs that.
Yeah.
Felling for 8 and still a full armor suite available.
It's a pretty commanding position for Florian here.
I think Kris's block is priced into
Taking
no
all
blocks.
8.
I mean,
Does need to push.
if there is a time to offensively strike, it's right now when Florian has no board state, and it's costing Florian life to maintain pieces in hand that can then be committed to the board. There is suggested to be some amount of life gain in this deck, as we saw Thistlebloom Life.
Right.
But as long as you can reduce the life total now and make gaining life and blocking as awkward as possible, while there aren't any rune chants on the board, you can potentially regain a foothold in this game. Pain in the backside, great way to do that. Demands a block, or else Florian will become marked. And against a deck that likes to block as much as Florian, that mark status can persist for a very long time and make several attacks, like Mark of the Black Widow, inconvenient to deal with.
Mark of the Black Widow following that Pain in the backside, cleanly blocked for 3 by an Arcane Seed's Life. I think David has already blocked with 2 of this card. Kind of one of the cards you would really like to see.
Oh.
Interesting, discarding Shelter from the Storm in response to a flick.
That is a pretty brutal blowout. Essentially, it's just converting this Mark of the Black Widow into vanilla damage.
However, we both know that Kris's arsenal is a codex to follow this up. Unfortunately, Leave No Witnesses is going to be a little bit neutered by that Shelter from the Storm freely covering a breakpoint.
And giving David back one of the best cards in the deck.
Gotta
Felling of the Crown.
Yeah, that's never mind.
That is the danger a little bit. I think Codex's efficacy has been slowed down just a little bit by some of these cards they've printed in more recent sets like Rosetta and the Hunted, where if you give your opponent back an Art of the Dragon Fire or a Felling of the Crown, you can find yourself losing the game for playing the best card in your deck.
There's also a somewhat awkward tension here that even if the Leave No Witnesses connects and this Felling of the Crown is banished, it still is progressing towards Florian's game plan of getting 8 Earth cards in the banished zone. It makes that last Decompose a bit easier, being 2 Earth cards needed to be banished instead of 3.
Looks like 4 armor is going to find its way onto the combat chain against this Leave No Witnesses.
Oh, this would be an early while grounded.
It does let him decompose for 3, though.
Block 2, any reactions? Oh, you can't. You have no cards.
Correct.
I'll crack shoes.
Yeah.
2 and 2.
Cracking the well-grounded to fully cover this Leave No
Yes,
Witnesses.
I have 5.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Putting another Earth card in the grave for him to fuel himself up to 8 with this Felling of the Crown for a measly 7 power and forces your opponent to put a card on the bottom of their deck. Let's see what the draw is on this Ponder. Infiltrate is a pretty great random card off the top. Blue to the pitch zone. You know it, you love it. Everybody watching this game, including both players at the table, has seen it. Felling of the Crown for 7, thanks to Codex of Frailty. Flipping his hero over as he is now online is a fun little trait of these Earth heroes. I know many people who also do this with Verdants.
It's such a stylish way to show that your hero has changed in their hero text.
You hear that? Marvels are worth it.
They are.
Felling for 7, over half of Kris's life total.
This is a double Justinet hand?
His hand is Persuasive Prognosis double just a nick. Whatever he doesn't block here, he does get to get at least a little bit back. If he cashes in Mask of Perdition along with double just a nick and this connects, not only will the attack be for 9, he will also get to banish 1, 2, 3, 4 cards off the top of his opponent's deck and possibly 1 from hand, gaining potentially 5 life.
5 life while making a huge chunk of damage progressed towards winning the game against David Brunner.
Yeah, he needs to find a way to, I don't know, convert tempo, you know? Florian just keeps hitting him and blocking his stuff out so efficiently. This matchup really doesn't seem like what Slip Through the Cracks wants to see. He's kind of doing all of the things that Arachne has such a hard time with.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't even seen Rune Chance generated since that initial onslaught after the Channel Millennium Tree died.
Here comes Justinic number 1 and Justinic number 2, sending this to 9. Will he crack Mask?
11 even.
Oh my God, you're so right. What? Where did I get 9 from?
No, sorry.
Bonds. I got it from
Oh,
Bonds.
there we go.
I got
Okay.
9 from Bonds Nick, which
I'll
is
respond with
All right, how
even
many
close to
defense
correct.
reactions are there is the question.
so we are
4,
blocking-
8, 19, 11. It's 11
we
on
are
11.
not blocking 11. That is a yellow root bound.
Oh my gosh, it is.
And it is also not decomposed, so we are blocking.
Wait.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2 is coming over.
It's a yellow reduced to Rune Chant as well.
Oh my gosh, what is going on over there?
Very defensive Florian list.
Yeah, game 1.
Gain 1 life.
All right. Only 2 more banishes left.
Oh no, it looks like he missed the Justin Nick banish triggers.
Or perhaps chose to decline them. They are optional.
They are optional. He does have go again here.
no blocks on 3.
All
When
right.
your opponent's already online, surely putting more Earth cards in Banish Zone isn't that much of a problem. Stealing Plow Under is a pretty sweet way back into this game, though your opponent does not have an arsenal.
No, also can't necessarily decompose
Oh yeah,
as
you can't
Arachne
decompose
slip
it.
through
You
the cracks.
definitely can't decompose it as Arachne slip through the cracks. I was just like, oh, your opponent loses their arsenal. That's just what the card says.
I wish that's what Plow Under said.
I'm sure you do. Kris with full tempo here. Big life lead to claw back, but he does have a commanding position in this game. It's like a Hunter's Clave coming in. Blue Double Trouble hitting the pitch zone.
Yeah, blue double trouble has been seen in some of these Arachne slip through the cracks lists, but it typically is an additional blue on top of the traditional 8 that are played.
I mean, it's a blue that's basically a red. What is that embodiment of Earth token? I am so curious.
Is it the bean from Chicago?
Oh my gosh, it is the bean.
It's the bean.
How cute.
All right, well, this Mark of the Black Widow not threatening anything from the Mark effect.
Oh my gosh,
Oh,
another
no.
prevention effect on the flick. Neither flicked dagger has been able to connect, and this one is going to make more rune chance on Florian's side of the board. Out of nowhere, Florian has 4 rune chance for Kris to deal with. Thankfully, he does have a follow-up to the stealth attack with Go again.
And if David decides to block from hand, there's a shred for the punish. But Haunting Rendition frustratingly getting around that by being a discard prevention effect.
I believe he also has a sink below. This Florian deck might be too much of a stone wall for Kris to get over. The downside of, Arachne Slip Through the Cracks trades break points for consistent Go again, and something you give up there is making yourself a little bit susceptible to these defense reaction heavy decks. You're not really capable of playing cards like Exude Confidence, and it's pretty hard for you to pitch into Command and Conquer too frequently, so you don't have much recourse for all of the defense reactions in the format right now. Interestingly, David opting to take this, wanting instead to Arsenal the sink below, I believe he has. Kris gonna gain 1 life and draw a card. It is a Command and Conquer.
That's a pretty good card to have in your arsenal.
Quite a good ponder.
David does have 2 Earth cards to decompose if he wants.
I don't believe his hand has a decompose.
Sorry, I saw 16.
Just looks like an Arcane Seed's Life and Arsenal, perhaps.
Is that Thistle Blue? It is Arcane Seed's Life, the 3rd copy. We saw 1 blocked with turn 0. 2 blocked with, 2 were blocked with, which is pretty interesting. But this is going to make 4 whole rune chance and gain him a point of life.
Yeah, so that's Kris's entire life total represented in terms of arcane damage. And there's only on the order of a little bit more than 10 blues in Kris's deck to prevent that with.
Tunic to 3. That's at least a point of life. I suspect there may be a birthday cake with Kris's name on it in the near future with that many rune chance waiting.
Does have a full 5-card hand here.
Let's see what he can do with it. I do see a spike with Blood Rot, but there's no daggers to swing.
Yeah, unfortunately hasn't found any retrieve and has been very aggressive in flicking claves.
As they take up the mantle that just can't do anything because his opponent isn't marked. This hand is a little bit awkward, and he didn't get the opportunity to block or convert any of it on the defensive via Arcane Barrier either.
If I'm Kris here, I wonder if there's a world where I keep the 2nd blue that Infect in hand because I know that it represents gaining 3 life effectively through the rune chance.
But how tragic is it if you do that? You IP1 and your opponent just doesn't send them.
Yeah. I mean, there's not much of an option of other things this hand does. Something needs to be pitched. Yeah. Okay, so the Infect will be pitched for the double trouble.
He does have a Command and Conquer in his arsenal, so take up the mantle gets to pump this pretty high. This is 3 from Double Trouble, 3 from Spike with Blood Rot, and 2 from Take Up the Mantle, going to 8, threatening to mill 2 cards on hit. And there is the sink below. Looking to fix David's hand a little bit, maybe trying to find some powerful OTK pieces. And I think he has a red Rootbound Carapace in the hand to combine with this. Covering all 8 with just 2 cards entirely in the reaction step. When you trade 3 cards for your opponent's 2, it's really not where you want to be, especially when you don't get any of your on-hits. He has a Command and Conquer, but David's arsenal is empty now.
Yeah, Command and Conquer in Brutal Assault mode, not necessarily where you want to be when your opponent has surplus life to play with and you are facing down lethal on the next turn cycle. I think it's relatively safe for David to just take this damage.
Depends on what his hand does.
Yeah, assuming he can convert all 3 cards in hand.
We did see him sink. He might have been looking for a hand that does a little more. He doesn't look too happy.
No.
Take 6. Oh, I should
Taking
Okay.
6.
go down to 10.
I wonder if there just are too many D-reacts in the hand.
That is
Can't
the
block.
danger. Is the present danger in the format?
I don't think they like it when you just put cards places.
Yeah, no.
I'm gonna say
Pitching Fruits of
6
the Forest to send a
and-
Summer's Fall. Perhaps disappointed with the way he ended up having to convert this hand. This is definitely not the attack you want to send a salvo of Rune Chants at your opponent with.
And it looks like Kris does have at least 1 blue to help stay alive through the arcane damage. Oh, 2 blues. Well, that's an excellent time to draw them, if
Yeah.
any other time.
Gain 6 life. Still has to contend with lethal damage, though. 2 more Rune Chants coming over and an attack for 6 physical.
Yeah, and after pitching both of those blues, Kris's hand is somewhat awkward because it's a Shred and a Command and Conquer. Cards with kind of notable anti-synergy with each other.
You cannot shred a card defending Command and Conquer.
Fortunately, oh my gosh, it would be nightmarish if you could.
6 physical coming up.
You kind of can as a Zuri.
This is true.
Still 6 damage, threatening to send him to 1. Looks like we're going to get Flick Knives and Tunic blocked here. Taking 4 down to 3.
And with only 2 cards to return.
He can at least send back a Command and Conquer.
Command and Conquer can be quite useful, honestly, against these extremely defense reaction heavy Florian lists.
I think David has drawn 0 defense reactions. A little bit unfortunate. Oh, he has a Shelter
There
from the
is
Storm in hand. However,
A
he's
shelter, but
in a position to just not block this at all and kill his opponent with Channel the Millennium Tree and Scepter of Pain.
yeah, I mean, Kris could survive for this turn cycle by spell voiding in addition to AB1 with the web
Widow
crawlers.
Web Crawlers.
But then you're open to any arcane finishing you out on a future turn cycle. Doesn't seem like there's any life gain in Kris's deck to save him. Thinking about what the block is, if any. Doing the math on if the kill is confirmed.
Not guaranteed, but still quite good. Yep,
And
taking
it's
6.
no blocks.
4 to Kris's 3, destroying his arsenal. Due diligence, announcing his Command and Conquer trigger,
Oh, yeah.
I love that.
and making sure to return his opponent's Plow Under to him.
It's been chilling in the banish zone for a while.
It's been there for quite some time.
All right, does plenty of resources to Scepter of Pain here as well. This is
Yeah,
going to
Scepter for
force Kris's
4.
hand.
Definitely going to force at least Arcane Barrier here, but I think, I mean, as long as David can survive this turn cycle, I don't think there's, with enough resources to activate Scepter of Pain again, I don't think there's anything Kris can do to stay in the game.
Yeah, you would need like multiple Shelter from the Storms for their discard
Or
effects.
Oasis Respite.
Mm-hmm.
It being 1
And
and
spell
Spell Voiding.
Okay. Well, David is at 4. Kris is saying, I have one last out, which is to end
Kill
the
you.
game this turn cycle.
Kill you right now with 3
Yes.
cards. There is a narrow path,
No, you're good. You're good.
assuming things work out. However, making 3 Rune Chants thanks to Florian's ability, channeling and sending it over to Kris. Let's see what he can put together with 3 cards here. If he can push 4 damage through, perhaps with some amount of attack reactions.
It's going to be difficult through Face Purgatory and Bart Scan of the Millennium Tree.
Quite a bit of a wall on David's side of the table. Kiss of Death coming in.
Good way to start, but no Flick Knives in order to try to pick up any extra damage on it on a second chain link.
All Face Purgatory, discarding
Face
it.
Purgatory and Kris here. Forcing a discard. drawing a Felling of the Crown.
I think this might be the writing on the wall.
Gonna be followed up by 3.
There's always the chance that this infiltrate hits and banishes some sort of life gain from David's own deck.
Activating Mask of Perdition in response. A yellow reduced to Rune Chant, covering that up and making 2 more Rune Chants. Here comes the Scepter of Pain to close the game.
There's no outs in Kris's hand. That's going to be the game.
There is the fist bump. Wow, that was, I think, closer than I thought it would be. You know, David had to cash in a little bit of that life total lead and went relatively low. There was a very real chance that Kris could get through there. Maybe Face Purgatory doesn't line up and he can close the game there. But still, fantastic play from our Florian player here, David Bruner. Congratulations, locked for top 8, so we will definitely be seeing him again today. Fantastic game of Flesh and Blood we just
Absolutely. You know, an early start for Florian, and then a real resurgence from Kris with that Arachne Slip Through the Cracks deck. Of course, congrats to David making top 8 for today at the World Tour in Minneapolis for this Battle Hardened.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. And if you want to play some fantastic Flesh and Blood, get yourself down to your local game store and purchase an Armory deck. Armory deck Gravy Bones coming out May 30th, which you may notice is not the release date of High Seas, but is rather the pre-release date for High Seas. You can pick this Armory deck up at your pre-release event and kind of get some High Seas cards in your hands a little bit early. Deck, I believe, is legal on this day, so Gravy Bones is kind of advanced legal for a week. New hero. Very exciting stuff. I imagine people are really, really looking forward to getting their hands on Armory deck Gravy Bones. Here's a card from it. Sawbones Dockhand. I believe this was first spoiled at Pro Tour London. Pirate Necromancer Action Ally.
Yeah, and interestingly, kind of replicating that Shelter from the Storm event effect of preventing 1 damage, which we've seen can be very useful across games today. It's so powerful. Also interesting for this Armory deck is the ability to convert it between a CC and a Blitz deck using the 3rd playset cards that are marked specifically with CC in the deck. So compatible with both formats right out of the box.
Yeah, the 3rd copy of every card that there are 3 copies of in those decks has that little CC icon in the bottom right, letting you know exactly what to take out if you wish to play some Blitz Gravy Bones. And speaking of Armory decks that convert, we have Ira. This one is CC only, but she is maybe the queen of converting. Ira, the Scarlet Revenger, coming with Enact Vengeance, a pretty exciting new card. And the thing I'm perhaps most excited about is this card says combo if Edge of Autumn was the last attack. That is not a weapon we have seen this hero play very much, if at all, in constructed formats in the past. And I'm pretty excited to see kind of what that spells for us with this Armory deck coming.
Yeah, if you build around Edge of Autumn, you really open up your possibility for blues by not relying on them all being 0 cost like most Ninja decks that are relying on Harmonized Kodachis for Go Again. Really opens up some interesting deck building choices. And Enact Vengeance also comboing with other cards with Vengeance in its name.
Currently, the only way to activate that is to play Mask of Many Faces and name and attack one of the pieces of equipment from the Hunted with Vengeance in their name. So I imagine this is a hint about some cards in the deck that will have Vengeance in their name and most likely Go Again.
Could be. You also can, of course, always Breeze Rider Boots your own Enact Vengeance and follow it with Enact Vengeance.
All right. We're too in the weeds here. Let's say you don't want to play CC, you don't want to play Blitz, you want to play some Living Legend, Fab's legacy format that has been growing and growing in popularity and support, and growing in support. You have the Armory deck, the Living Legend Armory deck Viserai, and Living Legend Armory deck Prism. This is a really exciting thing where we're seeing 2 cards printed directly for heroes that have already Living Legend. The first time we saw this was with Regrowth Shock in Rosetta, and it was a little bit of a hint of what's going on in the future here, where you have Viserai, who I believe is receiving a new helmet, and so is Prism, which is quite exciting.
Prism's new helmet, Spell Void 2, kind of
Good stuff,
conventionally
just like Halo.
seen like Halo of Illumination, but arguably a much stronger effect than Halo of Illumination in the past. Being able to rebuy an aura from the Banished Zone will let you figure out how to do that at home and how that's most useful, but all I'm going to say is Arclight Sentinel, and you can figure out the rest.
Sentinel is a pretty good Flesh and Blood card, and if you want to get your hands on these cards, you can go to the Legend Story Studios X Vita Workshop booth at booth number 3613 at San Diego Comic Con, between D&E entrances to the exhibit hall. Pretty exciting stuff. Get down there, check out the booth, snag some Armory decks, and you'll get to play the new Smash Palace kind of board game style UPF format ahead of its release. And soon, we will be back after quite a lengthy break. Unfortunately, we're going to take a lunch break, and since we're caught up, we are going to go straight into some live or near live top 8 games for y'all. We'll be back in a little bit, and we'll see you soon. welcome back to this World Tour stop in Minneapolis, where the Battle Hardened has just concluded Swiss. We are going into top 8 in just a moment, and I have heard it is one of the most diverse top 8s of this entire set season. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, don't believe whatever you're seeing is dominating ProQuest wins. We have something really unique for you here today, which is 7 unique heroes, 5 unique classes in the top 8 of this Battle Hardened at World Tour Minneapolis.
And I'll give you a little bit of a spoiler. The 2-of hero in top 8 is not Aurora.
It's not Aurora.
I am so incredibly excited about this top 8. But first, we got to go back over what happened today. In round 1, we saw Arachne Marionette activated.
We saw Arachne Marionette activated on this Graphing Killicera.
So he rolled the Black Widow on the Mask of Deceit.
Yeah, in a random, because the opponent was not marked. Randomly hitting arguably the best Arachne,
Easily
exactly
the best
what
one,
was
and
needed for this exact turn cycle,
and
and
then
really
getting-
ran away with the game from there.
Getting to use it to close the game from there. In round 2, we had Ben draw a discard on a Pulping, find a Blood Rush off the top, and then managed to not discard it. A luckier player than I, instead finding perhaps the best thing he possibly could in this hand, hitting Beast Within.
And that Blood Rush that was randomly drawn ended up to be an important piece in the next turn cycle's puzzle to closing out that game.
Here we had Widespread Ruin. With Logan incredibly low on life, this gets blocked out, and then Isaac randomly banishes a card off the top of his deck with Vexing Quillhand up to make 2 more rune chits, and I mean, you'll never guess what he finds.
I mean, any Rune Gate off the top would have done it, but of course, it's the biggest, flashiest one in the deck. It's Widespread Annihilation from the Shadow Puppetry for the win.
Pretty insane game. One of my favorites of the day. This one was Alex Tyler's completely insane Fire and Brimstone turn. I believe he went 5 Chainlinks wide.
5 Chainlinks wide, and this was a turn that already had a Saber Bloodshed taken away from it thanks to Persuasive Prognosis.
Yeah,
truly
so
one of the most disgusting Fang turns we saw today, really showcasing the power of the hero.
Don't let anyone tell you he's not good enough.
Absolutely is good enough, especially in this meta. Next up, we had the random draw from Saber Bloodshed while Andrew Henderson was transformed as Arachne Trapdoor with no hero text and needing to find something to convert this random card after a Graphing Killicera for 16, and it was the perfect draw. Another 0-for-4 Dagger Pump with already 2 floating for the Hunter's Clave.
Letting him present exactly lethal and steal enough cards from Andrew's hand to close the game from there.
Lastly, we saw Sage have 3 turns of Arc Lightning in a row, and then after grappling with a Ravenous Rabble that flipped to blue initially, finding the lethal on the next turn cycle.
We had exact lethal, actually, on this turn cycle, presented with Arcanic Shockwave, coming over Ryan's last card in hand, putting him to 4, and the Skyward Serenade presenting the exact 4 needed to close it out from there. And our last game, we just saw this one conclude. The turn before, Kraemer had to use his Spell Void.
Spell Void on the Widow Web Crawler, trying to find any out to stay alive, but channel the Millennium Tree doing exactly what it's meant to do in this matchup, powering up Scepter of Pain to find the winning line for David Brunner.
And after all these exceptional games, a pretty serious amount of these players have ended up in top 8. Our bracket, top to bottom, we have first playing 8th, Andrew Henderson, who we saw play against Andrew Rothermel earlier today with that insane Killicera for 16, is playing against Alex Tyler on Fang, Drakai of Blades. Somehow, I believe the 3rd Fang versus Arachne game we have had today.
It's a very popular matchup, apparently.
Apparently so. We have the other Andrew in 4th place on Kassai of the Golden Sand against Logan King. All 4 of these players so far have been on stream today, by the way.
certainly have been following these players throughout the event, so to find them all in the top 8 makes for a really exciting viewing experience.
We have Arthur Reynolds in the third game on Florian, Rotwood Harbinger versus Ben Stucken on Syndra, the Drakai of Retribution, and this one is going to be our feature game. Not only have we only seen one Florian today on stream, but we haven't seen a single Syndra at all, and everybody thinks this hero fell off the face of a cliff, so we're going to see her maybe rewrite the narrative, flip the script, and find a way to close the game against the Stone Wall defensive Earth hero. And in the last game of this bracket, we have the Rosetta Showdown, Lightning versus Earth Runeblade.
Yeah, so let's walk through this bottom to top. Who do you have in each of these games? All right, Aurora versus Florian, Tobui versus David Brunner. Who you got?
It's going to depend a lot on whether or not I think the Aurora is actually playing the combo. I think some amount of people have found it controversial whether or not you actually run Flicker Wisp, and especially whether or not you play cards like Ether Ironweave and Crown of Dominion in your deck to power up your Arc Lightning Flicker Wisp combo turn. I think that could really flip the matchup on its head. But I think in the average game, I'm actually putting Florian favored here. If Aurora doesn't have that combo, I think it's pretty reasonable to expect Florian to win this game.
All right, well, I believe in our second seed, Tobui, then, and I'm going to go against you on that.
Well, that's good.
All right, let's try what I would say is an easier one. Andrew Rothermel versus Logan King. Who do you have?
I mean,
Kassai versus Prism.
I gotta root for Andrew. He's the plucky underdog.
I want to root for Andrew. However, I cannot root against Prism. It's in my contract, legally.
Yeah, it was in the caster contract. It actually says you may not disparage Prism, Rhea Adams. This is official note from Legend Story Studios. Came from James White himself.
Yep.
And in the last game, we have another time Markni versus Fang, and we've seen this matchup go both ways on stream today. So I feel like it's anyone's game. I'm going to put my weight behind Fang because I have a penchant for Draconic heroes.
Yeah, I think it really just comes down to how quickly Fang can generate those 3 fealty. I thought I would have to oppose you with Andrew. Andrew's the undefeated.
That is true, but we did see Alex generate fealty incredibly quickly in his stream game today.
Well, we're excited to see how the top 8 pans out. I'm sure that you are also excited to see how the top 8 pans out.
And let's talk a little bit about what everyone in this room is fighting for first place. The big apple that everybody has their eye on is $500 US. A gold foil legendary sealed envelope. Everyone in the top 8 has already received a Battle Hardened exclusive playmat. Jarl fans out there, there are now some Summit the Unforgiving playmats in circulation. That was the one at this event. Pretty exciting.
And they are gorgeous,
They're so
I have to say.
sick.
The card art on the card does not do that art justice. It's gorgeous at full resolution in person on a playmat.
It's got like the big icy castle in the background. So sick. You can easily see why it was Jason Wai's favorite weapon.
Of course, first place also competing for a Pro Tour Invitational, a professional tournament invite, as well as second place, one of the most coveted prizes of today's Battle Hardened, being redeemable at any professional level tournament in the future.
Yeah, that walks you straight in for Worlds. One of the only ways to get into Worlds in Philly later this year is with a PTI redemption. Biggest difference between first and second is that gold foil envelope. But when you get to third and fourth, you see the cash prizing cuts in half, and then from there it cuts in half yet again. So these are some pretty high stakes money matches on the line here. Everyone playing for their share of $2 grand US, and not to mention World Tour points towards being the player of the year. And for anyone looking to catch up, Brody was in the room today and he did not make top 8. You could always still do it. There's plenty of time left in this year. And speaking of plenty of time, we're out of it.
We are out of time.
It's time for the game. We're going to get straight into Florian, the Rotwood Harbinger, piloted by Arthur Reynolds against Syndra, the Drakai of Retribution, piloted by Ben Stucken.
This is notably the first time we've seen Syndra on stream today, so it'd be very interesting to see how Ben has been piloting throughout these matchups.
Looks like a Scepter Florian build here, leading off with a Grasp of the Arknight activation. And it looks like Ben hasn't presented Arcane Barrier at all.
No, this blood spattered vest, we are here to go fast and not block. Ideally, wanting to end the game in less than 9 turns, because at that point, Tunic is generating you more resources than blood spattered vest would, on average, of course.
However, sometimes it's even still worth playing Blood Splattered Vest because you can get multiple resources in a single turn.
It's very true.
Now that Arthur has passed, it looks like Ben is considering activating Syndra to filter his hand. Exposed going into the pitch zone is wacky. Even wackier that we just saw a Thistle Bloom Life hit the graveyard in that turn. I'm already kind of captivated entirely by this game of Flesh and Blood.
Importantly, it was comboed with Arcane Seed's life, so you had the synergy of 2 life triggers amplifying how many rune chants were generated by that Thistle Bloom.
Oath of Loyalty, pretty good first card of the game. 0 for 4 with Go Again. That with the Rider, that you may only play Draconic cards for the rest of this turn.
Yeah, usually this is a pretty safe Rider in Syndra because she's not incentivized to hold on to her fealty like Fang, so she can just use them to turn cards into Draconic cards.
Here comes
Obviously, there is a density of naturally Draconic cards in the deck, which means that even with 0 fealty like right now, can still fully play out the turn.
Followed by Blue Brand with Cinderclaw for exactly 1 damage, covered up by Bloodied Oval here. What Arthur does not know is that Ben is holding on to Art of the Dragon Blood, one of the more powerful cards to brand with Cinderclaw. Flick Knives extending the Mask of Momentum chain.
Yeah, so Flick Knives is very important for... Mask of Momentum is looking for 3 chain links in a row hitting, but just the chain links, not specifically the attacks on the chain links. And so a flicked knife on an attack that is otherwise blocked out preserves the Master of Momentum's ability to see 3 chain links in a row. It's a very powerful interaction that only really Syndra can take advantage of regularly because of her ability to rebuy her daggers consistently.
This is a really, really efficient turn straight into the gate. 4 cards to go 4, 1 in a flick, 4 into 5.
Yep. Is 0 for 5 good?
No.
I've heard that Lava Burst is not a bad card.
If you ask me if something's good, I'm going to tell you no. Use your judgment.
Oh, you've given me a terrible power.
Here comes Channel the Millennium Tree into Scepter of Pain. Definitely one of the more powerful plays this deck is capable of. Deals a whole bunch of arcane damage. Ben has 0 AB, so 4 is going to come across and generate 4 more rune chants already. 9 on the board, and with no way to stop arcane damage, maybe Florian is the aggro deck in this matchup.
Yeah, with no Arcane Barrier on the and Ben's side, essentially for the next, at least the next 1 turn, Arthur has a 1-card 8 value play available by pitching to Pain of Scepter, dealing 4 Arcane, generating 4 rune chants for a future turn.
Let's hope Ben's hand can efficiently and effectively convert here. He needs some pressure.
Seems like a pretty reasonable hand, provided that there's a blood spattered vest trigger to pay for that Art of the Dragon.
He is holding onto a Spreading Flames, so with 2 1-costs in hand, it doesn't seem particularly easy to get multiple, get the resources to play both of them at the same time.
Spreading Flame's kind of an unconventional choice in Syndra historically, I think. Mostly been added recently as more and more blues have been added to Syndra. Obviously, the initial lists that broke out were playing essentially all reds, usually on the order of 3 yellows, 2 blues.
Yeah.
But they've become a little bit more dagger-oriented, a little bit more blue-heavy. We saw the blue brand with Cinderclaw last turn cycle, trying to go a bit taller with things like Spreading Flames all across wide chain links.
Reduced to Rune Chant, covering this up and making another Rune Chant. Already 10 damage stacked up on the board on Arthur's side of the table. A flick coming across already, likely to generate a resource with Blood Splattered Vest to use on Art of the Dragon Fire. Which
That will get us to 3 Draconic Chain Links from Syndra's ability, since Brand will turn the Art of the Dragon Fire into a Draconic card without the need for any fealty.
And it will trigger Art of the Dragon Fire.
It will. That adds text to that card.
Yeah, that card has text while Draconic. It deals 2 extra damage straight to their face. Not arcane, may not be arcane barriered, just damage.
Yeah, essentially the only out to prevent that in this Florian deck is either Well-Grounded or Haunting Rendition, neither of which are very efficient to spend on vanilla damage.
3 is the ask here from Arthur Reynolds. I think his hand may be all red. So a little unfortunate as he is looking
No blocks here.
Yeah, looking
to activate that Scepter again.
Yeah, really don't want to pitch 2 cards to activate Scepter. However, with your opponent at 0 Arcane Barrier, it still isn't the worst value proposition.
Still a 2-card 8.
2-card 8. 2-card 8 wins World Championships, it turns out, in Flesh and Blood.
It's true. Art of the Dragon Fire coming in for 5 and 2 direct.
So I'll take the 2.
Taking the 2. Come to 27. Only way Florian has to interact with that is Well-Grounded, which is not yet online. Looks like we're going to cover this up with Reduce to Rune Chant in addition to a Read the Runes, making another Rune Chant. And I think that card in Arthur's hand may be a yellow Rootbound Carapace with which to activate Scepter.
Yeah, interesting. Really prioritizing preserving as much life as possible. If it is a yellow, that makes this turn much more efficient. It is.
Scepter for 4, taking Ben down to 32 and making 4 more Rune Chants. That's 15.
Of
14.
course.
13? 14. 15. 15.
15.
I was right the
You were
first
right.
time. Math is so hard.
Of course, we are going to say goodbye to that Channel of the Millennium Tree with only 1 Earth card in the pitch zone. But
I think it's done
it
its
did
job.
its job.
Over to Ben again, who's at a functional 17 life right now. Pitching a blue, throw dagger into the pitch zone to swing a Kunai of Retribution, coming in for 1 with go again. Arthur really valuing denying the Mask of Momentum, just giving whole cards on attacks for 1.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Ben navigates this turn cycle. Really needs to get both of these daggers back because Syndra is so reliant on the flick effect to be efficient turn over turn that you don't want to end the turn with no daggers equipped. Flick will put 1 of them in the graveyard that can be rebought with Syndra ability, but this might be kind of an off-turn cycle where you don't start the turn with both daggers available in the next turn.
Looks like the follow-up is going to be a Burning Blade Dance for 3.
With a very relevant on-hit of Flick.
Yeah, we'll destroy the other dagger. Getting covered up by Felling of the Crown, but I believe he has an Ancestral Empowerment in his hand, and Well-Grounded is not yet online for Mr. Reynolds. This is a pretty sweet way to preserve your Mask of Momentum chain, and I don't believe Reynolds has
No, I
any
don't
defense
think so.
reactions in hand right now.
And I'll draw.
Drawing off Ancestral.
So not only did you preserve the Mask of Momentum chain there, you're getting the on-hit effect from Burning Blade Dance, and you made your opponent block with a Felling of the Crown. You love to see that card used defensively and not offensively in this matchup.
Looks like Arthur's hand is Deadwood Dirge, Read the Runes, so he's definitely prioritizing just stacking up a bunch of uninteractable arcane damage.
Yeah, I mean, Ben essentially already below 20 life. Just clarifying how many rune chants there are so that you don't have to count the dice each time.
I can't count. Another Burning Blade Dance, this one with no text since there are no daggers remaining on the board, but it does threaten Mask of Momentum. I think it's gonna purchase Arthur's entire hand here.
Oh my goodness, yeah, cashing in both 2 blocks.
Buying back 2 daggers.
Really taking an off turn and letting Ben have an arsenal.
Definitely a pretty sick turn cycle for Stuttgart, giving him the opportunity to kind of take full advantage of tempo and get through this game. His hand is pretty sick. He has Hot on Their Heels, Demonstrate Devotion, Fire Tenet, Strike First, and he's found a blue to make this turn sing, and he has double dagger to fully convert the hand thanks to the Burning Blade Dance connecting. So much tempo and momentum has hinged entirely on that Ancestral Empowerment.
Yes, that really was a key turning point in this game, at least so far going into the mid-game here. You may be fooled by the life totals thinking 32. No, 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 no. We're still very early in this game. But remember, that's 15 rune chance in the arena currently.
It's like Shelter being discarded.
I'll block 2.
Being discarded in the attack step so that its ability is active before Syndra even has the opportunity to activate Flick Knives.
Yeah, if you discard it in reaction, she will get the opportunity to flick in response to it.
Also, notably, using this Shelter prevention effects combined with the 2-block to perfectly cover the 3-power attack.
Fine. Okay.
Looks like one prevention consumed here. However, what Arthur doesn't know is that Ben's hand is pretty happy to just swing these kunai. This is Ronin Renegade for 4, thanks to Fire Tenet. Shelter covering up yet another breakpoint here, in conjunction with a 3-block. Gonna considering flicking to break up that last point of prevention.
So that'll prevent there, and then will cover it up.
All right, now every breakpoint is online for the rest of the turn, and Ben still has 3 cards in hand. So massive momentum threat is very real through this turn.
Hot on their heels for 3, promising a mark on hit, and unlike when played in Fi, this card does have text. The mark is very relevant, generating fealties for future Art of the Dragons.
Oh, and now that the prevention has been baited from the Shelter from the Storm and fully consumed, this Throw Dagger is essentially take 1, draw 1, keep Mask of Momentum alive.
The rip is he does get to draw the card before deciding on his Blood Splattered Vest trigger, which is one of the coolest things about this card because you draw as part of resolution, so the trigger isn't generated until after you've drawn.
Things like maybe reconsidering that Blood Splattered Vest trigger.
Sorry, I just did it
It's
in the
pretty
wrong order, that's
interesting. He gets to force Mask of Momentum or force most of Arthur's remaining armor if he does cash it in here.
Yeah, I mean, so while Grounded isn't online yet, and there's no cards available in Arthur's hand, so it really would have to be just a Face Purgatory with no discard force, and a Bart Skin without an embodiment of Earth.
Well, if Burning Blade Dance come in for 3.
Here comes Burning Blade Dance.
And it looks like it was declined.
Interesting.
On hit, flick a knife.
Okay.
Oh, and we're still getting the armor shove anyways.
Okay, I'll get my knives back.
Buying back and arsenaling a card after shredding almost all of your opponent's armor is a pretty fantastic place to be when they don't have any cards. That 15 damage on board starting to look less and less impactful as Syndra just grinds her way to a commanding position in this game of Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, we've seen that there are several 2-blocks in Arthur's deck.
He just ripped Wrath of Retribution and Blood Runs Deep.
Oh my
off the top.
goodness.
Pass back to you.
If there's not a Shelter in the Storm in Arthur's hand, this could be a devastating turn cycle for Ben.
Let's see what Arthur has. He has
It's
one defensive
there's
reaction, but no shelter.
This could be very good for Ben Stutman.
Come in for 3. Go again.
Brand coming in for 3.
I'll block for 3.
Yeah, blocking 3 makes a ton of sense here.
Okay, that is fine.
We're going to
Wrath of
play
Retribution.
Wrath of Retribution coming in for 3. And it says for the rest of this turn, your daggers cost 1 less as long as you don't close the combat chain
Floating 1 resource.
and get +1.
Yeah. And there's a Blood Runs Deep in hand to flick both daggers and then rebuy them back with Syndra ability at the end
And
of
swing
turn.
them again if you'd like.
Swing them again. Why
This
not?
whole turn is online. He can go dagger for 2, Blood Runs Deep, throw them both, dagger for 2, demonstrate devotion.
I feel like we're going to see a Mask Momentum this turn.
I would like to.
It would certainly be exciting.
For 2.
Good old trusty 2. Nothing wrong with 1 for 2.
It's such an awkward damage threshold as well. You don't really want to spend a whole card defensively on it because you really are trying in Classic Constructed to get at least 3 value out of each of your cards.
In damage.
But there's a really threatening on-hit staple to all of these of Master Momentum.
I'm going to be able to...
Flight pathing the dagger to push even more damage, even though he hasn't gotten to block with it at all.
Yeah, Dragonscaler Flight Path allowing that Kunai to be attacked with an additional time this turn. Of course, once it's destroyed, that double effect won't be seen. It'll be considered a new item. So only 5 dagger attacks this turn.
And then we will blood
Only
run seed.
5.
We're running out of playmat real estate for this
daggers.
combat chain.
I think we already have.
So down to 14.
Yep.
And that's coming in for 2.
I will block for 3. Just clean this up a little bit.
Okay. Some damage prevented.
I'll
You know, we were talking about how much damage those rune chants represented, but
Dagger comes in for 2.
now with those rune chants accounted for, life totals are even, and Ben is commandedly in the driver's seat for this game currently.
10.
2 more. 2 more. This is
And then
so
demonstrate
much
devotion.
damage. Demonstrate
For
devotion.
4. Make a fealty on attack.
Threatening a draw as well. He's going to get to block this with the root-bound Carapace, but this is still so much damage, and it makes a fealty.
Flick Knives hasn't even been activated this turn.
I mean, why would you?
I mean, extra damage.
He had Blood Runs Deep.
Oh, there we go, there we go.
Yeah.
Yep, down to 9.
Flicking a knife for 1 extra damage. 9 to 32.
I'll take it.
And most of the armor equipment
Put
still
this on
shredded
bottom
for
right,
Arthur.
come back.
And his hand completely empty yet again. I definitely don't think I thought that that Syndra would be in such a commanding
Yeah.
position ever in this game. Florian's the king of blocking Mask of Momentum.
Yeah, but this is a dangerous position for Ben now. Starting this turn cycle with no daggers equipped could make some blues drawn awkward potentially.
But imagine whiffing. Ben's hand is flush with Draconic attacks with Go Again, holding on to Oath of Loyalty, Brand with Cinderclaw, Blaze Headlong, and a 4th card that I believe is another Draconic attack with Go Again. So he's going to get to go wide and buy all his daggers back on this turn.
Arthur certainly drawing the hand that he needs right now with 3 cards that all defend for 4, 2 Haunting Renditions, and a Rootbound Carapace with plenty of cards to decompose in the graveyard.
This will also give him the opportunity to turn on his well-grounded, maybe getting a little bit of space back in this game.
Pass reactions.
I'm going to play Ripbound Carapace.
Oh, but it's just a yellow, so the breakpoint isn't prevented.
I will get my daggers back if you're going to do that.
In response.
In response, yeah.
Yep.
In response, buying back his daggers.
So this will go up to 5.
It's like 4 damage on 3 block.
For 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, so an interesting question presented here to Arthur. If 1 point connects here, you can still threaten Master Momentum.
By flicking a dagger, swinging a dagger?
Yep.
I'll just use well grounded and block everything else.
Well grounded to cover that up.
All right.
In that case, I think I'm just going to move to Arsenal.
Okay.
Saying, all right, I'll just Arsenal then. Arthur has gotten to keep a card for the first time in 3 turn cycles, and it is Thistleblossom Life, and he has a Plow under in Arsenal, so Ben gonna get punished at least a little bit for not shipping that Arsenal card.
Looks like there's an Ignite to pay for a breaking point in the hand potentially, though.
But first he has to deal with 21 damage, and Florian is now online.
Yeah, 15 of this damage, uninteractable. We're going to see Ben's life total drastically drop very quickly.
15 rune chance taking him down to 17.
Trigger on bottom of your arsenal.
Yep, that was bottom of my Arsenal.
And sinking his Arsenal.
Still 6 damage afterwards.
That is quite a bit.
It is quite a bit, but you're also still higher than Arthur, even if you take all of that damage.
There's an interesting question here on whether or not you block with Mask of Momentum. It hasn't triggered the entire game, and you're starting to get low enough that the 0 AB is becoming a very real problem.
Yeah, it really is. If Florian finds even 1 more Channel the Millennium Tree, it could just represent your
Could be
entire
done and
life
dusted.
total.
His hand is 3 Rootbound Carapaces and a Plow under. Ben with 4 cards to work with. Let's see what he can put together. Ignite, Ronin Renegade, Spreading Flames, and a Breaking Point.
Yeah, I wonder.
Ronin Renegade coming for
I wonder which effect we'll see Ignite applied to, whether it is the Spreading Flames or the Breaking Point. There's a world where Ben tries to Arsenal again to set up for a larger turn.
And gets punished yet again by
Exactly.
Plow Under. Unsure if we'll see the Breaking Point sent on this turn, except for just an attack for 5 damage, given that Arthur does not have an Arsenal. But it tells us a fair bit about what he wants to do with his hand, that the first card he has blocked with here is Plow Under.
Yeah, Arthur is looking to block this turn cycle.
If anything, we may see a Scepter activation.
I messed up. That's okay.
Looks like Ben may be finding a better line after committing to the first chain link.
Ignite comes in for 2.
Ignite for 2. Go again, discounting the next Draconic card played or activated.
I'll go
Yeah,
ahead.
Syndra ability's free right now. There's only 2 chain links.
Dagger being flicked.
Flicked, but no Blood Spatter activation, it seems like. Already have the resource from Ignite.
Breaking Point for 5. Looking to just push damage and get back on 2 daggers to set up that Spreading Flames in his arsenal.
Mask is inactive.
Mask is not active.
Okay. I'll go to reaction.
Sure.
Block for
Rootbound Carapace red, looking like blocking 4 is the answer here, taking 1 to 7.
Yeah, and Arthur, importantly, is going to have a 3rd Rootbound Carapace to set in Arsenal and have
I'll take 1.
a
7.
additionally defensive turn on the next turn cycle.
I'll get my dagger.
That, or we will see him pitch into Scepter of Pain to activate it.
That's true. Scepter of Pain representing, 2 value on the surface per card, but it's essentially unblockable damage, which is very relevant at this stage in the game.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be, it's blue Rootbound Carapace being pitched to activate Scepter, dealing functionally 2, like you said. First, functionally 3,
Oh, Florian
right,
is
Florian is
online.
online. We both missed it.
Hey, head jab's good.
Head jab's good.
Looks like Ben also has access to a good hand here. Hurting for a blue, but everything else seems cooperative.
His blue brand,
no,
Art of the
brand
Dragon's
is blue.
Fire, Blaze Headlong, and Blood Runs Deep, all on a Spreading Flames turn. If Arthur doesn't find a way to shut down some amount of this damage, the writing could very much be on the wall. Barkskin of the Millennium Tree is definitely helping out at least a little bit, but Ben isn't going to go 5 damage tall all that often.
Yeah, there's one attack in this hand that does it, the Art of the Dragon. But mostly this is going to be a turn of going very wide.
Here comes 2 with Go again. Not a very attractive thing to block when you have 3 5 blocks in your hand. 2 of which are your remaining 2 Channel the Millennium Trees. A big part of Arthur's win condition.
Okay, down to 5.
Taking 2 down to 5 to Ben's 10.
And remember, Mask of Momentum is still available, so Arthur has to intentionally block around it this turn, or else face an even bigger offensive
We'll
turn.
block 5.
Blocking 5 on 2 as both players have a bit of a chuckle about that. Flicking the first dagger to continue the mask chain. 4 to 10. This turn is bananas.
Blood runs deep. Comes in for 3. And flips into a dagger for 1.
Another Blood Runs Deep. Played this game, flicking another dagger, putting Arthur to 3.
Yeah, and Ben really getting value out of the Spreading Flames. Every attack that's been on this combat chain is benefiting from it.
And, sorry, generator resource.
Still an attack for 2 and generating a resource thanks to Blood Splattered Vest.
Should not have had one floating after that dagger.
Block.
One more resource floating.
So, yeah, kind of a decision point here. You can rebuy the daggers with Syndra, you can swing another dagger, or it can just be the Art of Dragon.
Block for 5.
Blaze Headlong for 5. Ben with one more card. I think this is just it. Fealty is going to make this come in for 2 and 6. The
And
fist
that's
bump
the
is
game.
extended. What a game that started so one-sided with
I
Florian
know.
immediately establishing a tree and making so many rune chants. 15 in just a couple turns. And Syndra, piloted by Ben, found the tempo he needed to just win the game and cruise straight through from there. And we're going to take a look at the updated bracket. Now that that game is closed out, we have David Bruner, who took it over Aurora. against Ben Stucken, another Florian on his path to victory, another Scepter Florian on his path to victory. Curious to see if he can do it all over again.
I'm very concerned because I've lost both two out of 4 bets so far on who I thought was going to be in top 4. Very excited to see Ben move on to the semifinals.
And we'll be back soon. Oh, right. First, we have to talk about national championships. There are 47 nationals in 47 countries to qualify you for Worlds, which is pretty exciting. As I said earlier with the PTI, this is the only other way to get into Worlds is to top 12, I believe it depends on the country, your nationals, and participating in nationals, or I believe, no, just nationals. The entry promo for nationals is an extended art rainbow foil Conqueror of the High Seas. So if you get down to your nationals, if you've qualified, you will walk away with a copy of this, I mean, insanely cool card from High Seas.
Listen, the card has Conqueror in the card name. You want this card.
That means it destroys an arsenal if it connects. And if you go to the National Festival events, which are promo side events at your country's national championship, you can get your hands on a Looking for a Scrap micro text box rainbow foil.
Yeah, beautiful art.
Here are some of the past champions from notable nationals from last year. We have Dr. Daniel McKay from New Zealand, Ahmad Kashi from the UK, Evan Herndon from our own USA National Championship, Sheng Sang in Hong Kong, and Jacob Trossing in Sweden. Very cool, very exciting. Congratulations to all of them last year, and so excited to see who takes it home in each one of these countries this year. And now, for real, we'll be back soon with the next game in top 8, or rather, in top 4. Don't go anywhere. welcome back to the top 8 of Battle Hardened Minneapolis. This stop on the Flesh and Blood World Tour. We're going into top 4 soon, and we have a look at the updated bracket for you, which I just want to say I beat you on 3 out of 4 predictions. Get owned, completely owned.
We made a mistake.
We made a mistake, period.
It's okay. I was correct about the most important thing, which was Andrew Henderson remaining undefeated on the day. This is going to be a super exciting semifinals because it's a rematch of one of the most exciting games from Swiss against Andrew Rothermel. We're back to the Andrew mirror.
I was going to say, more important than Arachne Marionette versus Kassai of the Golden Sand, we have the Andrew matchup, which is pretty exciting. I'm glad to see that Andrew took his game over Prism, always rooting for the Warrior in that matchup. Pretty exciting. Valiant Dynamo probably did plenty of work blocking out 7 power Heralds.
Yeah, so some interesting things that I saw in the Andrew Rothermel versus the Logan King Prism game. Yeah. Library was out at the end of the game. It turns out Kassai also has quite a few yellows. And also can draw 5 cards sometimes.
That makes sense. I suppose you would rather have 5 cards in your hand if you're flush with 20 or so yellows than you would discard 2 to destroy it.
Yeah, it was a very offensive game and ended up coming down to...
Slobber knocker?
Is that a Canadian term?
No.
Well, it ended up coming down to the final hand for Logan having 2 no blocks. Light of Soul was pitched, found a Pierce Reality on top, so the out wasn't there for a free Figment to awaken. And the last card in hand being an Angelic Wrath against a reaction from Andrew Rothermel closed out the game.
That is pretty exciting. That's a pretty crazy way for that game to go. We also have on the other side of the bracket Ben Stuttgen versus David Brunner. Ben running back the same matchup, which is pretty hype. I'm curious if we can find Syndra in the finals against the winner of our stream game. And we mentioned this when we talked about prizing, but there is something in addition to fabulous cash prizes, playmats, and PTIs on the line. There are World Tour Player of the Year points on the line here. So we have all these World Tour stops. We have Worlds in Philadelphia. We had London last month. Pro Tour Singapore just a couple months away, which this is the qualifier season 4. Remember, there are PQs this same weekend. You can get your butt down to a PQ tomorrow if you wanted and get yourself an invitation to Singapore if you can close it out. In addition, this is one of 60 Battle Hardens planned worldwide. There are 22 callings this year, as well as 47 national championships, and all of this accumulates points if you place and do well to attempt to become the Player of the Year.
Yeah, definitely being a hallmark not just of a single standout performance across the year, but consistent performance at high-level events is really what defines the Player of the Year for the Flesh and Blood World Tour.
And you can get World Tour points not only at Worlds in the latter half of this year and the PT, they're also at Callings, Nationals, and Battle Hardens. 2 of the 3 of these are open entry events, and in some countries, all 3 of these are open entry events. We know that the current high scores look pretty difficult to beat on the Player of the Year leaderboard, but there are so many points on offer at some of these events that it's never too late to jump in and take your shot at becoming one of the Players of the Year and taking home a gigantic sum of cash. There will be 2 regional champions from each region, 3 second-place regional champions, and 3 third-place regional champions.
Yeah, and we're talking about each of these champions earning more than the sum total of today's event. These are substantial prizings that are available for anyone to get out there and compete and win.
This is a look at the current Player of the Year leaderboard. We do have Brody Spurlock with a commanding lead at 71 points, but he missed top 8 today, and with such gigantic chunks of points available in the latter half of the year with PTs and Worlds, it really truly could be swung by a breakout performance by anyone on this bracket. Some other interesting names here. You have Sean Dollywall and Michael Yazaker, who both top 8'd Pro Tour London and took home enough points to even put them in the conversation. They weren't on this leaderboard before that.
Yeah, especially considering that some of the later hard-hitting events in the back half of the year, like the World Championship, have 32 points on the line. I mean, we're talking about a larger point total than all but the first 3 places. So you have one breakout performance there, and you have a few consistent events leading up to that, like Battle Hardens across World Tour events, and you can just as easily find yourself on this leaderboard.
Let's take a look at Europe's current leaderboard. Quite a few fewer tied placements here. Rather, you have Jacob Clemens pretty far in the lead with 57 points, and another Jacob in second place. And who's that in third place? What did he win recently?
I think it was something to do with the second Pro Tour Championship for Pablo Pintor.
The first person to ever win 2 Flesh and Blood Pro Tours ever finds himself in third place for the Europe leaderboards for Player of the Year, as well as some other names like some card game titans here. Andrea Mengucci and Simon Nielsen, Max Diekman, runner-up at Pro Tour London, and foreign Christian Logan, who we have seen kind of, you know, always sniffing the finals of so many tournaments. He was in second place at Sao Paulo. He's just waiting, right? It's a matter of time before he takes down something huge. Also, other names on this list are all repeat offenders for winning big tournaments. There are so many stacked names on these leaderboards, and talking about stacked leaderboards in the Asia Pacific region, you have Nick Butcher, Puddingtown, Chu Hangang, Xing Song. There are so many incredible players vying for their chance at being the Player of the Year.
Yeah, a lot of recognizable names on all of these leaderboards, really just showcasing how much the World Tour Player of the Year rewards consistency. You know these names because these are the best players in the world.
These are the best and most consistent players in the world. This is the overall leaderboard. This is everybody playing for overall Player of the Year. So there are 3 regional champions, first, second, and third per region. However, there is also an overall Player of the Year who, in addition to the other bracket, will also take home $25,000 US for first place. And here's some places where you can get some World Tour points. In this upcoming 2 weeks away, we have a triple header weekend with a Battle Hardened at a World Tour stop in Hartford, one in Tokyo, and one in Milan, all on the same weekend. All classic constructed. We're going to take a little break after that, couple weeks off, 2.5-ish weeks off, and then in June, we have the Release Weekend National Championship Plus, calling a marquee event of the year, one of the most exciting things you can possibly be at in terms of Flesh and Blood this year, the U.S. National Championship in Las Vegas, release of High Seas with a sealed plus draft calling and a classic constructed open entry Battle Hardened where you can see a new meta take shape right before your eyes.
Yeah, following Las Vegas, we have the calling in Bologna. It's classic constructed, first opportunity to play this high seas classic constructed format in a high stakes event after the premiere in Vegas. And of course, a Battle Hardened that's high seas sealed deck as well. Following that, at the end of June, Battle Hardened Houston, very near and dear to my heart, my hometown, hoping to make it down to that one, as well as Battle Hardened Kuala Lumpur and Battle Hardened Bucharest, same doubleheader weekend in July.
Yeah, some very exciting World Tour stops there. And perhaps one of the most exciting World Tour stops of the year, you have 2 callings on the same weekend in Auckland, one of which is Welcome to Rathe, sealed with alpha drafts on day 2, and a CC calling, and a first edition Arcane Rising limited Battle Hardened, and rounding out this middle of the year schedule, you have a calling stop in Kansas City with both a CC calling and a Battle Hardened Classic constructed World Tour stop there the weekend of August 15th through 17th. But I think this is enough preamble. I think it's time that we watched a game of Flesh and Blood rather than talking about some exciting games of Flesh and Blood. We have the Andrew Mirror back at it again. Andrew Rothermel, second or lower seed in this matchup, so looks like Andrew Henderson chose to go second.
Really trying to establish tempo in this game. Of course, you're giving Kassai the opportunity to fill the graveyard with reds and yellows on turn 0 for free, but in exchange for that, Arachne Marionette, obviously a very aggressive take on Assassin, is getting to set the tempo for the game going forward.
Looks like both players have drawn up their starting hands. Andrew with a bit of an interesting one here. He has a fair few cards to get, you know, reds and yellows into his graveyard, and they all convert pretty well, but it's at a, you know, kind of this question of how much he wants to let Arachne Marionette filter his hand on this opening turn. Yellow Slice and Dice coming down, generating +1 on the first weapon attack as long as it's sword or dagger, and +2 on the second.
Never mind.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we're good.
Yeah. Let's see.
Seems like we might be... So obviously that's a quarter of Kassai activation already right there. The question is Andrew going to give
Priority.
Henderson an opportunity to filter the hand? And it sounds like no, priority being passed.
And passing straight over to Andrew Henderson's turn. Arsenaling, I believe, a Spoils of War.
Yeah, making sure that you have Go Again on the next turn.
2, 1.
As long as he doesn't take your arsenal away. Looks like we've got Just a Nick, Savor Bloodshed, Infiltrate, and a defense reaction in this hand.
4, 1.
Starting off with the Clave, the classic. Want to establish Marked as fast as possible so that you have that Arachne Marionette hero ability online.
Hunter's Clave being blocked with an entire card is pretty interesting here.
Clave for
Another
5.
dagger coming in for 5.
Now, you have to have the read that there is a flick being threatened here if you're Andrew Rothermel.
Yeah, Andrew wants to draw some cards here against Andrew.
I think both Andrews went to draw cards against Andrew.
Andrew is asking Andrew if he can draw some cards on this turn, but we're not sure if Andrew's going to let Andrew draw some cards.
I think Andrew would rather draw cards than Andrew, even.
Andrew would rather himself draw cards rather than the Andrew on the other side of the table. Looks like a Fate Foreseen, blocking 4 on an attack for 5 here. Willing to let one come over, but asking his opponent if he is willing to flick a dagger on his very first turn of the game.
Yeah, so at present, at the very minimum, we're establishing Marked here. And then if Andrew Henderson passes, you have a guaranteed Agent of Chaos transformation.
His last card is a defense reaction, already destined for the arsenal. Gambling off the top with a flick into a Savor Bloodshed draw seems pretty sketchy.
It does.
At this stage of the game. Looks like Andrew's taking one, no flick, but he is marked now.
Definitely contributing to Andrew Henderson's game plan in this matchup. Trying to establish Marked as quickly as possible. And what's the role?
It is Arachne
It's Black Widow.
Widow.
Well, we saw earlier today just how powerful this Agent of Chaos is.
Over to Andrew, though. He has a few cards to work with. Spoils of War in the arsenal. Run through and a yellow draw swords. I think we're going to see a gold activated here. Drawing a card.
And Andrew Henderson's hand is incredible, including a Bonds of Agony and a Take Up the Mantle with an attack reaction on Black Widow with the hero power.
And just a couple blue block 3s.
Yeah. Additional stealth cards, that Persuasive Prognosis also can be useful as a disruptive tool.
So Andrew has already drawn a card with Kassai's hero ability on this turn, but he did, drawn a card to turn on Kassai's hero ability, but he did draw a blue, which can power this draw swords. We've seen this card drawn 5 times on stream today, but only once has it actually been played.
It's doing the thing. It's replacing itself, or the card pitched for it, turning on Kassai, and being a front pump.
When was the last time you saw 3 cards enter Kassai's pitch zone and somehow it was just pretty efficient?
It's been a while.
This is
Usually
3 cards to come in for 9.
Yeah, this Centauri Saber has Go again, and the second is free. It's a guaranteed follow-up. Also, Spoils of War threatening a lot of copper on this turn for future blood on her hands.
Yeah, Andrew probably needs to respect this. Otherwise, Andrew can fire off a pretty large blood on her hands turn.
Very clever play from Andrew Henderson here, blocking with bonds, because Andrew Rothermel doesn't know that there is a take up the mantle, so you can kind of fake out with the persuasive prognosis. It's maybe not as dangerous of a face-up threat. And then after initial blocks have been declared, before reactions have been resolved, you can switch it into the Bonds of Agony and really try to surprise Andrew Rothermel by just completely shredding the hand.
Yeah, the Centauri Saber's triggered ability actually forced some copper on that turn as Andrew Henderson went to block 7, but by blocking with an attack action card, it went up to 8 and nudged a little bit of damage through, setting himself up to play any blood on her hands he draws.
Yeah, no blood on her hands in this hand. However, some power cards definitely in Blade Flurry and Blade Runner.
It's like Prognosis for 1 is what's happening right now, but little does Rothermel know this is about to be Bonds of Agony for 10?
4, 7, at least 10?
At least 10.
Andrew Henderson really thinking about it.
Looks like Dynamos is getting in there for sure.
And Andrew Rothermel has no defense reactions available, so whatever's blocking here
That is the block.
that is the block. Oh, and that's not going to be enough.
I think this might be the first Bonds of Agony we see connect today.
To give it a go again.
Activating Snapdragon Scalers, discarding
And I'm going to take a
Under the Trapdoor and activating Arachne Black Widow, turning this into Bonds of Agony with Take Up the Mantle.
Yeah. Interesting to see that, so obviously this Bonds is online and very threatening. It's not only going to take 2 cards out of Andrew Rothermel's hand between the Black Widow trigger and the Bonds trigger, but also do deck damage to Andrew Rothermel's deck by removing additional copies from the Bonds of Agony attack trigger.
Yeah, I mean, if he could lose all 3 copies of his Blade Flurry right here.
Right here. Of course, there's something interesting was that there was a cost to this. Andrew Henderson just used Snapdragon Scalers without really benefiting from the action point that they gain.
Yeah,
this
interestingly,
technically has
he did
Go
not
again.
want to cash in his Flick Knives there.
Yeah.
You are no longer marked.
Definitely highly prioritizing having 2 claves. It's very interesting. There might be a desire to refresh the mark on a later turn and still have a clave available.
Yeah, he's only played 1 Saber Bloodshed. Got his pick of the litter here. An interesting thought in that he can take several blue block 3s out of Andrew's deck or just take all 3 copies of one of his most powerful cards. Curious what Henderson is thinking about here because I think I would snap off Blade Flurry. But he's taking Glint the Quicksilver.
Fascinating.
Opting to shred Andrew's Go again and make it harder for him to actually convert on this turn. Valuing the immediate disruption rather than taking a powerful card out of his deck.
Yeah, by taking away Glint the Quicksilver, Blade Runner, of course, can grant Go again on this turn cycle, but you need to pitch, pay 1 for it, and it's the only resource card in this hand. So you're right, reducing the offensive power of this turn cycle, but leaving one of the power cards in the deck. It's very much a aggressively minded play of wanting to maintain tempo and not play towards something like fatigue.
Leaving him with a Blade Flurry and a blue he can't make all that much use of.
Yeah, without a gold pitch outlet, this might be something as simple as just pass, yeah.
Yeah, after he had to banish to Black Widow's hit trigger. Over to Andrew. Let's see if he can still convert. It's up, sticks, and run. Scar Tissue, just a nick, and a Leave No Witnesses. Not only does this hand not have a blue in it, it's not particularly capable of presenting an incredible amount of damage. You know, he can attack for 5 into Leave No Witnesses here, but it's only 4 cards to present 9 damage.
Yeah, definitely, definitely an off turn when you don't want it after just using a severe amount of your equipment to try to wrench tempo for the game. Of course, Andrew Rothermel has, once again, Gorganian Tome in hand, which can make blocks awkward on this turn cycle.
Getting marked here. Perhaps we're going to see him regret giving up a card to block just for value on this when Andrew's last card is Leave No Witnesses. And he's holding on to Gorganian Tome. Looks like he is just going to cash in for armor here in the form of Grains of Blood Spill and Brave Forge Bracers.
But that importantly leaves him marked, so there's an agent transformation again.
He has hit number 3, Orb Weaver, which we saw used to incredible effect by the same player earlier today.
Absolutely, yeah. I have a feeling we'll see a Flick Knives activation next turn cycle to get that Graphene Calicera value train rolling. Oh, and a Stains of the Red Back and a Cut from the Same Cloth. These are exactly the cards you want to see when you do have Graphene Calicera generation.
Gorganian Tome drawing a Draw Swords and pretty flush with power here.
Yeah, you've got the front pump, you've got the go again from hit and run, kind of everything you want on the standard Kassai turn here.
And your sabers are free. And we have a Kassai activation here.
Yeah, been without gold for a few turns here, so definitely trying to reclaim it so that your core value engine is remaining online.
Threatening creation of, yet again, Tiny Gold.
Tiny Gold Big Sleeve.
Tiny Gold Big Sleeve. Saber coming in for 3 with go again. Andrew says, I don't care. I'll take 3. Now it's 5 from Blade Flurry.
Yeah, notably, Andrew still had a very healthy life total.
Another Saber for 4 here.
So this is coming in for Go again.
Sorry, for 7, thanks to Slice and Dice.
This was coming in for 7. So many dice.
But does Andrew Henderson care? Does he want to block at all? I think his whole hand converts offensively, yeah, and
He says
saying no blocks.
Down to 25 to Andrew Rothermel's 31. Let's see what the return is here. Hand full of pumps, ready to send some pretty massive daggers Rothermel's way.
Yeah. There is one concern here, though, which is there isn't an empty dagger slot currently. So if you want to create a Graphene Calicera, you first need a chain link to flick one of these two Hunter's Claves.
And we are swinging a Hunter's Clave. Perhaps we'll see a flick, like you said, on this turn.
I have to imagine that there is a dagger following this up. Otherwise, we would have seen the dagger buffs applied to this first Hunter's Clave swing.
Interesting bit of texture about this matchup is that leaning on these Hunter's Claves against Valiant Dynamo Warriors decks pretty much entirely denies them the value that Dynamo would actually represent.
Yeah, the piercing on Hunter's Clave bumps them to 2 if a 1-block armor is put in front of them, which still gets the critical on hit effective marking over the top.
A flick, like you called, putting Andrew down to 30 to Henderson's 25.
And I will.
But if he wants a Calicera, he has to discard an assassin card here.
Discard this card to Orb Weaver.
2 sides to the blade, finding its way to the graveyard to equip a Graphene Calicera.
Cut from the same cloth. I'll look at your hand.
There are no attack reactions in this hand.
Very unwarrior-like for
I
Kassai.
know. Doesn't matter though, because he is already marked. So this is Calicera for 5 with go again.
No, plus 3 additional from the Orb Weaver's ability.
Oh, that's true. This is 8 go again.
Closer for 8.
So much damage.
Quite a lot of damage. Of course, it's just vanilla, quote-unquote.
Vanilla damage is still meaneful damage. Looks like we are going to get a block with the Dynamos here, since this dagger does not have piercing.
26.
That
Taking
will
4 down to
clear
26.
the mark.
And clearing the mark on his back. Stains of the Redback finding its way into the arsenal.
Yeah, perhaps the go again that card can offer to attacks with stealth being valued over just converting for 3 raw damage here. Kind of an awkward hand with 2 Codex of Frailty.
Draw swords, leading this turn off, replacing itself and turning on Kassai's discount. A gold activation, drawing another card. I think somehow this Kassai deck is a deck that I've seen draw more cards than almost any other hero. It just finds so many ways to keep drawing cards every single turn.
Andrew took real offense to the book bannings and decided that he was going to make a deck that drew cards, period.
Here comes Centauri Saber for 7 with Go Again.
And a very critical on-hit of refreshing the gold thanks to the Kassai activation.
Yeah, shutting that down seems just so difficult, especially when the vast majority of your 3 block cards are attack actions.
Yeah, and really not an armor suite to rely on as an assassin.
And take 2.
Blocking 6 and taking 2 down to 23. Andrew getting another gold.
Let's see. I think on the vigor. Make a vigor as well.
Spending his 1 floating to make a vigor with grains of blood spill.
Attack for 2 more.
And a follow-up Saber paying 0, coming in for 2 damage.
Defense on the 2 is attack for 2.
Somewhat surprised with how many Kassai games we've seen today that there hasn't been double vigor paid into gold yet for free sabers on the turn.
That is pretty interesting. I think it has a lot to do with the fact that when you pitch a blue into the gold, you only ever have 1 left over. So it's often a little bit difficult to ever end up with the resources to double vigor.
Tunic to 1.
All right, well, Andrew Henderson has a hand of double Codex of Frailty.
Looks like Calicera coming in for 1. And in addition to double Codex of Frailty, his arsenal is clogged with that Stains of the Redback. So he has to swing this Graphene Calicera, pay 1 to play out the Stains of the Redback, and clear his arsenal by doing so to get Leave No Witnesses with this Codex of Frailty.
Yeah, 2-card 4 go again, not really where you want to be an assassin. That certainly is a Surging Strike, if I've ever seen one.
I'll react with Stains of the Redback to give it +3.
But it will clear out the arsenal so that Codex of Frailty can be played. And there is, critically, Leave No Witnesses right there on the top of the graveyard.
He is holding a 0 for 4 defense reaction that he can use on Leave No Witnesses, as well as a 0 for 3 defense reaction. With that, all you got, fully covering this dagger. It is not, however, all Andrew Henderson has got, as he has Codex of Frailty, generating the Frailty token, maybe more important than the 0 for 4 attack. You know, Andrew's going to cover that up easily, but the Frailty generates so much value in this matchup when your opponent's only recourse to deal damage to you is by swinging weapons. Frailty can just put such a damper on your ability to close out games.
As well as the Ponder refreshing Andrew's arsenal.
Sounds good.
Even when it's bad, Codex of Frailty is quite the card.
Let's see the draw.
Oh, I couldn't quite tell.
I think it might have been a scar tissue.
Enter.
It
Can
looked
be-
micro text box.
Can be quite powerful.
So perhaps it was also a mark of the Black Widow. Who could say? Who could say?
Scar
It was
tissue-
definitely micro text box.
Yeah. Scar tissue definitely can be quite powerful with the Graphene Calicera.
Especially with Tunic. Vigor floating a resource, and I believe we've seen a Kassai activation on this turn, threatening another gold should he connect with a weapon this turn.
Andrew thinking about the play. Does have access to the go again. It's just a question of which go again source is the most efficient on this turn.
Centauri Saber for 1, thanks to the Frailty.
Block 3.
3 block committed, however.
Give it go again.
Yeah.
Blade Runner.
Seems like a
Blade Runner.
pretty bread and butter saber into saber turn.
Yeah. In stark contrast to how efficient he's been the rest of this game, this is 3 cards for
Do you want to
Nope. That's fine.
4, 5? 5 only because his opponent blocked, threatening a gold.
Yeah. That is the second gold critically, though, so a little bit of wiggle room in this Kassai game plan of constantly making these sabers free from card draw. Haven't seen Andrew Rothermel marked in a turn cycle now.
Removing
And a
counter
blood on
from
her
Dynamos.
hands with 4 copper available.
Interesting piece of tech there. He's just drawn into Snag, which I don't believe we saw in our first time visiting this matchup in Swiss.
Yeah, kind of a very flexible card against the Assassins. Obviously, it doesn't block from hand, but these recent Assassin builds are so reliant on attack action cards that it definitely can get you some traded value there, as well as just being blue for fuel for things like gold.
There are some interesting quirks of the card, though. It only cares about buffs given by action cards in their, or attack action cards in their effects to attack action cards, or by attack or reaction cards. So it actually won't shut down the +3 from things like Arachne, like the Agents' hero ability activation.
Orb Weaver Spinneret.
Yeah.
Weaver Spinneret hitting the table with 1 floating to generate another dagger after he already flicked one on this turn, and coming in for 4.
5 even because of the mark status
Oh,
and
yeah, because
Arachne Marionette.
We're back to base form. Seeing a block for 4, taking 1, except, oops,
Oh, it's-
Tarantula Toxin. Here is a 0 for 6, shredding this and sending my attack up to 8, 16 to 20.
Yeah, not quite the scar tissue we thought it was. Perhaps even better than that. 0 for 6 at reaction speed. Although that will clear the marked, so no change into an Agent of Chaos this turn cycle. Of course, this could be a pretty pivotal turn for Andrew Rothermel with access to blood on her hands.
With only
And go
4
again.
copper, it's not full power.
Yeah, but there's still go again available from the hit and run.
Thinking about activating Kassai on this turn. Leading with a gold activation. Let's see the draw. Well, we'll see it when he does. It is a
That's
red
a pretty
slice
good
into
draw.
dice.
Just straight for value on this turn where you're going to be swinging at least 2 times.
Straight Vor value is what I say when I'm Alex Vor and I'm playing a value deck. Really considering whether or not he wants to run out this blood on her hands for just 4 copper. And it looks like he is going to cash them all in.
Go again. +1. Attack twice.
Choosing attack twice, go again +1 on one saber, and just attack twice on the other. So he has to find a way to give one of the sabers go again on this turn.
Yeah.
Activate Kassai, I believe.
Activating Kassai to threaten a gold on hit.
2 yellows, 2 reds.
Not sure what the arsenal is. It might be that critical source would go again for the second saber.
Okay, so this one's attacking with go again.
Saber
And this is-
coming in for 3 with go again here.
Yeah, this is actually kind of where Andrew Rothermel wants to be in the game right now. Having a big offensive turn, life totals are relatively tied, so he can lay a claim to the tempo in this game right now. And
4 on the first one.
sandbagging that snag for an arsenal so that once Andrew Henderson tries to get back into this game with a big reaction like on something with Take Up the Mantle, it can be denied.
Mask of Deceit block here, rolling a random one. Hitting a Arachne
Oh my
trap door,
goodness.
getting to search his deck for an extra blocking card on Andrew's pivotal blood on her hands turn. He went and got Lair of the Spider, I believe, so it doesn't really look like he's on Frailty Trap. Perhaps not as much of a blowout as this possibly could have been, but your hat blocking for 5 on a turn like this is still incredibly powerful.
Take 2.
Taking
Blocking for 5 and marking the opponent for a future turn cycle, which also has to be,
for 3,
can't be disregarded as powerful for Arachne Marionette's play cycle.
Coming in for 6 go again with the second saber. Still a pretty significant amount of damage being threatened here.
No defense. Move 2 reactions.
reactions are good.
Here comes a lair of the spider out of the banished zone. Andrew has wandered into the spider's lair and found himself marked, in addition to a fair bit of damage on his saber swing soaked up by this defense reaction.
There's still many swings to go, though. We're only the first attack into this blood on her hands. And there's an unsheathed. There's the source of go again for the saber that doesn't have it on this turn.
I believe this saber will come in for 5 with go again. Still an absolutely colossal amount of value.
So one more after this. One more after that. So it was attacked twice.
No defense.
Taking 5 onto
10.
All right, Andrew Henderson clearly liking the texture of his hand, willing to accept some damage, can't block out this entire turn, so needs to know when to make a stand.
4th attack, saber for 2. Just fully taken by Andrew Henderson, 8 to Rothermel's 17. But we saw him deal some pretty insane amounts of damage in Swiss in this exact matchup in a very similar life deficit. He is taking damage with a plan.
Yeah, I mean, we see 2 power cards in Andrew Henderson's hand in the form of Saber Blood and Cut from the Same Cloth. We're about to see a very large dagger with draw a card on hit.
Or not, oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
From the
Playing Saber Bloodshed and politely asking, may I see your hand?
I mean, you're allowed to do that. It's just that your opponent isn't obligated until that Cut from the Same Cloth hits the arena.
I will go ahead and
Looks like
Calicera
Andrew will be marked.
for 7.
2 attack reactions in that hand. Calicera coming in for
7 has go again. And draw a
9?
8,
Should be
9,
9.
right? Yeah.
4.
9.
He said, what am I talking about? Where did I get to 7? It's like me earlier with the double Justinic on Prognosis. I was like, yeah, that's 9.
9 draw a card on hit. It's no big deal.
9 draw a card on hit and has go again, thanks to Andrew Rothermel being marked.
Of course, Andrew Rothermel does have the ability to block this out. The question is, does he care, or is he seeing red with Andrew Henderson at only 8 life?
He
And a
does have
pretty-
basically everything he needs
yeah,
to
pretty
fire off a lethal
offensive
turn.
hand.
Just depends if Andrew Henderson can force cards away from him.
We know the last card in Henderson's hand. Oh, excuse me, no, the Take Up the Mantle's in the pitch zone. Got ahead of myself.
block 9 here.
Blocking 9 with 3 cards.
React with 2 sides of the blade.
Oh
Two
my
sides of the
goodness.
blade, pushing this to 12 and pushing through the draw card on hit.
That is a number.
Oh,
It's up to
so
11
it's on that one,
here.
yeah.
There you go.
No, he goes to 12. Okay, so 1 to 12.
All right, what's the draw then is the question.
Reactions. No reactions for me.
No reactions from Rothermel.
All
This
right.
is going to hit.
Go to 14.
What's the
See
draw?
rip.
You are no longer marked.
We will
Oh,
never know.
show it to us.
We will never know.
And
It
then
is
I'll
leave
It's
no
leave no witnesses. It's the perfect follow-up.
What a blowout.
It's taking every card from Andrew Rothermel's hand defensively this turn cycle. This is exactly what Andrew Henderson wanted to get back into this game.
He's trapdoor and has no text box and still managed to rip full tempo on this turn.
Now regaining access to Arachne Marionette's hero ability as this turn cycle ends.
Andrew Rothermel does still have a vigor, so he has at least something to work with on this turn cycle, even if it's just a 0-card swing for 2.
Yeah, but Andrew Henderson's hand converts really well offensively.
And has a 0 for 4 defense reaction in it. We're seeing a Kassai activation here, just to force a blocking card.
How valuable is the Kassai activation once there's already 2 gold on the board, though?
Persuasive for 1.
Well, it gets them to block.
It certainly did.
Persuasive
This-
Prognosis backed up by just a nick in Andrew Henderson's hand here.
Andrew Henderson does have 1 Fate Foreseen, but that's not going to be enough when this is turned into 6 power from the Justinic.
Just a nick.
His arsenal, however, is still that snag we saw earlier, completely blowing out this Just a Nix plus 5.
May I have a judge?
Is a blue defense reaction that covers 5 good? We're going to have a little bit of a judge call, and we're going to step out and respect their privacy as they figure out whether or not, well, I'm curious what the question is. Oh, so the question is that does Snags shut down the +1 from Arachne Marionette's hero ability?
Interesting, because Arachne Marionette is not, it's not an attack action card, it's not an attack reaction card.
Correct.
So it sounds like that buff will remain on the combat chain even through the snag.
Flick you with the dagger.
He's flicking Hunter's Clave to give this +1, but Rothermel does still have a defense reaction in his hand. Curious to see if he'll cash it in here. He will.
And is he happy with the opt? It was an outland skirmish. It's going to stay there.
Gonna roll into a random agent here, hitting Arachne Black Widow for the second time this game.
Definitely one of the most powerful things you can roll.
We've only rolled odd numbers this game. 1, 3, 6, and 1. Oh, 6 isn't an odd number.
Well, plenty
It's been a long day.
It has been a long day. Long day of great games of Flesh and Blood.
This is a bit of an interesting one.
Yeah, just kind of has all of the ingredients you would want for a good Kassai turn here. Knew what the card that was being drawn off that gold was, so that was a pretty risk-free choice right there.
Yeah, Spoils of War, Slice and Dice, bunch of pumps straight onto the table. This Centauri Saber is colossal, getting +2 from Spoils of War, +1 from Slice and Dice, and has 2 base power. This is 5, with the second one promised to be even bigger, and he's holding an Outland Skirmish in his hand.
Yeah, threatening to put a second breakpoint and on hit effect on the second Saber in between the first and second swings.
Yeah, it'll push that second swing from 5 to 8.
Yeah.
So this goes up to 6. We're blocking 3 and a Shelter from the Storm. 2 cards to cover this up. But there is more where that came from. Rothermel is going to present lethal on this turn.
Yeah, thanks to the Slice and Dice's ability.
And on top of it all, he's still threatening Copper Generation.
Yeah. Threatening Copper Generation, and this looks like 8, but remember it's actually 9 if an attack action card is put in front of it.
Andrew Henderson looks like he's holding an Under the Trapdoor alongside that Sink Below and Codex of Frailty.
Now, maybe considering which traps are available for that Under the Trapdoor to turn into.
I think he just has Lair of the Spider in his yard.
Yeah, this attack, of course, does not have Go again, so won't trigger Lair of the Spider. But Rothermel is already marked, so not the most relevant.
No defense, move to reactions.
Looks like he says no blocks, go to reactions. Sink Below covering 4 out of 8 and taking 4.
Yeah, so a pretty small hand size. The reaction ability on Arachne Black Widow is going to be pretty face up. However, it is noticeable that Tunic is about to be at 3 to pay for a Telecera with Go again. That can be reacted with Black Widow, or the follow-up stealth attack could be reacted with Black Widow. So definitely.
Well, I believe Andrew Henderson's last card is Codex of
Codex.
Frailty, so what we're likely to see here is Calicera for 1, make it 4, and then follow it up with Codex of Frailty. Little 2-card 8 that's pretty powerful in terms of the on-hits it has access to.
Yeah, somewhat awkward. You know, there's no attack action cards to force into Andrew Rothermel's arsenal. So kind of just a value-oriented codex without being necessarily disruptive.
Yeah, it's just going to represent that Leave No Witnesses coming in for 4.
Discard to Black Widow.
Discarding Under the Trapdoor to pump Graphene Calicera. However, Shelter from the Storm coming in to cover this up.
Codex.
Codex the follow-up.
Yeah, the
Grabbing
frailty
any
token.
zero-cost attack as well. Yeah, as that all-important frailty token, reducing the power of Rothermel's return.
Yeah, probably going to be more valuable than any other part of this Codex of Frailty. When Andrew Henderson is at such low life, your opponent's attacks coming in for lower values makes it a little bit easier to stay alive through blocks. thinking, is there a better option than Leave No Witness? But it's hard to beat the consistency of a 0 for 4.
We're seeing this matchup turned on its head a little bit compared to how it played out in Swiss. Rothermel has a pretty commanding lead right now. Even if he takes 4, he's 6 life up with full tempo, and he won't lose any cards because he didn't have any attacks to force into the yard.
Yeah, just taking the functionally vanilla damage. There's a chance of a silver, but even that's denied for Andrew Henderson.
Yeah, a significant amount of yellows in Andrew Rothermel's deck. Kind of protected him from Leave No Witnesses generating any silver.
And the mark value cleared by that Leave No Witness as well. Well, the good news is the hand for Andrew Henderson blocks extremely well.
Which is exactly what he needs right now. Rothermel has kept something pretty powerful. Even through this frailty, this can push a fair bit of damage. Looks like a gold is going to be activated, drawing a card off the top. Let's see the rip. A snag destined for the arsenal, or...
But it can pay for that draw swords.
Yeah, we could see this paid straight into that draw swords here. We see Spoils of War.
Interesting, saving it.
No defense.
3 with go again, I believe, thanks to the frailty.
Oh, because of frailty. I'll block with...
Blocking with just a nick.
Yeah, not really any targets in this hand. Makes a lot of sense.
Also doesn't pump Centauri Saber. I do think we're going to see this draw swords played. Let's see the rip yet again. It is Sharpened Senses. Pretty interesting card in this exact situation. You can play it out for +1 damage, but it's not the most impressive thing ever. Likely to just go to the arsenal. Andrew Henderson getting to full block this turn with just 2 cards, thanks to that frailty token.
All right, so Andrew Henderson does have a bit of a crackback here. Going to be somewhat limited on action points without availability to mark Andrew Rothermel, and with no Snapdragon Scalers available.
It's Kiss of Death. Presently no go again.
And we see I have Ophidia in Rothermel's hand.
Another card that doesn't block.
Yeah. And no gold to opt with the eye either.
He could always pitch into a copper. He is holding That All You Got, defense reaction, to cover up this Kiss of Death, should Henderson have any tricks. Pretty hard for him to die from 10 here.
Yeah, I mean, it's somewhat complicated, right? Because you have to assume there is a trick here, but Kiss of Death not disruptive unto itself, and there's no obvious mark except for 2 sides of the blade, which is a next turn problem.
Cover 4 here.
Blocking 4 with the Dynamos because it literally can't hurt to put them in front when you're going to refresh it on the next turn. Scar Tissue being the react here, pushing this up to 6, both a mark and -1 health on hit should it connect, but that All You Got coming in clutch, saving him a pretty insane amount of value there. Andrew Henderson at least being able to mark Rothermel here by discarding a Blue Reaper's Call. Time to roll.
And that's actually really critical that Rothermel...
Black Widow of this game.
I just want to point out that what you said might as well block with the Dynamos ended up being really critical there, because that Reaper's Call pushed that Kiss of Death to 7. So if it had just been a 3 block and then That All You Got, Andrew Henderson still would have connected.
I have Ophidia being pitched into a Centauri Saber after a Kassai activation. Let's see his opt. It's a Blood on Her Hands and a blue draw swords. This Blood on Her Hands could be absolutely essential to closing this game out if this Saber connects.
Yeah, no gold currently to take full advantage of that Blood on Her. Oh,
but he's activated Kassai this turn, so he's threatening a gold should this connect, and he'll have 2 resources floating to spend on it.
Oh my goodness. It's a very critical on-hit this late in the game. Of course, Henderson doesn't know that the top card of the deck could spell Doom if the Centauri Saber does hit.
Block 2.
2 block on Centauri Saber, not pumping its power. Run through, giving this go again.
And we'll check
and the next Saber attack +2. So this will come in for 4. Threatening another gold. This is also lethal, as Andrew Henderson is down all the way to 4. So he has to give something here.
Block 6.
Blocking 6 with Persuasive Prognosis and Art of Desire Body. His last card is just Stains of the Redback.
Yeah, fully taking a turn cycle off and giving Rothermel all of the breathing room he desires to try to close out this game.
With a blood on her hands on top of his deck.
And draw swords with a blue so that there's a way to make the Sabres free this turn.
He has 2 blues. I believe that is a blue draw swords, a yellow draw swords, a trot along, and a blood on her hands. We said this game wasn't going to go to fatigue, but Rothermel's deck is actually looking quite thin. So finding this blood on her hands that he can fire off is actually pretty essential, and Sharpened Senses is going to help him be able to get all the way there, because it's going to give anything with power greater than twice their base go again, so he can use this to extend his blood on her hands without having to choose the go again mode.
Yeah, it lets you choose the attack twice and the increased base power modes for the Centauri Sabres, which is really critical. Don't have the full 6 copper available, and so it's key that you are able to convert like additional modes of the blood on your hands without the copper available.
Blood on her hands hitting the table. Let's see what the 3 modes chosen are.
They both attack twice, that's 2 modes. And for the 3rd mode, special attack goes good. I believe it's +1. So +1 sword.
So it looks like he's chosen 2 attacks for each Saber and +1 on one of them. The Saber coming in for +1 on 2, plus draw swords with the Sharpened Senses buff. Pretty big attack that Andrew Henderson has to contend with here. Also banishing the blood on her hands that he played. 5 with go again, thanks to Sharpened Senses.
And this is just the first Saber swing of this turn.
Yeah, there are 3 more where that came from.
Yeah. So it gets boosted to 6 for the turn.
Centauri Saber's trigger is for the whole turn, something that basically only Kassai and Bolton players actually know. If you block a Centauri Saber, the +1 will stick for the entire turn, so if it swings again, not only does it retain that base power, but it can get +1 another time.
Exactly what you want from the Sharpened Senses right now in order to maintain this flow of action points through the turn.
So we're gonna
Let's see. So we'll hit and run, breaking the chain.
Yellow hit and run, breaking the chain, giving this attack +2 and go again, though it already gains go again from Sharpened Senses thanks to having 6 power.
Make sure I know this 6 go again here.
Oh, block 6. Finally got him.
Oh, that's 2 Tarantula Toxins, the last 2 blocking cards in Henderson's hand. If Rothermel can find 4 damage, this game is over.
First swing with this guy, which is going in for 4.
Trot along means that there will be
another swing after that,
a
right?
swing after this.
Yeah,
And that's the
fist bump is
game.
extended. Andrew Rothermel with blood on his hands extends his reach to the finals of this Battle Hardened at World Tour Minneapolis. Congratulations to Andrew Rothermel managing to overcome both Arachne Marionette and the other Andrew that took him down in the Swiss version of this exact same matchup.
Yeah, very different from how the game went in Swiss, with Rothermel really establishing tempo through most of the game. Perfectly timed D-reacts, well-timed snags as well, and really just what you want to see executed for Kassai's game plan of consistently drawing cards and presenting sword swings that are awkward to block with attack action cards.
So we have Ben stuck and taking down his second stack Florian of the day, going to pair into Andrew Rothermel on Kassai. Neither of these heroes were what I would have predicted to be in the Battle Hardened finals today.
I was about to say the same thing. I think if you told me this morning, I would have called you a liar. But we have Kassai, we have Syndra in the finals of this Battle Hardened at World Tour Minneapolis. I couldn't be more excited. The meta is turned upside down.
Speaking of being a liar, when I talked to Andrew Rothermel this morning after his first game, he said, quote, "I don't know, I just don't think I'm playing that well today." And something pretty exciting about this is both of these heroes in finals have some promo cards available at Pro Tour in World Tour Singapore, July 17th through 20th. You can get your hands on these exciting alt art hero promos for Kassai of the Golden Sands, Syndra, the Drakai of Retribution, and I guess while we're here, we can mention Victor Goldmane, high and mighty with his inflatable horse.
Inflatable horse, and don't forget the bubble wand. The bubble wand is very
the bubble
important
wand
as an
is
alternative
awesome.
to the hammer.
That is pretty great. So we've got a man standing in an inflatable Victor. There are souvenir packages which will get you all three of these heroes as well as some other goodies. And if you are in the Pro Tour, if you are participating, you will, just for being there, receive one of these at random. And then there will be side events throughout the weekend where you will play sealed of the set that hero is from, with the exception of Kassai. That'll just be high seas sealed. And for entering, receive that hero's cool little summer alternate art promo. And the souvenir event package, like I mentioned, comes with some other goodies. It's one of each of these full art, kind of rainbow foil, but Marvel treatment heroes, which I think is really novel and exciting because I am a sucker for rainbow foils. A nifty deck box, high seas themed deck box, a playmat featuring all three of them, and a box of the Japanese print of Mastery Pack Archive for Guardian. So it's not Mastery Pack Guardian, but it's a collection, a very tightly curated collection of cards with high synergy or playability with cards in Mastery Pack Guardian. It's got cards like Rampart of the Ram's Head. Does it have Grandeur of Valahai in it? I'm not entirely sure, but there's some really great inclusions in that.
It's on the pack art. It certainly is in there. Oak and Old definitely is. So this is the perfect upgrade to your Jarl Armory deck if you've picked one of those up recently.
And while we're talking about packages, if you get the Fabled event package, you can get this beautiful playmat. I have to imagine that's a Ranger card.
It's gotta
as
be
well
armor,
as,
right?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe a big old pirate hat or a bow or something. Cold foil gold, like every other Fabled package comes with, and one of three of these promo cards, of these marquee cards of the heroes of the set: Chart the High Seas, Golden Skywarden, and Big Game Trophy Shot, as well as sleeves of this amazing art. And if you enter the calling, you will get Talk About Rainbow Foil Heroes. You will get one of three extended art Rainbow Foil adult heroes from High Seas, with Puffin, Marlin, and Gravy Bones up for grabs. And if you enter the Battle Hardened, you can get your hands on all three of these Pirate Necromancer cards for Gravy Bones, for your Gravy Bones deck. All three of these cool cards in extended art micro text box treatment that let you leverage your already on the board allies for value. And last but not least, the Pro Tour Players Package. If you are already in the Pro Tour, if you are a player in the Pro Tour, you can pick up, or you will receive this package as a qualified player for the Pro Tour. It is the Light of Soul playmat. Every Pro Tour has released a Fabled playmat in sequence. This year's is Light of Soul, a set of the exclusive event sleeves and one of the three cool summer hero cards, which, like I mentioned earlier, you can pick up at sealed deck events throughout the weekend. Pretty exciting stuff. That is Singapore, July 17th through 20th, with the Pro Tour and a whole bunch of side events for everyone to jump into. But before we can jump into side events, before we can jump into the ocean in beautiful Singapore, we're going to take a 5-10 minute break and then jump into our finals game with Syndra versus Kassai. Stay excited and stay right there. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon. welcome back. It's almost finals time here at this World Tour stop for the Flesh and Blood World Tour here at Battle Hardened Minneapolis. We're going to take a look at the bracket, and then we're going to go straight into the last game remaining on this bracket. I'm Elly Bird. This is Rhea Adams. And look at this. We have Andrew Rothermel and Ben Stucken in the finals. Kassai of the Golden Sands versus Syndra, the Drakai of Retribution, who has mowed down 2 Earth heroes like she would mow the lawn, cleaning straight through them, straight to finals. And Andrew Rothermel really scrapping through these games, fighting through Prism and Arachne Marionette. 2 matchups he's had at least some amount of trouble into. From what I understand, he doesn't love his Prism matchup, and he lost the Marionette matchup earlier today, and now he has to play one I don't think I've ever seen played, Kassai versus Syndra. Let's go straight into it.
Yeah, really a battle through redemption into the unknown for this finals.
Yeah, what a great way to put it. Looks like Andrew chose to go second against Syndra, the Drakai of Retribution, as he is the higher seed here. Ben Stucken gonna start off. You know, it's typically conventional wisdom that going second is good in a game of Flesh and Blood, but Syndra can push a fair bit of uninteractable damage thanks to the flick effects in the deck on turn 0.
So somewhat conventional armor suites provided for each hero. Andrew Rothermel still against a deck that you really want to block against, opting for the Crown of Dominion so that that first gold is on the arena. Oh, and Stucken really dissatisfied with his turn 0 hand, just activating Syndra to no effect and arsenaling.
Yeah, one of those
Pretty
games.
interesting, says just one of those games. Filtering the hand away and passing, and it's over to Rothermel, who has something pretty sweet so far. We see draw swords, which can help convert, run through, and a blood on her hands. Maybe we'll see that pitched, but we might also see it set up in Arsenal to kind of get something going in these shorter games.
And a slice and dice on the card draw, exactly what you want to make both your Centauri Sabers free and convert that into additional damage, what was a blue in the hand.
All we need now is just a little bit of go again on this turn, which Run Through is quite pleased as Punch to provide. Activating
Oh my
gold
goodness,
yet
really
again.
aggressive on these draws and being rewarded with another front pub off the top.
Only a little bit rewarded. I don't believe he has a way to get go again right now.
The run through in hand.
He has to pay for it, though.
You do have to pay for it.
So he has to pitch one of these cards. You know, the gold didn't really convert to much. He could have just, you know, so maybe that's like not what you want to see. You know, you activate that gold pitching a yellow, and you could have just pitched it into the Run Through and maybe spent the 1 resource on something like Brave Forge Bracers or Grains of Blood Spill.
It does not have go again currently. I don't think.
Currently, the ever important word.
Not currently. Saber
no
for
block.
7. Stucken says no blocks. Have we seen him block all day? I don't think we have.
You're really making me scrunch my forehead thinking about it.
Yep, 33.
Yeah, I don't think he even blocked in the Florian game. He didn't even block with his Dragon Scale or Flight Path before using them. This man, as the saying goes, did not pay $40 to block.
Here to do one thing, and that's make big combat chains.
But first, there's a big combat chain on the other side of the table. The second Saber coming in for 4, putting him all the way down to 29 on Andrew Rothermel's very first turn. You know, this mid-rangey deck, I think the big advantage of having all this gold access is giving you the velocity you need to come out the gate swinging against these aggressive decks that it might be harder for you to mount a numbers advantage into in such a short game.
Yeah, but really what Ben Stucken is saying here is, I know that I can lay my cards on the table and turn over turn, get more than 12 value. You, as Kassai, really like to block with 2 cards, send 2 cards. So if we just compare our damage numbers, I bet I can race you to the bottom.
Ignite coming in for 2, followed by Spreading Flames, discounted thanks to Ignite.
You have 3 cards.
3 cards.
Look at that. Look at that beautiful full art Ignite. I love that card.
The microtext box has been one of the best innovations for extending card art that LSS has come up with. still maintains the feel of a Flesh and Blood card. It's not borderless. You get that class identity through the border, but still really get to appreciate the art as well.
Andrew chewing on his blocking decisions here. Hand full of blocking power, but a little bit short on go again. And he needs to push damage, I think, in this matchup. He needs to push Syndra low enough that she has to block.
But also has to respect Master Momentum.
Here comes Blood Runs Deep, throwing 2 daggers for 2 uninteractable damage, as well as coming in for 3, pumped up by Spreading Flames, since its base is lower than the number of draconic chain links he presently controls.
Yeah. And importantly, because those daggers have hit from Blood Runs Deep, even without using Flick Knives, Master Momentum is preserved on this chain link, even if Blood Runs Deep is blocked.
Here comes Rising Resentment for 4. Breakpoint covered up handily by Valiant Dynamo, but Syndra being activated. I wonder if we're going to see a flick here. We will, pushing his mask chain even further.
Yeah,
This is going to be chain link 5, threatening the same Mask of Momentum trigger. Hot on their heels for 4.
And Rothermel really doesn't have any options for one-card plays here. So if he wants to deny the Master Momentum trigger, he's admitting, I'm not doing anything this turn cycle.
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to block out and arsenal that red draw swords. And getting, like, not fantastic value on this Brave Forge Bracers, being forced to block 5 on 4.
Yeah, I think overall really successful turn cycle for Ben Stuttgen. You stopped Rothermel from having your crackback, and you chewed through a significant portion of the armor.
Yeah, getting that 2-block off the field is pretty great, and that Dynamo's going to be down for another turn.
And the last card in hand is a draw swords, so Rothermel needs to find a blue in order to clear that arsenal later in the game.
Really interestingly, he's drawn an Oath of Loyalty, which will help him convert, but he's also found an exposed, maybe a little bit of dis-synergy there with this hand, as well as, is that Loyalty from Beyond the Grave? He has a defense reaction. This hand doesn't convert all that well at all, really.
No, and Rothermel has found a really key card for this matchup in the form of That All You Got, which, if a dagger is swung, can allow Rothermel to break up the Master Momentum threats without spending any cards from hand because of redrawing from the effect.
4 go again as the ask here with Oath of Loyalty on the combat chain.
Block 3.
Blocking 3 with Blade Runner, taking 1. Just a little bit of a value block here.
Importantly, enabling Mask for this chain link.
Interesting. Pitching the Loyalty from Beyond the Grave into Kunai of Retribution rather than the blue exposed.
But this is unfortunately going to walk right into that all you got. And there's no other dagger to flick.
We could see exposed pitched into the Syndra ability, or we will see Display Loyalty coming in for 3 here and generating a fealty.
Block 3 here.
Andrew playing really conservatively this turn, even though Ben isn't threatening that much.
Flicking? Perhaps we're going to see him arsenal that exposed to use it as a pseudo ancestral empowerment on a future turn.
Certainly not needing to be worried about being marked from Kassai, which would turn off the ability to play that exposed.
I think it still sees at the end of the combat chain, even if the dagger's not there.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. I actually just turned them sideways for visibilities. But
Over to Andrew Rothermel's turn. Looks like he drew Seduce Secrets off of That All You Got, and he's holding a Spoils of War, and he has a red draw swords in his arsenal. This hand doesn't have too much action to it because he's just a little short on resources. If he wants to play that draw swords, he has to pitch 2 cards into it.
And he's doing exactly that.
Drawing
Rip off the top
another
another
spoils.
spoils.
Looks like just a 2-card 5 here. Not the level of efficiency you want to be at against such an efficient, aggressive ninja deck.
This isn't even refreshing Valiant Dynamos
Yeah,
for the
Dynamos
turn.
has been down for 2 turns.
Ben perhaps thinking about blocking for the first time in this top 8?
Oh, just thinking about it. Doesn't
Just
mean he's
thinking
gonna.
about it. You don't have to block
You never have to block.
unless you're provoked.
It's true. Or Siren's Called. I was once, or T-Boned. T-Bone forces a clip.
T-Bone does, yeah.
No one.
I was once gently reminded by a judge when I jokingly told my opponent in the top 8 of a PQ+, I was like, you don't have to block this. And the judge very exasperatedly, probably like the 5th time they had to say that weekend, said, Elly, telling your opponent not to block counts as asking for a concession. And I was like, oh.
Well, Ben certainly didn't come to block, and that's exactly what he decided on that turn cycle. 5-card hand, full grip, ready to go.
24 to 30. Pitching a Spreading Flames to lead with a dagger.
Not exactly what you want to see in terms of efficiency.
One damage threatened here.
Importantly, does threaten to start the Master Momentum chain, even though it's just 1, if it does hit.
No bucks on the 1.
Chainlink 1 is often the most disruptive place you can block against Mask of Momentum.
Yeah, I'm missing a lot too.
That's okay. I'm at 24. Yep.
Just players making sure that they agree on life totals.
Okay. I will generate a resource off Blood Splattered.
Blood Splattered Vest trigger, floating a resource. Maybe used to pay for this, I believe, Demonstrate Devotion presently in his hand.
Which will go into
Oh,
dagger
another
one.
dagger coming in
wow.
for 2 here. Maybe we're going to see 2 Blood Splattered Vest triggers.
Did we miss a Wrath of Retribution?
Yeah, 3 cards in hand.
3 cards in hand.
No blocks here either.
Taking another 1. Ben looks a little confused.
I'll generate another resource.
Another resource
Okay.
on Blood Splattered Vest.
Going all in on this turn in terms of resource generation. That Spreading Flames at this point was a blue.
Yeah. No.
Demonstrate Devotion coming in for 4, go again, and it'll make a fealty.
This unconditional fealty generation, very strong when you have payoffs like Art of Dragon in the deck.
Oh, there's a condition. You gotta have 2 Draconic Chain Links.
So difficult.
It's
If
very
only Syndra had
difficult.
Draconic weapons with Go Again.
Exposed, pushing this over, and going to force a draw here, as well as generate a fealty because it's just marked Andrew Rothermel.
So like the 1 here.
Taking the 1 down to 27, and Ben's gonna draw off Mask of Momentum.
This is the first Master Momentum draw that we've seen.
All day. Let's see the
Get
rip
a fealty.
after he puts his fealty on the table.
Yeah. 3 fealty, you know, the daggers are free now.
He's drawn Display Loyalty, which with 2 1 costs in his hand is actually going to help him convert a fair bit here. A 0 for 3 version of that Demonstrate Devotion effect.
Maybe not so happy with the draw based on his body language.
Just go ahead and display loyalty. Coming in
Maybe
three,
looking
make
for a
another fealty.
Chain Ender.
Sure, why not?
He has 4 fealty. Were he Fang, his daggers would be free long ago by now.
Let's see. I'll just block 3 here, I guess.
I'll go ahead and.
Yeah, blocking not as important once the Master Momentum trigger has been cleared for the turn.
Yeah.
Flicking
I'm just
to
gonna
get another
burn
point of
through my
damage
vest
across.
In 1 turn.
Deciding whether he wants to pitch to play 1 more card here.
No, that's fine. This is so awkward.
Definitely doesn't seem in love with his hand. Pitching the Spreading Flames to come in with Demonstrate Devotion.
So much fealty.
Going ahead and taking all 4 here.
Another fealty. Get my 1 dagger back.
Yeah, that was gotta
Down
be
to
the most
22,
good
activating
thing.
Cinder to buy back a dagger. And passing the turn.
Alright.
A lot of game actions were taken and a mask draw happened, but that was ultimately not so much damage to get across after not blocking and shipping 5 cards at your opponent.
Yeah, more so tied life totals up than established a lead in the board state. And Andrew still has 3 cards to crack back. That's kind of the sweet spot that you want to be in as Kassai.
I believe his arsenal is Spoils of War as well. So he will get the opportunity to come in with 2 Saber Swings here and maybe even set that blood on her hands. But first, we're going to activate Kassai, threatening gold generation should his attacks land this turn.
Almost certainly will. We haven't seen Ben block much, and that is likely to convert into a gold for Andrew this turn cycle.
And attack
Very pivotal turn cycle on this game. Ben just couldn't really push enough back with a 5-card hand after taking some amount of damage, only generating a 2-point life lead after starting the turn 4 down. Only got 8 through, and it's back to Andrew. Well, he's not only sending a 2-card 6, but threatening a blood on her hands. He's going to set in his arsenal and get a massive amount of value out of should these attacks connect. And he'll finally reset those Valiant Dynamos.
Finally, yeah. Valiant Dynamos, of course, very important to block these 4-power attacks that we've seen repeatedly from Ben in terms of preventing mask momentum triggers.
An attack for 2.
But this is going to be a lot of copper for the blood on the hands that Ben doesn't know is coming next turn.
Second Saber for 2 coming in. Let's take a look at Ben's hand. Looks like Brand with Cinderclaw.
Burning Blade Dance, 2 brands even?
Yeah, 2 brands, Burning Blade Dance, and an unknown 4th.
No blocks, take 2.
Taking 2 and giving Andrew 5 copper. Nearly a full power blood on her hands on the table there. And a gold.
As well as the gold to make the swords free for the blood on her hands.
He only needs to keep 1 card in hand, really.
Oh, that's like
Did you update your pad? Oh, thanks. Yep. 18.
yeah.
22 to 18, back over to Ben's turn.
Oh, and a Blade Flurry drawn by Andrew, exactly what you want on one of those wider combo turns.
Brand with Cinderclaw coming in for 3 with Go again, starting this turn off with a head jab. And just has no blocks, down to 19.
Mask momentum threat beginning to loom.
Oh, goodness. Gotta love the long days, right?
It is a long day. That's why I'm here.
We appreciate you. Oh, goodness.
Shout out to the head judge of this event, Damien. So diligently watching after such a long day.
Yeah, this is double Draconic Brand with Cinderclaw, importantly.
This is a Draconic Brand with Cinderclaw that'll make the next attack also Draconic.
No X on those 3 either.
Okay.
All right, well, the next chain link threatening mask momentum with no chain links contested so far.
16, 18.
Yep, 16 to 18. Andrew wants to keep this hand. He thinks he can push hard enough.
What is the follow-up? Can Ben punish
that's-
not wanting to block on Andrew's side?
I think that might be Blood Runs Deep in his hand.
Somewhat awkward when you only have 1 dagger on the field.
Still pretty effective in threatening Mask of Momentum. Could also get you back to both daggers.
We'll have Burning Blade Dance coming for 3, go again.
Burning Blade Dance asking to get to flick here. Threatening Mask.
Cover 3 here.
Has to give 1 card.
Yeah. Reaction is going to be Flick.
So we're going to flick here, putting Andrew down to 15. 3 blocking 3, but Mask chain continues.
Kind of awkward that the follow-up, though, is Blood Runs Deep, because Drain a Blood spell can cover that up cleanly without Andrew needing to invest cards from hand.
Looks like we might just see a pass here after Cinder is activated.
Move to Arsenal.
And that's exactly what it's going to be.
Over to Andrew. He managed to keep 3 cards and the blood on her hands in his arsenal. This is promising to be a pretty big turn, especially with Unsheathed and Blade Flurry in his hand, and I believe a blue as well to pay for a gold.
All right, what's the draw going to be off the top?
That is a
It's a
Sharpened Senses, promising at least 4 damage on this turn. This is about to be massive.
This might be the deciding turn of the game right here. How much does Ben's hand even block for?
Not very much when they're all attack actions.
Yeah.
Sharpened Senses hitting the table, giving +1 to all weapon attacks this turn, and go again if they're big enough.
Blood on her hands, up to 5 modes available. We'll see if Andrew chooses to use all of the...
Let's listen in on the modes he chooses here.
Attack twice, both sabers. Take down go again, possibilities. Apparently that's 4, I believe. Sharpen senses for 5, so it's already. Okay, so I'll just break 4 copper here, I believe.
Interestingly, only cashing in 4 copper there, choosing just +1/+1 on each, and, you know, attack again on both of them, because Sharpened Senses is already going to supply him go again.
Yeah, Sharpened Senses specifically combined with the Blade Flurry in hand is essentially double Blade Runner without costing any resources this turn.
Yeah, he's already coming in for 5.
And then an Unsheathed for the 3rd Saber Swing. Going to be a devastatingly wide turn.
Oh, I was so curious why this was 5. He chose +2 power on 1 Saber, leaving the other at base.
I feel like Andrew's... This isn't the first time he's done that today.
Yeah, it's a very efficient way to convert these Sharpened Senses into extra action points. Looks like a Kassai activation incoming as well to threaten gold for the rest of this chain link.
Replenishes the gold that was used on this combo turn. Oh, maybe not.
May not have the reds necessary.
Well, that's okay. They'll be there soon.
They'll be there soon.
I think Ben is going to be forced to block this turn for the first time.
Seems that way. Saber for 5, Saber for 5, and a Saber for 2, and a Saber for 2, but there's also just so much power in the hand with this Unsheathed and this Blade Flurry ready to go. This is up to 7 power. And if Ben is forced to block on this turn, those Sabers are going to keep growing out of control.
Yeah, all attack actions in Ben's hand.
Looks like 6.
Taking 6 down to 7. This is such a tough spot. This blood on her hands has been absolutely unbelievable. What a massive, I mean, basically a combo turn.
Absolutely. All it took was 4 cards and 4 copper, and Andrew is in a commanding performance.
Activating Kassai to threaten more gold generation. This turn is diabolical. +3 from the Unsheathed on top of Sharpened Senses, and the Saber's base power for 2 means a Saber for 8
and
coming in.
Isn't the last swing. There's a Saber after this as well, at least.
For 3, but it's going to get bigger because that Centauri Saber is going to grow if blocked by an attack action card.
Which Ben is going to be forced to do at this point in the game.
He can cash in armor, but it brings him so devastatingly low.
You didn't have blood on her hands.
Ben says, I wish you didn't have blood on her hands.
Master Momentum going to be blocked with.
Give you 9, because it's going to get buffed up.
Giving him 9, aware of the pump, but that does mean this next swing is going to come in for 4.
That's a buff for the turn.
Yep.
And let's see, I'll practice here.
Activating Brave Forge Bracers to push more damage.
Yeah.
Next Saber swing for 5.
And importantly, that clears the bar for Sharpened Senses, so the Saber swing has go again.
How much damage has this turn been? 5 plus 9, 14 plus 7, 21 plus... What was the first attack?
Oh,
5.
gosh.
5. So 26 damage off of 4 cards is the power of blood on her hands. This massive value piece. Cashing in all that copper Andrew worked so hard to earn throughout the course of the turn in conjunction with, you know, just 4 cards. Just 4 cards. Kassai's hero ability, I mean, this deck is singing right now. It's doing everything they wanted this deck to do when they talked about, you know, I talked to Andrew this morning and Marek after his game about how they were like, all we need this deck to do is just refill the gold. If you can draw a card off the gold every turn, the amount of resources you generate for the value you generate off of the resources generated is just astronomical, and that's really paying out here. Yeah. He hasn't had to pay for a single sword swing nearly all game.
Ben left with 3 cards to crack back with, but difficult to convert that into 15 value as Syndra.
It looks like Andrew's hand converts pretty well here, though it doesn't block fantastic.
Yeah, just 2 cards that can block in Blade Flurry and Trot Along. Seduce Secrets and Eye of Ophidia, maybe not what we want to see at this stage in the game. Of course, Eye combined with that gold, very powerful offensively to sculpt Andrew's hand on his turn.
Ben's return is no slouch here, though. Blaze headlong for 4 with Go Again, following a head jab, threatening a pretty serious amount of damage. Andrew does say, though, make me care. Your Mask of Momentum is off the board.
For 2.
It's all just damage at this point.
That makes sense.
So
Take the 2
take
damage.
2. Yep. 6.
6 to 2 with Andrew with so much armor on the board. I'm not sure Syndra's really capable of winning this game anymore.
Yeah, without Mask of Momentum, everything is vanilla, and it's difficult to push value per card above 4.
Flick a knife.
True, yeah.
Grains of Blood Spill block just for the value. Getting that Flick Knives value while he still can, since it's likely he's going to have to block with it next turn.
Andrew down to 5, but with a full grip for the crackback. And Syndra, you know, Ben left with only 1 dagger going into this final turn. What I presume is the final turn cycle of the game.
Leading with a gold and Eye of Ophidia. Let's see the opt. It's blue, Blade Runner, and a Fate Foreseen. You definitely don't want the defense reaction right now.
Yeah, probably 2 bottoms there.
Yeah, both
and
to
hope
the
to find
bottom.
something good off the top.
And the rip is a hit and run.
Yellow.
Yellow? Yellow. That's still worth 2 value on this turn.
Trot Along potentially putting in work here is just a Go Again enabler.
Yeah, playing that out for Go Again. No yellows with which to activate Kassai.
I trot along here. And attack for 2.
Trotting along is Andrew Rothermel, sending 2 towards his opponent's life total, but he's holding that Blade Flurry, this attack reaction, threatening to just end the game on the spot if Ben doesn't block in a heads-up manner.
Yeah, Ben at 2, so he has to overblock this chain link, or else the game could just end here.
Double checking Andrew's graveyard here.
Thinking about exactly what reactions are available. Notably, Blade Flurry is really the only this chain link reaction we've seen as far as buffs go from Andrew's deck. So it's really just Ben evaluating, does he want to play around exactly this card that happens to be in Andrew's hand?
Difficult call to make. And you don't have any defense reactions in your hand.
Yep, that's correct.
3 cards on Andrew's side of the table.
What's the block from Ben? It's a double block, playing it around it.
He is playing around the Blade Flurry here, but that just means he has to deal with it on the next link.
Yeah.
Breaking the chain, playing hit and run, giving his next attack +2 and Go Again.
And really important that Andrew didn't play the Blade Flurry on that first chain link, keeping it as a surprise, even though you don't technically get the 4 value from it when you only play it on the second link.
And I believe Ben only has 5 block in his hand. If he doesn't also commit Flick Knives to the block, he's dead on the spot here.
This could be the end of this Battle Hardened on this turn. Does Ben see the read? If he does see the read, is there a way for him to come back into this game?
Without defense reactions, it's pretty hard. We've seen Loyalty Beyond the Graves in his deck, but he certainly didn't draw one here. Blocking 5. Goes to 5. He has the Blade Flurry. Is that it?
That's 6.
It's going to 7.
Yeah, from the Centauri Saber buff.
So it goes to
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
5 there, and then you're
yeah.
pushing it to 7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good game, man.
Yeah.
Good
There's
game.
the fist bump.
Fist bump
Congratulations.
is extended. Andrew Rothermel, your Battle Hardened champion. Like I said, blood on his hands, taking down this entire Battle Hardened on Kassai of all heroes. Definitely not the breakout performance for a new Kassai deck I expected, but that's the beauty of the Battle Hardened circuit, is really anything can happen.
Yep. Very innovative Kassai deck as well. Really filled with card draw in a way that we haven't seen in past iterations of the deck, in a world that used to have Enigma in it.
Yeah, and Kassai just got some LL points at this Battle Hardened, and you know who didn't? Somehow, it was Aurora, the hero everybody thought was going to dominate this weekend. She may still be in PQs, and this is the Living Legend leaderboard, the topic of much conversation, with Aurora at 914 points. Neither of the heroes in this final were even within sniffing distance of the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have Andrew on for a deck tech after this and an interview. We want to know exactly what went into making this revolutionary, honestly, deck that took down the Battle Hardened here at World Tour Minneapolis and is kind of redefining the meta, perhaps. We're not just talking about the heroes close to Living Legend, but something shaking up in the middle of the bracket.
Yeah, you thought that the shape of the new metagame was all fatigue or all Aurora after Enigma LL'd, and the answer was neither. Kassai was here to take it all by storm, and take it by storm Andrew Rothermel has in this Battle Hardened. We will be right back with a winner's interview, little deck tech, some questions with him, and then we're going to close out the day. Don't go anywhere. Thank y'all so much. welcome back to the closing minutes of this World Tour stop in Minneapolis. We have your Battle Hardened champion, Titan of the arena, and Titan in real life. He barely fits on the camera. This is Andrew Rothermel. How you feeling, dog?
Oh, feeling great, honestly. I mean, it's such a good run.
Tired?
Fair.
So before we get into anything else, is there anyone you want to shout out?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. My buddy and testing partner, John Magnuson. He's let's just say he's a mad alchemist behind the scenes. He's been like trying to get me to play Kassai for probably like 3 months now, and I finally caved last night. So.
And caving was clearly pretty good for you. You ended up winning. You went X1 in Swiss.
X1 in Swiss. Yep, lost to my top 4 opponent actually in the Swiss.
Yeah. You kind of ran that matchup down the opposite way it went down in Swiss, where it was like one of you took tempo and just really never let go.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, honestly, like I was like, please go a little bit slower in this one, and we managed to slow down. So.
Ended up kind of slowing the game down a little bit. So, you gonna use the PTI on Worlds?
Possibly. Okay, like honestly, if I'm not top 75, 100%.
Yeah.
But I'm shooting for top 75.
Okay.
Gotta get
That's
that
good
free
goals.
invite,
That's
you know?
ambitious. Yeah, get to stock up those PTIs, have them for future events. So I want to ask you about the deck, and I want to kind of give you free reign to talk about the deck list, which we're going to throw on stream right now.
Okay.
So just walk me through this. I know you're maybe not the person who built it, but tell me about some of these card choices.
Absolutely. I mean, John is the brewer of the deck. He's been spending a ton of time with Marek, one of our locals, kind of breaking down a lot of different stuff. But no, I would honestly say a lot of it is about making the swords free, right? Like ultimately, it's getting that 2 extra resources every turn, and then being able to convert a gold into like that extra card. It's honestly like gives you a lot of good card draw options. Added also Dynamos, just such a strong card in an extended game, which turns out there's a lot of decks that want to go along.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I think there's kind of something about this deck that I think rings true with a lot of Flesh and Blood decks, where when you see a bunch of like 1-ofs, 2-ofs, 3-ofs, you can tell like there's one of two things that's true, where it's like either the deck is built by like a complete genius, or it's like one of those piles that only the person that built it could ever hope to pilot it correctly. So you don't play Sink Below, but you do play Fate Foreseen.
Yeah, honestly, okay, this is one that I fought with John so much over. I was like, John, every other deck in the game runs Sink Below. This can't be right, 100%. And he's like, no, trust me.
Trust me,
You gotta know what you want to
bro.
draw, right? And honestly, it was actually 100% true. Like, there's so many times where I'm going to play a D-React, and I'm like, wait a second, I get to look at the top card.
You get to
decide
have
what I'm drawing
extra
into next
info
turn.
on your turn.
Yeah,
Yeah. The Eye of Ophidia, speaking of spicy cards in the list, was like pretty sweet every time we saw you pitch it.
Yeah, that card honestly overperformed, I'd say, all day, which is kind of wild to say. I think it's maybe one of the first times it's been that good.
Yeah. You think? It's kind of interesting. It's like not
pick
very...
one of 2, and then if not, like bottom 2. It's very Kano-y in this deck, I would say.
Yeah. You get to like put the draw on the stack, sculpt what you're actually going to pick up. Like when you bottomed both and then found, what was it, in the finals, you found something actually good.
Yeah, it was
after
a
seeing
+2,
stinkers.
right?
Yeah, you found the +2, the yellow hit and run.
That's exactly
after
right.
shipping 2 stinkers straight to the bottom. How do you feel about the draw swords on the list?
Okay, so I honestly really like draw swords. I think it's one of those things that just kind of smooths out the ability. Like on its face, it's a 1-card 3 that turns on your ability, which is it's kind of strong, right? It's like it's sort of like a lava burst almost, right? Because like you get the +2 from the resources. So I mean, I would say it's a card that you actually do block with a decent bit, as you noted earlier when we talked. But no, I would say it's quite strong. Like you just want to be open to blocking with it, right? Like how many cards does your hand support? That's a big question to be asking when you're planning to like block or play that card.
Yeah. I was like giving you a hard time about how we'd only seen them blocked with on stream, and you're like, no. When it's been off camera, it's crazy. I promise.
I promise.
The battle you got were also pretty sick. Just like the optimized amounts of like yellows in the deck was really cool. And speaking of yellows, how many times did you resolve Raisin Army today?
I resolved it 3 times.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What'd you play it against?
So I played it in the mirror, which actually worked out pretty well. I got off 4 cell swords in one of those. Which
you made many men.
I dealt about like 40 damage. Yeah, had a little.
Okay.
That was a good time.
Your blood in our hands with 4 cards was 26 damage.
Was that how much it was?
Yeah,
oh
it was
my
26.
Gosh. Okay.
So I guess with many men on the board, that can be way more. Did you play it outside of the mirror?
Yeah, I also played it into Florian, which it's pretty decent there too as well. I would say I stuck 1 into the Ben Brack, one of our locals, and it's quite a close game. And I would say that was 100% what sealed the deal, was just being able to swing that extra little guy. So yeah, really fun card. I think it's really entertaining being a warrior and having an illusionist card. So Yeah.
Yeah. You have any last calls on this? Any last things you want to
goodness.
talk about in this list?
I mean, shout out to the Wolfpack. They're my boys. You know.
Got your Wolfpack hoodie on.
Too. No, but I mean, we've just been like reforming lately, and I think all the guys have been putting in so much good work. I think it's been amazing to be a part of this team, and I'm really excited to see where we go from
I'm
from
stoked
here.
for y'all, and I'm stoked for you after this event. I'm glad that being in that team has, worked out so well for y'all, especially like this weekend. Very exciting stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. No,
Well,
thanks so much.
Congratulations. Thank you
Appreciate
so much
that.
for playing this event. And thank you so much to everyone watching at home. And I want to say thanks to Legend Story Studios for making all this possible. Savage Feats for really making all this possible. Shout out to Ethan for being the GOAT of setting up these streams, keeping everything running, and being one of the most amazing people I've ever had the joy to work with. And thank you so much, again, to everyone at home for watching, sticking around, hanging out, and just playing great games in the flesh and blood. We'll see you at the next one.
Yeah.